Chapter 111, The Dragon is Revealed. Winterfell, 297 AC. The Blackfish had been called into Ned's solar shortly after his arrival at Winterfell. He was handed a letter written by Cat. As he read it, he was surprised to find that his niece had essentially given her blessing for Ned to marry again. While she hadn't explicitly stated so, her words clearly conveyed that sentiment. Handing the letter back, he turned to his good nephew, or was it former good nephew? "This changes things between me and your family, Bryn Den, but I hope it doesn't change anything between us," Ned said, his gaze locked onto Bryndon's face. Bryn Den sighed. "I can't say I'm not a little saddened by this, Ned. But my niece has made her choice, and I see it as no fault of yours." "Thank you for that, Bryn Den. I believe it's time we had a conversation that's long overdue," Ned replied, leaving Bryn Den to wonder where this was heading. "Very well," Bryn Den said. Ned continued, "Cat and your nephew. I believe you know what they tried to do." He raised a hand to pause Bryn Den before he could interrupt. "I know, Bryn Den, that you were not a part of it, nor did you play any role in it whatsoever. They are my kin, Ned." I know," Bryn Den admitted, feeling embarrassed, not for his acknowledgement, but for what they had done. "I suspected it with Cat. Gods, I didn't want to, but I suspected it all the same." She and Peter Baelish had been sharing letters. The things he said to her about Jon, whether she would have always hated the boy or not, those letters only fueled that hatred, Ned said, and Bryn Den considered asking to see the letters but decided against it. "I never knew they kept in touch," Bryn Den said, and Ned snorted. "Would that it were only that. Each time we heard about what Jon did, what he accomplished, things grew worse between Cat and me. My reluctance to punish the lad for what she saw as his attempts to make a name for himself in order to take Winterfell only added to the tension. At first, that was it, and whether it was just this fear or her hatred of the boy, I can't be certain. Only that it festered, and I couldn't cut the wound out," Ned said sadly. She sent me letters from the Vale, demanding I do something about the lad. I'd seen him just once in Lannisport, and that boy would never take Winterfell. He'd never try, Bryn Den replied, noticing the soft smile on Ned's face. When he came back here, gods, Bryn Den. To see him with Sansa, Arya, even Robb, he showed me how far I'd let my family slip. A boy of 10 name days showed me, and Cat hated him even more for it. The fostering was his idea, did you know? I didn't, Bryn Den said. It was. He even suggested taking Bran as his squire, though once again Cat saw danger where there was none. She argued with me about the fostering, about Bran, though I'm glad he's squiring with you, Ned explained. Ned reached for a small mug, taking some ice from it and placing it into larger mugs before pouring ale over the ice and handing one to Bryn Den. Bryn Den was grateful for the cool drink, even this far north. That was his idea, Ned said, smiling. Ice? Bryn Den asked. To use it for this, for storing food. We're shipping it around Westeros and off into Essos. Wintertown, Bear Island, White Harbor, most of my bannermen are benefiting because of Jon. You heard what he did with his winnings in King's Landing? Ned inquired. No, Bryn Den replied. He gave them up to feed the poor, Bryn Den, convinced the Tyrells to match it. I've spoken to some of those who've come north from Flea Bottom. You should listen to what they say about him, Ned said, his pride evident. He's a good lad, Ned, Bryn Den said. Then why did your niece and nephew try to have him killed? Ned asked angrily, slamming his hand on the table. I don't know, Ned. I only found out afterward, and even then. I couldn't be certain, so I warned them, and well. Forgive me, Bryn Den, There's nothing to forgive. There's more I need to discuss with you, but now is not the time, Bryn Den. Things are going to change, and you need to be aware of this, Ned said. After Ned left, Brynden felt an ominous weight to his last words. He found himself in the September in Wintertown, praying for the first time in many years. Surprisingly, the lad arrived for the wedding, and Brynden watched him spend time with his family, particularly with the Tyrell girl, and how happy he seemed during the celebration. When Bran asked him to stay a while longer, he agreed, and they were in the process of getting ready to leave when everything changed dramatically. First, Ned came to see him again, this time to deliver the news that Bran couldn't leave with him. "If you wish, he can stay with me," Ned said. "Why, Ned?" Brynden asked, concerned that over time, Ned had decided to take his grandnephew from him. "I need my son here. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell, and it falls to Bran," Ned explained. "So this isn't about me?" Brynden pressed, worried about his place in the family. "You and I are on good terms, Brynden. I hold you no more responsible for your family than I hold Jon for how they think of him. But things are about to change, and I wish I could give you more." "Stay, listen, and we'll talk," Ned said. "Very well." He did as he was asked, and to say that things were changing was an understatement of epic proportions. First came news from King's Landing. The king was calling the banners. Brynden realized that if it hadn't been for Bran, he would have mounted up and ridden off. The Knights of the Vale would ride, and it was his place to ride by their side, to ride for his king. Yet, he felt as if he was the only one who sensed this urgency. Ned didn't seem keen to rise for Robert, and Brynden couldn't help but wonder why that was. He killed the queen and her boy, claimed her an adulteress and the boy a bastard. Now, apparently, he seeks her other son and he's marching on Casterly Rock, one of the guards said. "Does he expect us to rise against the West?" the other guard asked. "He may wish it, but I doubt he'll see it fulfilled," the first guard replied. "The White Wolf," the second guard chuckled. "The White Wolf? Jon Snow? They wouldn't rise against the West because he was a hostage, would they?" "No," Jaime Lannister doted on the boy, treating him like family. "He wouldn't make him a hostage." "So what was it? Were they more allied with the West than with Robert?" "Surely not. Ned Stark cared little for coin, and Robert was as close to a brother as one could get. With Jon Arryn involved as well, the North would have to rise for them, wouldn't they?" Brynden felt a surge of pride as he saw the banners called. He looked forward to riding alongside them to meet up with the Knights of the Vale. But troubling news continued to flow from King's Landing. They were calling it Robert's Rage, and Brynden was disgusted by what he heard. Beating a boy to death in front of his mother, killing servants and guards alike, and displaying their heads on spikes as a warning, it was abhorrent. It was clear that Ned Stark and some of the arriving lords shared his sentiments. "Uncle Brynden," Bran called out, pulling him from his thoughts. He turned to the boy, ready to begin their sparring session. "Are you ready, Bran?" he asked. The boy nodded, and for a moment, Brynden felt a sense of peace in this changed world. His charge was progressing well in both martial skills and studies, though there had been a time when Bran seemed distracted and troubled. Concerned, Brynden had gone to Ned to find out the reason behind it. They had argued about whether to tell the boy, as Brynden believed the details regarding his mother were not something a child should bear. "I'll keep no secrets for my children, none that are mine to tell anyway," Ned had said cryptically. "You'll make him hate his mother," Brynden replied, still unconvinced. Brynden spoke angrily. "I'd give him the chance to make his own decisions, but at least he'll know who she is, Brynden. He'll know the truth about her." He hadn't agreed with Ned on this matter, but Bran seemed to have moved past it and had even asked about his mother a couple of times. So, Brynden accepted it and shifted his focus back to his training with the boy. They were finishing up their sparring session when Jory Castle approached, his usual smile replaced by a serious expression. "Lord Bran, I believe your father wishes to speak with you." "Ser Brynden, a word," Jory said. Bran looked to Brynden, who nodded, allowing Jory to run off. "Jory?" Brynden called after him. A meeting's been called for tonight, Ser Brynden. Lord Stark has asked everyone to attend, Jory replied. Everyone? Brynden asked, surprised. Aye, all the lords, their most trusted men, everyone, Jory confirmed before walking away. Later that night, standing in the God's Wood, Brynden wished these were his gods. He longed to kneel and pray to the old tree, as he had seen countless Northmen do. He had witnessed the peace that enveloped them during their prayers, how they would rise afterward as if their burdens had been lifted. But for Brynden, worries remained, he couldn't shake them off. Jon Snow was a lie, and his family was in turmoil. The fact that Jon was not vengeful and cared for his siblings might be the only thing keeping them safe. This war felt inevitable. The forces opposing Robert were far too great. The North, the West, the Reach, the Loyalist houses, and those who would flock back to the dragons as soon as they realized Rhaegar's son lived. Brynden could see it all too clearly, and the helplessness of the situation filled him with anger and despair. You have questions, he heard Ned's voice from behind him. Turning, he saw Ned standing there with the gray wolf that was almost always by his side. You could have told her, Ned, Brynden said bitterly. Could I? To what end? She hated him, Brynden. Nothing would have changed that. Given the letters she shared with Baelish, she would have told him, and then what? Would he have kept it to himself, or would Robert have marched here to take his life? Would he have sent assassins like he did after his family? Would he have come under false pretenses, and I'd have had to watch as more of my family died because he couldn't face the truth? Ned's voice was soft, but his anger was clear. Had she known, Brynden replied, then she would have loved him as if he were her own, and all would have been well. Do you think I haven't thought that? That I haven't been where you are? The truth is, she wouldn't have changed. Instead of seeing him as a bastard threat to our children, she would have viewed him as a threat based on his blood. Only she would have had a way to see him gone, Brynden, a way to see him dead. Tell me truly, do you think she would have used it? Brynden said nothing, instead gazing at the white bark of the tree and shaking his head. Everything Ned said made sense, yet he felt his anger and annoyance rise, along with his worry for his kin and friends in the Vale. What will he do with them? He asked. I don't know, Brynden. Cat is his brother's mother, his sister's mother, and Jaehaerys loves his family. He won't let her die. As for Edmure, I truly can't say, though at best, it'll be the wall. Your house will end, Brynden. The Tully name will be no more, though the line will live on with Bran as Lord of Riverrun, Ned said. Lord Paramount? Brynden asked, and Ned shook his head. No. What am I to do? Brendan's voice cracked. I cannot tell you, only you know what's right for you. Bran will need you, Brynden. He's the last hope for your blood, if not for your house. Isn't that why you came here? Ned said, turning to walk away. That night, his sleep was troubled, unsurprisingly. Little things he had seen and dismissed began to return to him. He had recognized it in Jon Snow, he understood that now. He saw the father and the son, yet he had not made the connection before. As he sat up in bed and got dressed, Brynden couldn't help but laugh at the words of Ser Richard echoing in his mind. You fought on the wrong side once, Brynden. Even now, you don't know the truth of it. Family, duty, honor, they all come into play, not just one. The dragons will return, Richard had said. You should make sure to be on their good side when they do. I wish you good fortune in your travels, Brynden. May the road you find be the right one. After breaking his fast with his grandnephew, Brynden stood and motioned for the boy to join him. They walked from the hall to the sparring yard. Once there, he grabbed 2 swords, handing one to Bran. He noticed the nervous look on the boy's face. Come, Bran. We must practice. You're to be lord while your father is away, and we won't have as much time for this later, Brynden encouraged. We? Bran asked, surprised. We. You think I'd leave you here all alone? Brynden chuckled. No, Bran replied, a smile breaking through his apprehension. As the sparring began, Brynden felt a smile grow on his face. Bran was family, and preparing him for the life ahead was his duty. Raising him to be a true knight would redeem their honor. Meanwhile, in the north, in the year 297 AC, Arthur tried not to laugh. He truly did, but it was hard not to find humor in how uncomfortable he felt on a dragon's back. When they landed in the wide-open fields just south of the neck, Arthur couldn't help but laugh at how quickly Loras dismounted. His youngest brother now off stretching his legs while Arthur and the king shook their heads as Ghost woke up. The wolf had actually slept through the flight, and Arthur felt a twinge of jealousy for that. Looking at his king, Arthur was relieved they hadn't landed near the trident. He, Barristan, and Jaime found it difficult to look at the armor Jay wore without thinking of his father. The color, the rubies on the chest, and the fact that it was Valyrian steel were the only things that marked it as different from Rhaegar's actual armor, though Jay had explained. That was the point, Jay said. Let him think of me as a specter from the past. Let them believe my father has returned. It's in his name that I seek justice, his and my mother's. Your family? Arthur asked, raising an eyebrow. No, they deserve far more than justice, Sir Arthur. They deserve far more than vengeance. For them, I intend to bring Robert and Jon Arryn a reckoning, Jay declared with determination. After stretching their legs and drinking some water, they climbed back onto Rhaenix's back. Ghost, as always, managed the ascent with ease, putting them to shame. Within moments, they were soaring through the sky again. As they flew over the twins, Jay pointed down, and Arthur looked to see no assembly of men, just as Jay had predicted. A smile spread across his face when they flew over Seaguard, where the three-headed dragon flew high, signaling that House Melisandre had declared for the true king. Soon, Winterfell came into view. Jay steered Rhaenix into the Wolfswood, landing in the same spot as before. While he, Loras, and Ghost dismounted, Jay lingered a moment longer before joining them. He walked to the dragon's head to speak to his sister and bid her farewell. The walk to the keep took only a few minutes. Loras turned to Jay and asked, "Why didn't you just land there with the dragon?" "I need to let them know first, Loras. If they see her coming out of the sky, it'll create a panic." "Let's save that for Robert," Jay replied with a laugh. Arthur smirked as they reached the gate. The banners had been called and answered, and Arthur noticed the men preparing to march. One by one, they paused to stare as Jay walked by. His armor marked him out, and although he held his helm in hand, the crown he wore made it clear that it was not Jon Snow who had arrived today, but Jaehaerys Targaryen. Yet, amidst all of that, it was Ghost that captured most people's attention. The white wolf trotted alongside them, looking as if he wore his own white cloak, perfectly matching Jay's and Loras's. "I've come to see my uncle. Is he in the keep?" Jay asked one of the guards, recalling the man's name was Harwin. "He's in the God's Wood with some of the other lords, Your Grace," the guard replied, and Jay nodded in acknowledgement. As he walked through the grounds, Jay imagined how impressive they must appear, he, armored and crowned, with Dark Sister resting at his hip and Ghost trotting alongside him. Loras, his armor shining and glistening, had his white cloak flowing behind him, while Arthur's white cloak was pinned down by the weight of dawn on his back. People bowed and nodded as they passed. What had once been a hive of activity was now almost at a standstill. Arthur felt relieved to see the gates leading to the God's Wood ahead of them. "Jon," a voice called out, and both he and Loras turned to see a young boy running toward the king. "Bran, I hope to see you," Jay said, smiling at his brother. "Jon," father said, "he said you're the king now, that you're Rhaegar's son, not his," Bran said breathlessly as he reached Jay. Arthur watched as Jay knelt to meet his brother's gaze. I wanted to tell you myself, Bran." Truly, I just never found the time I hoped for, Jay said, sadness creeping into his voice. Does this mean, are you not my brother now? Bran asked, his voice barely a whisper. Do you wish me to be your brother? Jay asked gently. The boy nodded vigorously. Then I'm your brother, now and always, Jay reassured him. Arthur observed the two embrace for a moment, Jay whispering something in Bran's ear before the boy darted off toward an older man standing nearby. Arthur found the way the man looked at the king troubling, until Jay explained as they moved closer to the gate. The Blackfish, my brother's squiring for him, Jay said. Do you think him a danger? Loras asked. He's an honorable man, Jay replied, and Arthur nodded as they stepped into the God's Wood itself. Jay didn't have many dealings with the Blackfish. The man was a bit older and more of a friend to Barristan than to him. Still, he was honorable, and Jay knew that if they ever clashed, it would be face to face, not from the shadows. He glanced at Ghost, giving the White Wolf a nod, and smiled as he watched him dash off. Soon, 2 gray wolves appeared alongside the lords, and Ned Stark stepped forward. Your Grace, Ned said upon seeing Jay. Uncle, my lords, my lady, Jay replied, while Arthur surveyed the other lords present. There were 8 people gathered at the weirwood, some familiar faces like Lord Wyman, the Great John, Lady Meege, and Lord Yora. There were also a few he didn't recognize, a pale lord, a large gray-bearded man, and a younger gentleman. Your Grace, most of them greeted him as they noticed his arrival, some going to kneel. Jay waved them to stand. We had not expected you, Your Grace, Ned said. I know. I felt I had to come, Uncle. There are undoubtedly questions about me, my plans, and our allies. It's better to address any concerns early, and there's something I want you all to see. We'll go inside. I'll call a meeting of the lords and ladies, Ned replied. Arthur noticed how Ned and the others glanced at the king's armor and his demeanor. Their eyes wandered to Jay and Loras, taking in their attire. Meege Mormont's eyes sparkled when she spotted Dawn on Jay's back, and she quickly shifted her gaze to the sword he carried. As they walked away from the God's Wood, Jay paused in front of a wooden door, looking at it before turning to his uncle. Uncle, I'll pay my respects and meet you inside, Jay said. Ned nodded, and Arthur felt a wave of nerves wash over him as he realized where they were headed. The statues they passed all held swords in their hands, some ancient and worn. As they walked, they quickly approached the 3 newest statues. Jay had never met Rickard Stark, but he could easily see the family resemblance to his sons. He had met Brandon before, and he felt the statue maker had done a decent job capturing his likeness. However, when it came to Lyanna, the artist had failed miserably. The statue looked very little like her. It appeared lifeless, and she was anything but. He closed his eyes and whispered a small prayer. When he opened them, Jay stood in front of the statue. Whatever Jay said was between him and Lyanna, so he stepped back and motioned for Loras to do the same. Both of them watched as Jay leaned closer, whispering something before reaching under his armor to pull out something soft and blue. He carefully laid it in the statue's hands. I love you, Mother, Jay said, turning away as they began to walk from the crypt. Loras and he followed behind, and as he glanced back, he saw the blue rose resting in Lyanna's hands. A smile crept across his face as he realized Jay had chosen a flower that would never wilt. Arthur closed his eyes, making his own silent promise before they left, a promise he fervently hoped he could keep, for Rhaegar, for Lyanna, and for their son. In Riverrun, in the year 297 AC, Catelyn felt the weight of their desperate situation growing heavier each day. Their main houses had abandoned them. Their largest bannermen weren't just ignoring the call, if the scouts were to be believed, and she had no doubt they were, they had joined their banners to the dragons. Once again, she cursed Jon Snow, for that was who he truly was. He couldn't be a dragon prince. She would have known if he was, and all his life, he had shown himself to be anything but true. While she had reluctantly accepted that he was indeed the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, she refused to accept that they had married. No, the boy was still a bastard, a Snow. Yet, her mind screamed Blackfire at her, and her fears began to rise once more. It was demon Blackfire she had conjured in her thoughts. Catelyn felt a surge of bitterness as she reflected on the reasons why bastards couldn't be trusted. They were seen as threats, kept away from their trueborn kin. The revelation that Jon Snow was just another black dragon brought her no comfort, only deepened her resentment toward Ned. Until now, she hadn't been able to hate him, but the truth stung. He had known all along, and while she had initially felt shame for bringing his bastard home, it was even worse to realize he had instead brought someone else's child. "A raven from King's Landing," the maester announced, and Catelyn shook her head, taking the message from him. "My brother?" she asked, her heart racing. "In the great hall with Lords Piper and Vance," the maester replied. "Pearl, fetch my brother," she called, and the girl darted off as the maester left her alone. Breaking the seal, she read the words on the scroll, but once again, they brought her no solace. "To the realm, we are well aware of the false dragon and the tales he's begun to spin. The lies he speaks do not come from his own lips but from men who seek to usurp the rightful king. Men we'd once thought honorable, like Ned Stark, who are willing to lie about the rape, kidnapping, and murder of his sister by Rhaegar Targaryen. Men who refuse to accept the just sentence carried out against an adulteress and the children she tried to pass off as trueborn, aiming to steal the throne like Jaime Lannister. Men who seek to place their own blood on the throne at any cost, like Mace Tyrell. These lies are well known to us, and we call them out for what they are. Jon Snow is the bastard son of Ned Stark, begotten on a whore by a lust-filled man, while we were on our campaign to seek justice for his father and brother. A campaign to rescue the king's beloved, whose name they now tarnish with their lies. Good men and women of Westeros, do not fall prey to these deceptions. Let faith be your guide. The king marches to end this lie, this untruth. Join him and let truth win the day, Jon Arryn, Hand of the King, had said. Edmure arrived not long after Catelyn finished reading the letter, a smile breaking across his face as he read it, though she remained somber. "I knew he could be no dragon. This will see his support fade away, Cat," Edmure declared. Catelyn looked at him, wondering if he truly believed his own words. "I doubt that. Even if the words in that scroll were true, we would still face the north, west, and reach Edmure. Most of our bannermen are absent. But the letter. They'll come, surely now that they know," he said, his voice tinged with panic. "Why? It changes nothing, Edmure. The odds remain the same, and we must do something to change them." "How many men do we have?" she asked. 6,000, plus the garrison here," Edmure replied. Catelyn began to calculate in her mind. There were almost 12,000 men against them, not counting the Freys. Walder could muster perhaps 3, maybe 4,000 men, and if they could bring those to bear, they might at least match their own forces. They could win back the Riverlands before the dragon bastard took them completely. Though she knew the price the old weasel would demand for his men would be steep. "You need to march, Edmure. The king will come, and if we're here when he does, he won't take kindly to it," she urged, and Edmure looked at her nervously. "March? Where?" he asked. "Against our enemies," she replied, and Edmure looked at her, bewildered. "Cat? Those who haven't answered the call, Edmure. We must bring them to our side. If they see an army at their gates, they'll come. And if you do this before the king arrives, he'll see you for what you are, the rightful Lord Paramount of the Riverlands," she explained. I'll see it done. I'll speak to Mark, Hugo, and Lymond," he said, and Catelyn nodded as he hurried from the room. The problem was, she knew it wouldn't be enough. They had to be seen doing something before. Robert and Jon Arryn had arrived, but more importantly, they needed to be in a stronger position before the dragon came for them. Catelyn shuddered at the thought. The bastard would come, she was certain of it. The chilling words he had spoken in King's Landing echoed in her mind, words in the wind, my lady, words in the wind. That's what House Tully truly stands for, and just like words in the wind, your house too will soon be forgotten. She began to write a message on the scroll, carefully composing her thoughts. Once finished, she hurried to the maester's quarters. Maester, to the twins, she instructed. The maester nodded, and Catelyn stayed to ensure the raven was sent. The following days were a whirlwind of activity. The night before they were set to march, sleep eluded her as she wrestled with doubt. Was it wise to wait for the raven's return, to hold out for an answer? Or should she wait until Jon Arryn arrived and leveraged the hand to make their point? Would that make them appear too weak? Catelyn feared it might, and if they wanted to keep the Riverlands, they couldn't afford any signs of weakness. Not that I'll let you keep the Riverlands, my lady. Your house will fall, as will your head, the bastard's voice taunted in her mind. She shook it off, they had to fight or die. She refused to leave this world until Jon Snow was dead, no matter what it took. The next morning, after breaking their fast, she walked to the gates to bid Edmure farewell. Her brother either projected confidence he didn't truly feel or genuinely believed her plan would rally his bannermen. I'll show them, Cat. We'll be ready for the bastard when he comes, Edmure said as they embraced. I know you will. Father would be so proud of you, Edmure. I'm so proud of you, she lied, kissing his cheek and waving him off. The days blurred together, with Catelyn spending her nights restless, haunted by tormented dreams. Riverrun in flames. Edmure's head on a spike. Catelyn was being led to the block where the bastard waited for her. You did this. If you had been able to love a motherless child, this wouldn't be how your story ends, Ned shouted. You are no mother of mine, Sansa replied, turning away. Why, mother? Robb cried out, his voice filled with anguish. I hate you. I hate you. Arya's voice rang out, her anger unmistakable. I have a new mother now, Bran said, standing beside Jarell. And so ends House Tully, the bastard declared as the sword was raised high. Catelyn woke up screaming, her bed soaked from the sweat of her nightmares. Pearl and others rushed into her room, but she shouted at them to leave her alone. Curling into a ball, she hid in the corner after they left. She remained there until morning, exhausted and terrified. As she dressed that day, trying to put on a brave face, she made her way to the hall for breakfast, or at least an attempt at it, when a servant approached her. My lady, there's a man to see you. A Lord Baelish, the servant announced. Her heart raced as she nearly ran down the corridor, praying to the gods that it was true. When she saw him, tears welled in her eyes. Forgetting propriety, she threw her arms around him and wept against his shoulder. Peter, thank the seven you've come, she said, her voice choked with sobs. I'm here, Cat. I'm here. All will be well, he whispered, and in that moment, she finally felt herself relax. Winterfell, 297 AC, Barbary Dustin. Like many others, she had heard that the king had arrived, the boy formerly known as Jon Snow, now revealed to everyone. Barbary had never believed the tale Ned Stark had spun and found it shocking that others had. Brandon having a bastard was something she expected, her wild wolf was free, and though she loved him dearly, Barbary knew she could never claim him as her own. The boy was nothing like Brandon, at least from what she had heard. He was quiet, meek, almost like a shadow. For a time, she began to question her assumptions about him. But then he surprised her, proving to be anything but what she had imagined. She had delighted in every piece of news that came her way about Jon Snow. She watched as he improved the north and demonstrated his skill with a blade. When she heard how he put the fish in their place and called them out for what they were, she celebrated that night. Barbary was certain she was right, he was indeed Brandon's boy. She was captivated by tales of the dire wolf and how he had brought them all back to Winterfell. The story of the fish being set aside only reinforced her belief. Yet, it seemed she was wrong, even in her certainty. He wasn't Ned Stark's son, nor was he Brandon's. He was Lyanna's, and that created a conflict within her. Lyanna was partly responsible for Brandon's death, although she placed more blame on Rickard for that. Jon Snow was now partly responsible for William's death, though she truly held Ned accountable for that. So where did that leave Jon Snow in her estimation? She wasn't quite sure, even when she rose to claim him as her king. Domeric, she called to her nephew. Aunt, he smiled as he sat beside her. You've met the king before? Aye, more than once. He's a good man, Aunt. An interesting one, he replied softly. How so? She asked, intrigued. Aye. Dom, she prompted gently. I told you about Miranda, Aunt. How I feel about her, he said, and she smiled. Her nephew had completely fallen for the girl, but Roose had his sights set elsewhere. Aye, she said. What else? We spoke in Highgarden, Aunt, the king and I, and again in Casterly Rock. He told me something I found strange at the time, but it makes sense now. What was it? She asked, curiosity piqued. He said that while we may love our fathers and respect what they do for us or wish for us, but they are not always the best judges of where our hearts lie. Their reasons for a match are not always our reasons, so why should we accept theirs and ignore our own? Dom said, smiling. Was that all? No, she replied. He said something else. He advised to delay for whatever reason you can find, for as long as you can. The world is ever changing, and if I wait long enough, I might find that it has changed for my benefit. Dom nodded, a smile creeping back onto his face. And you've waited? She asked. Aye, though it's getting hard to keep father from speaking to Rickard, he admitted. Wait a little longer, nephew. I'll speak to your father, she said, chuckling as Dom kissed her cheek. They began to rise when the king walked in, but he waved his hand for them to sit. She glanced up at him, noticing his two knights standing behind him. Her gaze fell on the Dornishman, and she wondered if it was his blade that had killed William. However, her attention shifted almost immediately when the king began to speak. My lords, my ladies, I have no doubt you have many questions, and I will answer any you wish. Firstly, let me say this, I've come here because, though most of you know me, you knew me falsely. You did not know me as I truly am, but as the mummer I was forced to be, living under a name I had no choice but to accept. I understand that for some, this will seem like a betrayal, a falsehood, and to those, I can only apologize. My brother and sister were murdered, a babe not yet out of his cradle and a 3-named-old girl. Gregor Clegane threw my brother so hard against the wall of his mother's room that it crushed his skull, and he did so in front of her before he raped and killed her. My sister was stabbed 100 times, a 3-named-old girl, and that's what they did to her. And what was done to the man responsible? To the man who gave the orders? They were rewarded. The king gazed down at the lifeless forms of a mother and her 2 children, the remnants of my family, and declared, I see no babes here, only dragon spawn. He surveyed the room, leaning heavily on the table, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Turning to his uncle, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. So, my lords, tell me, was the lie a betrayal, a mere falsehood? Or was it the act of an honorable man trying to protect his kin? The murmurs swirled around the chamber until Robert Glover stood up, surprising her with his boldness. I will accept the lie, your grace. But you carry the blood of Aerys in your veins. How can we be certain you won't end up like him, another mad king? His words provoked loud reactions, and a movement from the Dornish knight, which the king swiftly halted. I also carry my father's blood, Lord Glover. Was he mad? I bear my mother's blood too, was she? The king continued, his voice steady. Yes, I have Aerys' blood within me, but I also carry Rhaenys, Jaehaerys', my great-grandfather's, and Aegon the Unlikely's. I embody both sides of my heritage, but I am not defined solely by them. I carry the blood of Rickard Stark, Cregan, Torrhen, Roderick, and Brandon. I am both of my lineage and yet none of it at the same time. For as much as we are shaped by our families, we are also ourselves. I stand before you as I am, a man not yet fully grown, but a man all the same. As he spoke, she could hear the murmur of approval ripple through the crowd. Your Grace, what of our allies? Wyman asked, and she knew he would be the one to shift the conversation. My lord. The West marches even now, under Lord Jaime Lannister's command. The Reach has also mobilized, and I believe they have already begun their march. House Hightower is definitely on the move, though I must travel there from here to confirm. Dorne has also mobilized under Prince Oberyn. The Martells and the Lords of the Narrow Sea have taken Dragonstone, the king announced, eliciting cheers from those gathered. Dorne, your grace? Roose inquired. As I said, my lord, I am not just one part of my family. My sister, my brother, and their mother's kin have risen for me, the king replied. She listened as men began discussing numbers, noting that they felt more secure now. You can be sure of the Reach, your grace? Roderick asked, glancing at her father in search of his thoughts. Lady Margaery is my wife, my lord. We married in front of my gods at the Weirwood in Highgarden and are to wed in front of hers when the opportunity arises. Lady Olenna has given me her word, and Randyll Tarly has knelt and pledged his loyalty to me. The Reach will rise, the king asserted. She smiled at that, as did many others in the room. His existing marriage would thwart any attempts to maneuver a match with him. That he had done it before the old gods only proved he was a true son of the North. My lords, I came here to answer your questions and to show you something. I asked you to join me outside, the king said, stepping away from the room. She, like the others, wondered what he wished to reveal and hurried to the door, eager to see whatever it was for herself. It took some time for everyone to gather, and she noticed there was nothing in the king's hand. Nothing was being brought to him as he walked out with the white wolf by his side. As I mentioned when Lord Glover asked, I am not just one side of my family. Ghost here is a gift from the old gods, the living, breathing sigil of my mother's house. He's not the only gift I was given, my lords and ladies. If you'll look above. She turned her head to the sky and saw nothing for a few moments, then a shape moved toward them. It was larger than a bird, much larger. By the gods, it couldn't be, she thought as it flew out of the clouds gathered overhead, a brilliant white with wings of the brightest blue Margaery had ever seen. As it soared above them, the shadow it cast was immense. She turned to watch as it circled back, and the flames it unleashed from its mouth quickly engulfed the sky. Rhaenix, my lords, my dragon, the king announced, eliciting loud cheers, though some faces were tinged with nervousness. It was Highgarden, 297 AC. Margaery returned to find a vastly changed landscape. Row upon row of tents surrounded the town, and she had never seen so many armed men in her life. Accompanied by her uncle, who led her grandfather's army, the scene felt even more daunting. When her grandmother spotted her and Sansa, relief washed over her face. The safety and well-being of her family was her greatest concern, a sentiment she confided in Margaery later that night. Her father was in his element, throwing yet another feast, his sixth, as her grandmother quickly informed her. Margaery was asked to sit front and center, as befit the future queen. While she complied, the extra guards and attention began to grate on her nerves. Each day, the lords would convene, and her grandmother would return more frustrated than before. Finally, Margaery could take it no longer. Grandmother, what is it? What's wrong? She asked as they sat in the garden. You're fool of a father, her grandmother replied, annoyance clear in her voice. He wishes to issue orders to march, speaks of sieges and taking keeps, yet has he moved? Has he marched? Marjorie, lacking true knowledge of war, asked, "Do we have a plan, grandmother?" "Roland and Tarly do," her grandmother said, "and yet your father risks the favor we have gained by inserting himself where he doesn't belong." "But surely, as lord, he must?" Marjorie questioned. "Must he?" "He sat outside Storm's End while Rhaegar fell." "Do you think I'll allow him to do the same to Jaehaerys?" her grandmother responded, and Marjorie gasped. "Oh, my sweet child, forgive me. Forgive the ranting of an old woman. Jay will not fall, he has something his father didn't have. He has dragons, and we have the men, Marjorie. We will be triumphant, and you will be queen," her grandmother said. Marjorie nodded, though worry gnawed at her. That night, she was grateful to be in her room. Taking the glass candle from the chest, she waited for it to light up and felt a wave of relief when it finally did. Jay, are you there?" she called out. Jay, is it now?" he replied playfully. "Gods, I'm trying my best, John," she said, her annoyance clear. "Marge, what's wrong?" "I was jesting, you know that, right?" he asked. She sighed, feeling frustrated with herself. "I know, Jay. I was just trying to get used to calling you that, so I wouldn't slip and call you John in public," she explained. "Oh, sorry. There's more, though, Marge, isn't there?" he pressed. It's father. Grandmother thinks that he's going to make the same mistakes he made during the rebellion," he finished for her. Marjorie smiled, relieved he had understood without her having to say it aloud. She confirmed, and there was a brief silence before Jay spoke again. "Have the lords lined up on the west balcony 2 days from now, Marge?" "All of them, including your father." "Why? You really think I was ready to go to war without seeing you?" he said, and she felt her heart race a little faster. "You're coming here?" she asked, wanting to be sure. "I am. 2 days from now, at noon," he said. "Noon. I love you," Jay said, and she smiled. "I love you too." The next morning, she told her grandmother about Jay, relieved to see her relax. Later, when she mentioned it to Sansa, her friend seemed a bit subdued. Willis explained that it was the war itself that had Sansa feeling this way. Her mother advised her not to tell her father, otherwise, he would go out of his mind planning the biggest feast yet. So, Marjorie kept him out of the loop for now. That day and night felt never-ending, and even when she broke her fast the next morning. In the morning, Marjorie felt as if time barely moved. But soon enough, she found herself heading to the balcony with her grandmother and their guards. Sansa walked alongside Fong and Willis, while Garland escorted their mother. Her father was deep in conversation with Lord Ashford and her uncle Baylor as they made their way in front of them. "I have no idea why we're doing this. It's quite odd," she heard her father say. "Indeed. Well, no doubt we'll find out soon enough," her uncle replied. As they stood on the balcony, it was Fong who noticed first. The wolf directed Sansa's attention to something in the sky. Sansa pointed it out to Marjorie, who looked into the distance and saw a shape approaching. Gradually, others began to notice as well, and more people started to point at the white figure flying toward them. "Is that? It can't be. It's a dragon," Marjorie heard someone exclaim. A smile spread across her face as she watched the dragon soar closer. Up front, clad in armor she had never seen before, was undoubtedly Jay. Behind him, 2 men wore white cloaks, and as she looked closer, she wondered about the shape that was in front of him. "Ghost. He's brought Ghost." Sansa giggled, her excitement infectious. As the dragon drew nearer, Marjorie and the others could see just how enormous it was. It was as big as the balcony they stood on, and it was magnificent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the sky as the dragon flew overhead, seemingly taking an eternity to pass from their view. "Come, it's time we meet our king," her grandmother said, watching as the lords began to move quickly, each eager to secure the best position to greet the king first. "But we're not ready," her father protested, hurrying along. Marjorie tried her best not to laugh as she too hurried to meet Jay. In Winterfell, Highgarden, in the year 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen had arrived. After the lords of the north saw Rhaenix, things began to move quickly. He told them about Lygaron and how his uncle rode him. It sparked so many questions that he wished he had kept it to himself. Still, it allowed him to focus on what he really wanted to do, listen in on the North's battle plans. Jay began explaining what the others would be doing before quickly moving on to their strategies. Prince Oberyn will move into the Stormlands with the Reach forces. Meanwhile, the West will march to the Riverlands to meet up with the Riverlords and cut Robert off from joining the Knights of the Vale, he said, pointing to the map. "You want us to meet you in the Riverlands?" his uncle asked. "No, I want you to march to this location," he replied, indicating the crossroads. "The Knights of the Vale just need to be delayed long enough for the Western Army, under my uncle, to join you." "With his dragon?" Meej asked. "Aye. Robert and Jon Arryn have the main forces. Stannis will lead the Stormlords and try to unite with them. If they can come together, it would change the nature of this war. But we outnumber them separately, just as we do together. If we can keep them apart, perhaps we can win this with far less bloodshed." "You really think there won't be bloodshed here, Your Grace?" Wyman asked. "I'd like to shed as little as possible, which is why the dragons are not to be used in a full-on attack," he replied, receiving nods of agreement. "So, no fields of fire?" Ricard Karstark said, almost dismissively. "If it needs to be done, then it will be done, my lord. If I believe I'm putting too many lives at risk, or if, by some twist of fate, we find ourselves in trouble, then my uncle and I are both prepared to do what is necessary to save our allies' lives, even at the cost of many of our enemies. But when all is said and done, I intend to be king of all of Westeros, not just those who rose for me. Burning fathers, sons, brothers, my family has done enough of that already. Forgive me for not wanting to make it my first choice." Jay noticed some of the men looking at him in agreement, although Roose Bolton appeared unconvinced. After the lords departed, he remained in the room with his uncle, observing the worried expression on his face. "Uncle?" Jay asked, concerned that he might have said something to upset him. "What?" "Sorry, I was lost in thought." "This is a good plan, Your Grace, an excellent one. I wish it didn't have to be carried out, but it must be done, and this is the best way forward," his uncle replied. "Thank you, uncle. I'll leave on the morrow," Jay said. "Talk to them, Your Grace, the lords. The Blackfish will seek reassurance about his kin, and others will want to speak. Engage with them before you leave." "Uncle, Lady Catelyn." "I know. You've made that clear." "I'm with you, Your Grace, all the way," his uncle said, reaching out to touch Jay's shoulder. He felt grateful for both the reassurance and the gesture. Jay spoke with Wyman, the Great and Smallgens, Meej, and Yora. He also addressed Ricard Karstark and even Roose Bolton, although he spent more time speaking with Roose's son, Domeric, who listened carefully to his words. As he walked toward the sparring yard, he spotted Bran and the Blackfish approaching. He glanced at Loras and nodded, prompting his friend to laugh as they quickened their pace. "John, are you sparring?" Bran asked before covering his mouth. "Sorry, Your Grace." Brother, I am," Jay replied, noticing the excitement growing on Bran's face. He and Loras drew their swords, and he heard the gasp when Bran laid eyes on Dark Sister. Soon, they were moving, and although Jay tried to stretch out the match, Loras yielded quickly enough. Noticing the crowd that had gathered around them, Jay looked to Arthur and gave him a nod. The knight smirked as he pulled out his sword. The gasps in the yard grew louder when they spotted Dawn, but the noise fell silent as Arthur stood across from Jay, with people pointing at the two legendary swords. The whispers of their names danced on the wind. "To 5 or a yield, sire?" Jay asked. "Aye, your grace," Arthur replied. Dark Sister, a slender longsword, felt like it was meant for Jay from the moment he first wielded it. He knew that Dawn, Arthur's greatsword, held the same significance for him, though its size gave Arthur greater reach. For Jay, it was all about quickness and movement, unconventional attacks and spins. He steeled himself, aware that he would need to give it his all just to keep up. The first clash of their swords reverberated through the yard, producing an otherworldly sound. Jay moved and dodged, feeling as if the armor on his back was a part of him, just like the sword itself. Both pieces were lighter than regular steel yet far stronger. He adjusted quickly to the slightly extra weight, relieved to find it no hindrance to his agility. He thrust, and Arthur parried. Jay spun, and Arthur was there, waiting. The duel lasted longer than his match with Loras, but eventually, Arthur scored the first 2 points. As the knight stepped back, Jay advanced, feinting to make Arthur prepare for a blow that never came. Instead, Jay rolled behind him, claiming a point just as Arthur adjusted his footing. That would be Jay's only point. Even though he had made the knight work for it, he lost the next 2 and soon yielded the last. "Well, at least I got one today," he said, prompting laughter. "Aye, you're getting better, your grace," Arthur said with a smile. "That was incredible, Jay, your grace," Bran added. Jay was about to invite his brother to spar when he noticed the way the Blackfish was watching him. "Bran, why don't you speak to Ser Arthur?" "Ser Brynden needs a word," he suggested. The knight nodded, and Arthur looked at him, shaking his head as he called Ghost to him. Together, they walked to a quieter part of the yard. Loras stood behind Jay, observing intently. Jay hadn't left Arthur's sight, but he knew he couldn't go any further or the knight would follow him. The look on his brother's face as he spoke to Arthur made him smile a little. "You have questions, Ser Brynden?" Arthur asked. "My house?" Brynden replied. "It will be stripped of its Lord Paramount position, and your name will come to an end," Arthur said simply. "Edmure?" Brynden inquired. "Death," Arthur answered without looking at him. "Lisa?" Brynden pressed. "You ask the wrong man, Ser Brynden. Your sister was arrested and charged with adultery by Jon Arryn. She and her son are prisoners," Arthur explained. "What? You lie!" Brynden exclaimed, moving closer. Jay raised his hand to stop Loras from intervening. "For what reason would I lie? You know how I feel about your house, and I rise against Jon Arryn anyway. What do I care for your opinion of the man? You won't fight for me, no matter the reasons," Arthur replied, noting the almost imperceptible nod from Brynden. "Cat?" Brynden asked. "She is my sibling's mother. I would not see her harmed, but she will end her days far from my sight," Arthur said, and Brynden nodded in understanding. "Ned says you plan to make Bran Lord of Riverrun?" Brynden continued. "Aye, but as a Stark," Arthur said as he began to walk away. After exchanging a few words with Bran, he and his Kingsguard made their way to the Godswood. Jay knelt before the ancient tree, praying to the old gods that those he cared for would remain safe. Hearing Arthur turn, he stood up to see a tall, thin woman with gray hair approaching. It took him a moment to recognize the sigil, long axes and a crown stitched to her side. "Lady Dustin," he said as he rose. "Your Grace," she replied, glancing back at him. "Aye, you certainly have her look, and some of her temperament too. In another life, I could have been your good aunt, but alas, it was not to be. This is the only life we could have met, my lady," he responded, and she looked at him before nodding. "Was it you, Ser Arthur? Were you the one who struck my William down?" she asked. Arthur nodded. I protected my king, my lady. Your husband fought bravely, as did the others. Yet, I must admit, I cannot tell one from the other. I lost my brothers that day, and I prefer not to dwell on it, Arthur said, his voice tinged with sadness. Is he worth it, Sir Arthur? Do you truly believe he is worth the lives that were lost? There are many lives I would give my own for, my lady. None worth as much as the king I now serve, Arthur replied, and Jay felt a lump in his throat as he listened to them. My nephew says you promised him his happiness, your grace. You may consider that as payment for my husband's life. For now, my men are yours. In payment of that debt, you have my fealty, and the past will remain where it belongs, Barbary said, walking away. That night, Jay spoke to Marjorie, then flew out the next morning, saying his goodbyes to his uncle. Soon, they were soaring over the west, landing near the crag. After eating and resting, they took to the skies once more. Below him, armies rode and marched, and he wondered if the war had truly begun. Jay felt his heart race as they entered the Reach, soon flying over Red Lake and Golden Grove, before finally catching sight of Highgarden itself. Rhaenix flew over the keep, and Jay looked down to see the men lined up. But, as always, his gaze was on her, wishing she could see the smile behind his helm. They landed not too far away, and after speaking to Rhaenix and instructing her to find food and a place to stay, he walked toward the castle with a spring in his step. Arthur and Loras noticed his enthusiasm. Eager to get there, Your Grace? Loras asked. Loras, I am. Try to keep up, he laughed as Ghost raced ahead of him. It seems none of us will beat him, Your Grace, Arthur remarked. Jay just smiled. Ghost would see Marjorie and feel her touch before he would, but he couldn't begrudge the wolf that. He only wished he could stay here longer than he would. He intended to act, but deep down, he knew he couldn't. The war waited for none of them, and unlike Mace, he wouldn't dawdle. There were many more miles to travel, and soon enough, he would be heading west, with a stag in his sights. At Stonehenge in 297 AC, Jonos called his banners after the ravens arrived. Once the message came from Shella, he understood he had no choice but to pledge his support to the true king. It was already a given that he wouldn't rise for Edmure Tully, but he had been prepared to leave it at that. Then the raven arrived, claiming Jon Snow was not who everyone thought he was, but rather the son of Rhaegar Targaryen. This revelation forced him to reconsider. The truth became clear: Ned Stark had lied to protect his kin, and now the boy was aiming for the throne. Figuring out that Jon would likely win was not difficult, yet he still hesitated. His location demanded caution. If Robert arrived first with dragon banners flying, his house would suffer. Then another raven came for Shella. She was raising her banners for the dragon, as were Mallister, Mutton, Derry, and Blackwood. The last one gave him pause once more, but in the end, he knew what he had to do, and so the dragon banner flew over his keep. My lord, forces are arriving from the west, Harry said. Are they friendly? He asked his bastard son. I doubt it, my lord. It's the silver trout, Harry replied. He braced himself, relieved it was Edmure and not Robert who had come. He climbed to his tower, looking out with a myrish eye as the army approached. He was shocked that Edmure had managed to gather so many, making his own forces look pitiful in comparison. Fortunately, there were no siege engines among Edmure's supplies. With time, they could be built, and time was on his side. Walking away from the tower, he ordered the horses to be readied and instructed that a flag of parley be presented. It took some time for the answer to come back from. As Edmure approached, Jonos prepared to ride out. He had to insist that Harry stay behind with Hendry, explaining that he needed his kin close, just in case. While he didn't expect the parley to break down, he trusted no one when it came to Tully. Edmure's actions towards the king had shown that his mind was far from clear regarding Jaehaerys. As he rode out to meet them, Jonos noticed that only a few houses had joined Edmure, House Piper, Vance, Goodbrook, and Ryger among them, leaving Edmure far worse off than he should have been. "Lord Bracken, I sent the raven and called you to arms, yet you did not answer," Edmure said as he met Jonos in his hastily arranged tent. "I did not, for you serve a false king, my lord, and I have pledged my sword to the true one," Jonos replied. "A bastard." "You've pledged yourself to a bastard," Edmure laughed, while the lords around him smiled. "Did I? Better a bastard than a monster, my lord," Jonos countered, causing the smiles to fade. "Your liege lord called, and you refused." "That makes you a traitor, Jonos," Mark Piper stated. "Or my king called and you refused, making you one, Mark. Only the victorious get to write this story. Are you sure the side you serve will be the one to win?" Jonos said with a smile. "King Robert put down the dragons once before," Lymond interjected. "When he had more of the Riverlands and Ned Stark at his side, Lymond." "Here, the odds are not in his favor," Jonos replied, noticing Edmure's growing anger. "A side led by a bastard, a green boy," Edmure sneered. Jonos couldn't help but chuckle. "That very same green boy has knocked you on your arse more than once. But by all means, try your luck again, my lord. The West, the Reach, the North, I'm sure they'll look forward to proving the green boy true." "So you will not rise?" Edmure asked. "I've risen, my lord, just not for you," Jonos said with a smirk. "Then we'll see you on the morrow," Edmure replied, and Jonos sighed as he turned to walk away from the tent, pausing to glance back at the other lords, men he had once called friends. "He fights because he's been foolish enough to poke the dragon," he said, pointing at Edmure. "The rest of you should know better." As he prepared his horse, he heard the grumbling among the lords. Without a moment's hesitation, he rode back. The villagers had taken refuge in the keep, and his men had erected barricades in a desperate attempt to halt the enemy's advance. Deep down, he knew it was futile, and he could only hope that Edmure wouldn't be cruel enough to burn the village to the ground. Every able man was armed and ready for the battle that awaited them. The attack came sooner than he had anticipated, and the fighting through the village was fierce. Soon, he watched as enemy forces began to surround his keep. Jonos turned to his men, his kin, steeling himself for the assault on Stonehenge. When the horn sounded, he was taken aback, though not as much as the men who were busy setting up their tents, waiting for the siege to commence. He witnessed men fall and horses bolt, while chaos erupted around him. Peering through the Myrish eye, he could hardly believe what he saw. "Those are Blackwood men," he exclaimed, feeling an unexpected surge of joy as he uttered the words. "Aye, but on whose side?" Hendry, his nephew, asked. He didn't need to answer, their actions spoke volumes. Though the Blackwood forces didn't aim to rout the enemy, they weren't pursuing them or seeking to eliminate them entirely. Yet the day belonged to them. The attack had been utterly unexpected, catching Edmure off guard, literally, as Psalms would later recount. Jonos watched as the army that had come to seize his home was driven off his lands. Tents, horses, and armor were hastily abandoned in their flight, and in that, their victory was complete. Morale soared as his men cheered, while he could only imagine the despair that must have gripped those on Edmure's side. As Jonos made his way to the gate, he prepared to welcome Tytos Blackwood into his home for the very first time. He even thought about feasting with the man tonight if Tytos was willing to break bread with him. "Jonos," Tytos said as he arrived. "Tytos," Jonos replied, "I must say, I didn't expect you." We have our differences, but those are for another day. My king sent me here, Jonos, and so here I am," Tytos explained. "You spoke to him?" Jonos asked, curious about the whereabouts of the king. "No, I received a message from a dead man telling me Tully marched here," Tytos said with a laugh. "A dead man?" "Sir Richard Lonmouth lives and stands at the king's side, Jonos." It seems more of Rhaegar's old guard has survived too, as Ser Arthur Dayne guards the king's back. The sword of the morning, Jonos whispered in awe. Aye, help is on the way, Jonos. The king's men are marching, and we're to meet them at Riverrun. Ha, good. Tully tried to take my home from me, I'll be glad to help the king take his, Jonos said, laughing heartily. He left a force to garrison the keep and rode alongside Tytos and his men. Along the way, he heard that the Malisters, along with others, would soon be joining them, and they would meet with the lions before long. Looking back at Stonehenge in the distance, he turned to the man riding beside him and shook his head, bursting into laughter. What's so funny, Jonos? Tytos asked, intrigued. All my life, I worried it would be you who took Stonehenge from me, Tytos. Little did I know I would see a king in my time who'd prove me wrong, Jonos replied, still chuckling. Aye, now let's go get some fish, Tytos said, joining in the laughter. Chapter 112, The Dragon's Home. Highgarden, 297 AC. Olenna watched as the dragon soared toward them, a smile spreading across her face. She felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing she had chosen the right side. The excited murmurs of those around her as they rushed outside only heightened the reality of the moment. But it was the man riding the dragon who truly filled her with joy. Jae was needed here, and she hoped he would handle Mace in a way that preserved their dignity, and that of her foolish son. Standing in line with the others, Olenna eagerly awaited his arrival. When she finally caught sight of him, she heard a collective intake of breath behind her. She understood why. The armor he wore was reminiscent of his father's, or as close to it as he could manage. But soon, her attention shifted from the king to the two men following him. A swell of pride filled her heart, more pride than she had felt since discovering Jay's connection to Marjorie. Is that Loras? Allery asked, her voice filled with wonder. It is. He's a Kingsguard, Willis replied from her side, a smile lighting up his face as he looked at his brother. Olenna couldn't suppress her smile. Her grandson looked magnificent in his polished armor, the white cloak billowing behind him as he walked alongside Ser Arthur in the king's procession. She recalled how, since he was a boy, Loras had dreamed of becoming a knight, serving in the noble order alongside true knights. The thought that he would do so for a good king and queen had once seemed a distant hope. As she glanced at Marjorie, who was beaming, and then at Jay, who, despite his attention being elsewhere, couldn't help but steal glances at her granddaughter, Olenna realized she had received all she had ever wished for, and more. Your Grace, Highgarden is yours, her son declared as they all knelt. Arise, Lord Tyrell, my lords and ladies, Jay responded, his voice firm and strong. Olenna smiled as he kissed Allery's outstretched hand before moving to do the same for her. Lady Olenna, he said, kissing her hand. Your Grace, it's good to see you, she replied, glancing back at him as Jay moved on to Sansa and then Marjorie. My lady, a pleasure, truly, he said. Olenna didn't need to look to know that Marjorie's smile was echoed by Mace and her mother. Your Grace, may I escort you inside? Marjorie asked. Jay nodded, taking her arm as they walked into the keep. As soon as they entered, Marjorie turned to Mace. Please gather the lords, the king will want to address them. Her son rushed off to fulfill her request. Olenna hurried after Jay and Marjorie, half expecting her grandson and Ser Arthur to deny her entry at the door, where they stood guard. But they didn't stop her. She walked in just as Marjorie and Jay shared a passionate kiss. Ahem, Olenna cleared her throat, chuckling at the look Jay shot her way when he turned around. As king, can I not simply order you to leave, he said with a smirk, prompting a giggle from her granddaughter. You could, Your Grace, of course, but I would take my granddaughter with me, Olenna replied, raising an eyebrow. Well, in that case, you're most welcome to stay, my lady, Jay said, settling into a chair, with Marjorie taking a seat beside him. Olenna's gaze shifted to the White Wolf, who sat not at the king's side but at Marjorie's. Just then, a knock on the door announced Willis and Garland. Both of her grandsons took their seats as Jay nodded to them. "You named Loras to your Kingsguard, Your Grace?" Olenna asked, a smile spreading across her face. "Aye, my lady. It's what he wished for, and I can think of no one I'd rather have guarding my back or my queen's," Jay replied, reaching over to take Marjorie's hand in his. "Where is the dragon, Your Grace?" Willis asked, just as another knock echoed through the room. Sansa nearly burst in, rushing to hug her brother. "I'm sorry, little sister. I would have come too." Jay said, "I'll see you when I'm done here." Sansa shook her head. "No, it's no problem. I just wanted to see you, brother," she replied as Jay pointed to a spot beside him for her to sit. Once she settled down, he glanced around the room, and Olenna was taken aback by the seriousness that washed over his face. "I take it Lord Mace was awaiting my orders to march?" he asked, his voice now firmer than it had been just moments before. "He was," Garland confirmed, and Jay regarded him thoughtfully before continuing. "I intend to name your father commander of my reserve army and order him to secure the Reach. Ser Garland, I truly hate to ask this of you, but I need you to stay with him." "Your Grace?" Garland responded, disappointment evident in his voice at the thought of not marching to war, though Olenna felt relieved. "In time, Ser Garland, I will call for you to march west. For now, I need most of the Reach's forces, Tarly, Rowan, Hightower, to join Prince Oberyn and break the Stormlords," Jay explained. "Could my brother not be better used there, Jay?" Marjorie inquired, and Jay turned his gaze toward her. "Most certainly, but I need someone to carry my orders out here. When I call, I need someone to go against your father should he." "Dally," Olenna interjected, and Jay nodded in agreement. "Ser Garland, I need you to select the best men remaining. Choose from the houses that will follow your lead. I'll leave you a written order, with a copy here for your grandmother, that will countermand any orders your father gives. I need it to be you. Do you understand why?" Jay asked. Garland shook his head, and just as Jay was about to elaborate, Willis chimed in, "So father doesn't lose face." "Aye," Jay replied. "If it's another lord, the question will arise, and word would spread that I don't trust my good father. If it's his son who does it, it'll appear as if he ordered it." Garland nodded eagerly. "You think I'll be needed?" he asked, and Olenna shuddered at his enthusiasm for war. "I think you'll march, Ser. How needed you or any of us will be depends on whether or not Robert is lucky," Jay replied. After discussing a few other matters, they learned that Ghost would be staying by Marjorie's side, which sparked a debate between her and Sansa. "He should be with you, Jay." "You'll be the one fighting," Marjorie insisted. "She's right, John. He needs to be by your side," Sansa added, and Olenna noticed the annoyance in Sansa's voice as she used his name, a name she had avoided since entering the room. "I cannot leave a Kingsguard here. Loras would never forgive me, and Arthur won't be left behind. Where I go, he goes. Besides, I'll be on Rhaenix most of the time, and when I'm not, I have Jors, Walder, and Barristan the Bold. I'm well protected. Marge, if Ghost is here, then I'm here." "I can ensure your safety," Jay said, gently holding Marjorie's hand to his cheek. "What of you?" she asked. "With Ghost, you'll know that I am also," he replied, and Marjorie smiled, pleased to see her nod in agreement. They had only spoken for a few moments when the last of the lords began taking their seats in the room. Jay stood between her grandson and Ser Arthur, whose appearance drew positive comments from those around them. Taking her seat at the high table, Olenna looked out at the assembled lords as Jay rose to address them. "My lords of the Reach, it gladdens me to see so many men here who have served my father so truly," Jay began, his gaze landing on Randyll Tarly and Mathis Rowan, who were glaring at her son. "We stand now so very close to what my father wished for, a realm we can all be proud of, one where we all prosper, and the promise my father held can finally be fulfilled." Olenna observed some of the lords nodding in agreement, pleased to see Tarly and Rowan shifting their focus to the king, keeping Mace out of their line of sight. The army marches, my lords. Dorne marches, the west marches, and so do the lords of the narrow sea. Dragonstone belongs to the dragons once again, my lords. My families keep flies our flag once more. It's time for the lords of the Reach to join the fray. Are you with me? I asked, are you with me, my lords? Will you march for me? For justice, for honor, for glory. Jay's voice rang out strongly. For justice. For honor. For glory. The echoes filled the room, and Jay waited a moment for the excitement to settle before looking out at the gathered lords once more. My lords, I intend to convene a war council immediately. Lord Tarly, Lord Rowan, Lord Redwine, Lord Ashford, and Ser Baylor, please follow Lord Willis. I'll join you shortly. Ser Garland, would you speak to the remaining lords while I have a word with my future good father? As Jay spoke, Mace puffed up with pride. After addressing Jay, he approached her, and she couldn't help but wonder what had transpired between them. Whatever it was, it had clearly worked. Mace was strutting around as if he had just been entrusted with the most important task in Westeros, even though he had been asked to sit out the war. Garland returned with news that he had secured the Fossaways, Crane, and Caswells to support Jay, making them the reserve. When Willis came to speak with her a little later, he revealed that Jay had spoken privately to Rowan and Tarly, and then to the others. They would march south at dawn. Since there hadn't been time to organize a true feast, they had instead enjoyed a typically large dinner. She quickly noticed how Jay sat close to Marjorie, their conversation almost exclusively between the two of them. Jay only broke away to speak to Sansa and Willis. Once dinner concluded, she made her way to the rooms designated for the king, spotting both Arthur and Loras on guard outside. Is he inside? She asked Loras, who nodded. She couldn't help but admire her grandson. He had been on duty for most of the day and never once faltered in his commitment. My lady? Jay said as she entered and took a seat, surprised to find that Marjorie wasn't with him. My granddaughter, your grace? She asked. She was tired, my lady, and refused to go to sleep unless I did. So, I hope you'll forgive me for the small untruth I told her, he replied. She glanced around the room and noticed the papers he had been working on. The wedding, Jay? She inquired as he gestured for her to sit. I wish it could take place now, but I want my family and those I care about to be there, as does Marjorie. We've also decided it will be held in the September of Baylor, my lady, so the people of King's Landing can share in our joy and see it as the new beginning we intend it to be, he explained, and she smiled at his words. A part of me almost wishes to force you to marry now, before you head off to war, she said, and he smiled back. I want my aunt to be there, my uncles. I realize now that the wedding we had was wrong. Love shouldn't be a secret or hidden, the realm should know what we feel for each other, Jay stated, and she nodded in agreement. Very well. Tarly, Rowan? There's an issue with Lord Mace, but it's resolved, my lady, he replied. When do you leave? She asked, her tone suddenly more concerned. I'll stay one more day. I want to spend time with Sansa and Marjorie and ensure all arrangements are made here. Then I'll leave you to your work, she said, rising from her seat. He nodded in acknowledgement. I'll send Loras to speak with you tomorrow, my lady, you and his family, he promised. She thanked him as she departed. 2 days later, she watched as the dragon took to the sky. Beside her, Sansa held Willis's hand. Though she looked worried, she managed to bear it well. Marjorie gripped her own hand tightly, and as Olenna looked at her granddaughter, she could see that Marjorie was on the verge of tears. But before Marjorie could respond, Ghost, the white wolf, moved closer, rubbing against her side. Marjorie instinctively stroked the wolf's back, and soon her expression shifted, giving way to a small smile. Meanwhile, in Duskendale, in the year 297 AC, Jon Cunnington was eager to set foot on Westerosi soil for the first time in 14 years as the ships docked. He gazed at the port city, trying to push aside thoughts of what could have been. Had events unfolded differently, he might never have had to leave. If Barristan had succeeded, Rhaegar would have been crowned, and Aerys would have been relegated to history where he belonged. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and the bold had added to his own legend. Less than 6 years later, the Targaryens had fallen, and Rhaegar was dead, a thought that made Jon sigh heavily. He turned to Duck and nodded, signaling him to wake Aegon. Then, he walked to the front of the ship. Behind him, over 200 ships were preparing to dock, the full might of the Golden Company, elephants and all. Jon wondered what their plans would be from this point onward. Homeless Harry had refused to share too many details, and despite Aegon's annoyance with him, it was clear that neither of them was truly in charge. That much had been made evident when he met the Captain General of the company. "I never expected to see you again, Jon," Harry said as they stood together in the tent. "I always expected to see you, Harry." "You're a survivor," Jon replied, pleased to see Harry's hair slip to reveal his bald spot. "'Tis a pity that Miles wasn't," Harry said, and Jon chose not to respond. "Not that it matters. We leave soon for Duskendale, and we'll meet Illyrio's man there for further orders," Harry continued. "Aegon will give the orders," Jon asserted. Harry chuckled. "He may be your king, Jon, but until the fat man's gold clears, he's not mine yet." Jon felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Understanding the situation was proving to be even more challenging, but it was Jon's reassurance that once Illyrio spoke, they would be in charge that brought him some calm. To anyone watching, they appeared just like the other captains of the company or simple soldiers, not the king in hand they truly were. Jon didn't care much for the deception, but they were about to enter dangerous territory, and the safety of his king was his top priority. "Griff," a voice called out, pulling him from his thoughts. He turned to see one of Illyrio's men waiting for him on the dock. "R'hllor's?" he said, trying to recall the man's name as he walked toward the ship. "A letter from the Magister, Griff." "It's important," the young man said, handing him the letter. Without hesitation, Jon tore it open, and as he read, disbelief settled in. The war had begun, and they were expected to fight alongside Robert Baratheon. Surely, that couldn't be true. But as he continued reading, the revelations grew even more bewildering, and Jon found himself needing to sit down to comprehend it all. "Griff, I travel with the king to meet up with you. For now, he must see us as allies and have no doubt that we are on his side. Speak to young Griff and explain why this is necessary. We face much larger odds, and without the king's help, we cannot win. So, we fight by his side, and when the time is right, we make our move. The Lannisters, Starks, and the Reach have united to place Ned Stark's bastard on the throne. They claim him to be Rhaegar's son, of all things, and for now, they've stolen our allies from us. We're forced to forge new alliances, the Stag, the Falcon, and the Fishes. I've had to take other actions, which I'll discuss when we meet. For now, you are a member of the company, Griff, and young Griff is as well. For now, we must play this charade. I hope that when we speak, you'll understand why it won't last long. Illyrio." Jon shook his head at the absurdity of it all. The events had changed drastically. They were returning to a fractured realm, one steeped in chaos. The Lannisters stood on one side, while the Vale, the North, and the Stormlands rallied on the other. Soon, the Reach and Dorne would join the fray, likely to destroy whoever emerged victorious from that false war. Now, it appeared they were destined to partake in a genuine conflict, one where the odds were decidedly against them. As if that wasn't enough, there was the matter of Ned Stark's bastard. It was no surprise that the Kingslayer would tarnish his honor, nor was it shocking that the ambitious Roses would seek a crown by any means necessary. But Ned Stark was different. While he held little regard for the man himself, he respected Stark's unwavering sense of honor. To claim a son of Rhaegar and sully his king, his prince, was something he simply couldn't comprehend or forgive. Perhaps it's the truth, a voice whispered in his mind, and he shook his head in response. He could envision how the story might unfold, a son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Stark. It seemed plausible enough to fit together. But it couldn't be true. It just wasn't. Even if it were, the boy was still a bastard or a second son. Regardless, Aegon was the one true king, wasn't he? Lost in his thoughts, Jon barely noticed when Aegon arrived. It took him a moment to realize he was there, the mask on the side of Aegon's face that faced away from him revealing his unblemished side. There stood his silver prince, his king. No, this letter had to be a lie. From Illyrio, Aegon. It seems we must remain mummers for a little longer, Jon said as he handed over the letter. He watched Aegon read, noticing the boy's expression growing more and more furious. Jon stood there, bracing himself for the storm that was bound to come. Since Aegon had been attacked by the dragon, his temper had grown increasingly short. His angry outbursts had become more frequent, and nothing Jon, Duck, Haldon, or even Septa Lemore had done seemed capable of changing that. Aegon usually calmed down once he expressed himself fully. Lies, damn lies. Wolves, lions, roses, everyone trying to steal my throne. They want to put a bastard on my seat, and now I'm forced to march with the stag and the falcon, usurpers, thieves, all of them. Aegon shouted. Griff, he called out as people began to gather at the dock. I'll see them all in the ground, every last one, including this bastard. With that, Aegon stormed off the deck, with Septa Lemore following closely behind and Haldon trailing after her. Could we not have kept that from him, Jon? Duck asked, looking concerned. Jon shook his head. No, Duck. He needs to know. We're about to be among our enemies, and he must be aware of everything. One wrong word or misplaced step, and we could all lose our heads, even his. Duck regarded him for a moment before walking away. That night, they sat in Lord Ricker's hall, the Lord clearly unhappy to have them there. For a brief moment, Jon wished he could reveal who truly occupied his hall, to let Ricker know he was hosting Rhaegar's son. House Ricker had always been loyal to the dragons, and Jon could see how difficult it was for the man to prepare for the stag's presence. Renford glanced at him, shaking his head in disgust at the thought of Jon now fighting on Robert's side. If not for his concern for Aegon's safety, Jon would have made it clear he was not on that side. But he couldn't take any chances, so he played his part. Later that night, the Lord approached him, his expression softer. Jon welcomed him as he sat beside him. It's been a long time, Jon. I never would have imagined you'd be here in this regard, Renford said. I'm a member of the company now, Renford. Like them, my word is as good as gold, Jon replied. I would have thought you'd be fighting on the dragon's side, fighting for Rhaegar's son, Renford said. Jon stared intently at Renford. Why would I fight for Ned Stark's bastard? Why would I want to be part of that mummer's show? Renford moved closer, his eyes scanning the room. Jon felt a sense of relief that they were alone at the table. That boy is Rhaegar's son, Jon. I know it to be true. I saw him knock a fish on his backside in King's Landing. 10 name days old, and he put Edmure Tully on the ground in an honor duel, Renford explained. An honor duel against Edmure Tully, Hoster's heir. Jon couldn't help but smile at the thought of a young boy besting the Fish Lord, imagining what the ever-grasping Hoster must have thought of that. The night before, he called Edmure out for the actions of his house, for being the oath-breakers they were. He fought the duel because the man insulted his mother and father. He made Edmure apologize in front of the king, even went without an apology for himself as long as his parents received one. That doesn't make him a dragon, Jon replied, and Renford nodded. Aye, but a dragon he is, and you, my friend, are on the wrong side, Renford said, standing up and moving away. And you, Renford? Jon asked. I'll see my house survive, Jon, and pray this dragon is more understanding than the last one, the Lord said as he walked away. That night, Jon's sleep was troubled as memories of Harrenhal flooded back, the day the smiles died. Rhaegar had looked as majestic as ever, his armor black and glistening as he rode past Elia, crowning a woman who was not his wife. Jon recognized the look in Rhaegar's eyes, a look he knew all too well, as it mirrored his own whenever he gazed upon the prince. Protect him, Jon, protect our son, he heard them say. They were no longer looking at each other but staring directly at him. Protect him, Jon, beware of the black dragon. The next morning, they arrived, and the stag had gotten fat. If Jon hadn't been traveling with Illyrio, he would have been the heaviest man in the group. He surveyed the force they had gathered, no more than 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers. His gaze shifted to Aegon, who gripped his sword tightly. Jon stepped back to reassure his king. When Robert looked at the Golden Company, a pleased expression spread across his face, especially when he spotted the elephants and Strickland hailed him as his king. Beside him, Aegon bristled, and that tension lingered throughout the day until they were finally brought to meet Illyrio. The unsullied guards ensured they were not disturbed. Aegon glanced at Jon, signaling him to speak, but Jon waited until the rotund man finished his meal. Speaking to Illyrio was unpleasant enough at the best of times, but watching him eat could turn your stomach and ruin your appetite. Forgive me, Jon, Aegon. We've ridden hard, Illyrio said, barely pausing as he stuffed his mouth with a small bird. Magister, what is our plan? Jon asked. For now, we play with the stag, Jon. Our enemies are too powerful for us to defeat alone, and we need to level the playing field if we ever hope to see the rightful king on his throne, Illyrio replied, glancing at Aegon. You would have me march with the man who killed my father? Aegon retorted, anger flashing in his eyes. I want to see you crowned, Aegon. I promised you justice and a crown, and I will ensure you have both, Illyrio insisted. We're outmatched, badly, Aegon said, frustration evident in his voice. I know. I've taken steps to correct that. Once the answer arrives, we can put the stag in the ground and crown a true king, Illyrio assured him. Steps? Aegon questioned. The pretender will fall. I will not allow Aegon's crown to go to a false dragon. His allies will eventually come to us, but they will receive no reward. It will no longer be a rose that is crowned, but a snake, Illyrio explained. I'm to be crowned? Aegon said, misinterpreting Illyrio's words. Of course, my king, but you need a queen, and we need allies. I've sent a message to your uncles, told them the truth about you, and offered to make your cousin a queen. Soon, we'll have Dornish spears to join the Golden Company, and then, my king, the realm will learn who you truly are, Illyrio said. My uncles, I'll see my uncles soon, Aegon replied with a smile. Illyrio nodded, but Jon felt an unsettling discomfort. Was it the thought of Dornish spears and another Dornish queen that troubled him, or was it the haunting echo of his dream and Illyrio's words replaying in his mind? Protect him, Jon, protect our son, the voice urged in his head once more. Highgarden, Dragonstone, 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen felt the thrill of flight as they soared over the countryside, each flap of Rhaenix's wings bringing them closer to Dragonstone. Initially, he had hoped to take a different route, over the Stormlands or to scout the Dornish army. However, Rhaenix was far too eager to reach the island. She took the most direct path, and it took all of his effort to convince her to land by the Blue Burn near the grassy vale to rest. Rhaenix, determined to fly through the night despite her fatigue, insisted. We need to rest, Ray, for us if not for you, he said softly. Very well, but we fly early on the morrow, Jay. I wish to be there before nightfall, she replied, and he chuckled as he leaned against her head. We'll leave early, Ray. Now please rest, for me, he urged, and she huffed before settling down. As Arthur tended to the fire, he and Loras walked to the river to fill their pouches with cool water. Jay took a quick drink, splashing some on his face before they prepared to return. "What did they say?" he asked as they headed back to Arthur. "They asked me if it was what I truly wished for, if I was happy. When I told them I was, they said how happy they were for me," Loras replied. "How proud," Loras said, and Jay patted him on the back. "They should be," he replied, a smile spreading across Loras's face as they reached the fire and sat down. They chatted for a few moments while eating, with Jay asking Arthur about Dragonstone and how often his father visited. "He was its prince, my king. We had our own court there, and it was different. Aerys, though, grew paranoid that we were plotting against him, so he'd order us back to King's Landing whenever the whim took him," Arthur explained. "Ray said they were happy there, father, her and Elia too?" he asked. "They were. Your mother would have loved it as well, my king." "It's different, freeing," Arthur said. "Thank you. I'll turn in for the night. Don't stay up late, either of you. Rhaenix will ensure we're protected, so both of you should get some rest." He said this, though he knew it was pointless. As he lay down to sleep, he found he, too, was unable to rest. Excitement about seeing his family's home wasn't the only thing on his mind. He thought back to Highgarden and to his wife. Highgarden, just a few days earlier. All he wished for was to spend time with her, and with Sansa too, but mainly with his wife. To hold her, to kiss her, to simply be with her. Yet, just like in Winterfell, he had work to do. After spending a little time with her and laying out some of his plans, he addressed the lords and prepared for the next step. Bringing them on board had already been accomplished, all he needed to do now was rouse them a little. Once that was done, he asked to speak to Mace alone, knowing the man would need to feel special and valued. He was led to a surprisingly small room, sitting down to face his good father, who stared nervously at him. Jay had gone over and over in his head what needed to be done during the flight here. Mace couldn't be left in charge of military matters but couldn't be seen to be removed, which left him in a quandary. Then, he hit upon a simple solution, until it wasn't. "Lord Tyrell, I apologize for not informing you of my plans sooner," Arthur began, his tone sincere. "I wanted to speak to you in person to ensure there's no doubt about your important role in them." He noticed Mace sit up a little straighter. "Of course, Your Grace," Mace replied. "Soon, we'll be kin, my lord. Marjorie and I have agreed to marry in the September of Baelor, with the realm invited to witness our wedding and crowning. I know she looks forward to having her father walk her down the aisle to meet the High Septon." Arthur paused, taking in the smile spreading across Mace's face. "A royal wedding for the realm to remember, Your Grace," Mace said, clearly excited. "Exactly, my lord, one worthy of my new queen," Arthur added, noticing Mace's smile growing even wider. "To ensure this happens, I find myself in need of your services. You're the only man I can rely on to see this done." "Command me anything, Your Grace," Mace responded, practically bursting with enthusiasm. "I need to ensure that the Reach remains secure, my lord. While my attack is important, the safety of my future queen and her homeland is paramount. I plan to ask some men from the Reach to march and harry the Stormlords. However, I need someone resolute and unyielding to carry out this crucial mission. Can I count on you, my lord?" Arthur asked. "Of course, Your Grace, unquestionably," Mace replied without hesitation. "Then I'll have Ser Garland assemble a force of men to stay with you, forming your reserve. Meanwhile, I'll ask some of the more troublesome lords to engage the Stormlords, men better suited for that lesser task," Arthur said with a smile. "I thank you, Your Grace, for entrusting me with this important mission," Mace said, rising as Arthur did. "Think nothing of it, my lord. After all, we're to be family," Arthur said. He glanced at Arthur and nodded as he left the room. Together with Loras, they walked toward Willis, who was standing with the other lords. Tarly and Rowan looked at him eagerly, though they also kept glancing at Arthur. "Lord Willis, could you ensure your guards keep us from being disturbed?" "I'd like Ser Arthur and Ser Loras to attend this meeting as well," he said. Willis nodded and promptly took action. "Your Grace, it's so good to finally meet you," Mathis said. Jay nodded in acknowledgement to him and the other lords. "You too, my lord, all of you. I only wish we had more time to speak, but we mustn't dally, my lords. There are important matters to address, and I've called you here to discuss them." He noticed Randyll Tarly nodding appreciatively. He requested a map, and once it was laid out, he pointed to the Stormlands. "My lords, the West rides to join our allies in the Riverlands and to bring those who have allied with House Tully to heel. The North will march to cut off the Vale, and Lord Jaime will lead his forces against Robert, where I will join him. I need the Reach and Dorne to take the Stormlands, to prevent the army from uniting with any others, and to force Robert to redirect his attention there. Lord Tarly, I'm placing you in command of this campaign. You are to meet with the Dornish forces under Prince Oberyn, and together, you will bring the Stormlands under our control." He observed the pleased expressions on the faces of the other lords and Ser Baelor. "I thank you for this honor, your grace," Lord Tarly replied. "For Ashford, my lord, let Robert remember who it was that dealt him his defeat," he said, and Tarly nodded in agreement. "Lord Tyrell, your grace?" Ser Baelor asked. "Will ensure the Reach is protected and, along with Ser Garland, will be in charge of our reserves. I leave it to you, my lords, to decide what forces you deem necessary from your own to take with you. But as I said, Lord Tarly, you are in command of this part of our army. I have no doubt you'll adapt my plans if needed." He looked directly into Lord Tarly's eyes. "Of course, your grace, should it be necessary," Lord Tarly said with a smirk. "Just in. Here, my lord, a copy of my orders." He handed the letter over. "This supersedes any other instructions and comes directly from the king, should it be needed." He smiled as he spoke. "Your grace," Lord Tarly replied with a nod. "I wish you good fortune, my lords, and when we next meet, I hope this war is over. If not, it will be an honor to ride into battle with you." He turned to walk away, then paused and returned to the table. He stood silently for a moment, meeting the eyes of each lord present. "My father made some mistakes, my lords. He tried to take the throne without fighting a war and ended up drawn into one he wasn't prepared for. I am ready, truly, for this war. I've been ready all my life. I've awakened dragons from stone and united 4.5 kingdoms behind me. I am the future of my house, the only proof of my mother and father's love. To you, my loyal lords, I promise a future we can be proud of, and to my enemies, I promise fire and blood." "Fire and blood," the lords echoed, and he nodded as he turned and finally left. Dragonstone now. Fire and blood. The thought rang in his mind as he soared high over King's Landing. "Fire and blood," he heard Rhaenix say when she spotted the ships beneath him. Jay soon found himself not thinking of Highgarden or Dragonstone. Instead, he looked through Rhaenix's eyes as she surveyed the ships below. He couldn't tell how many there were, but his sister had stopped flying toward Dragonstone and was now gliding high over a port teeming with countless ships and men. Suvgan Rhaenix, Suvgan Najat Il Valentin. Fly, Rhaenix, fly to our home. Krynan to see J, Island Daer Hanujagan Zairi. Enemies, J, we cannot leave them. Suvgan, Island Jarelagon Najat Kivanon, Kivanon Se Par Nabemagon. Fly, we need to. Plan, and then attack, he urged. Reluctantly, she complied, and he felt Arthur sit up straighter behind him, the knight having sensed the urgency in his tone as he spoke to Rhaenix. Soon, Dragonstone came into view, the island almost calling to them both. He spotted the ships bearing House Valerion's silver seahorse alongside his own three-headed dragon, their banners flying proudly from the keep. They landed on the cliffs, and after climbing down, he walked to stand before his sister's dragon. Her eyes met his, reflecting his own emotions. "Go, Ray, enjoy. I'll be back to share with you later," he whispered softly. "Promise me, little brother," she replied. "I promise, big sister." "I promise," he assured her. He watched as she took to the sky, soaring towards Dragonmont. Closing his eyes when she disappeared from view, he knelt and placed his hand on the grass. His father had walked here, he could feel it, and he was certain he had seen it through Rhaenix's eyes. This was where they had played. As he stood back up, he wiped away a tear that had fallen. Now was not the time to get lost in memories, though he knew he was only holding them at bay for the moment. "We're in trouble," he said to Arthur as they walked toward the castle. "My king?" Arthur asked, concern etched on his face. "A force, Arthur. A large one at Duskendale. I need to find out who they are and why they're there," he explained, and Arthur nodded in understanding. They had nearly reached the castle when riders appeared, all bearing the silver seahorse. He recognized Orain Waters leading the way. "Your Grace, how?" Orain asked, and Jay wondered how he had missed the dragon. "A long story, Lord Orain, perhaps one best suited for indoors," he replied. The silver-haired man nodded and instructed 3 of his men to dismount, offering their horses so they could ride back. The castle stood just as he had imagined, and each step he took inside made it feel more real. They entered, walking past stone dragons and through grand doors that opened to the heart of the stronghold. The walls were adorned with dragons, their images etched into the stone. Everywhere Jay looked, he was surrounded by them. As he entered the great hall, he smiled when he caught Lord Montfort's gaze. "Your Grace, Dragonstone is yours," Lord Montfort said, and in unison, all the men in the room knelt. "Rise, my lords, please." "Lord Montfort, may we speak alone in the chamber of the painted table?" Jay asked. The Lord nodded in agreement. Though Jay barely heard Montfort's conversation with Arthur, he could sense the shock in Montfort's voice as Arthur spoke. Jay's focus, however, was on his surroundings. When he spotted the table, his hands moved almost of their own accord, brushing over its surface before he made his way to the raised seat. Looking to Arthur, he saw the knight nod, and with that encouragement, he climbed up, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he took in the view from the seat. "Your Grace, forgive me, but what Sir Arthur says cannot be true, surely?" Montfort asked, breaking into Jay's thoughts. "Forgive me, my lord. I have long wished to sit in this seat and gaze upon this view," Jay replied, and Montfort nodded in understanding. "A force, my king?" "Sir Arthur says numerous ships have landed?" Montfort inquired, concern evident in his tone. "Aye, Sir Arthur speaks true." "Duskendale. An army has landed, and I have no knowledge of its origin," Jay confirmed. "I am unaware of any army, Your Grace. We arrived here hoping to take Lord Stannis into our custody, only to find he had already left. So, we secured the island for you and have been awaiting your orders," Montfort said, his voice a bit shaky. "You've done excellent work, my lord. The army and who they are is mine to worry about. I truly thank you for this, Lord Montfort. To have my family home secured is more than I could have expected at this time. I am in your debt." "You're welcome, Your Grace," Montfort replied. "I'll speak to you and the other lords later this evening, my lord. Perhaps a room could be readied for me, along with a place to wash." Loras, close the door. "No one enters," he said, waiting until the lord had left. He closed his eyes, searching for the door he needed. He found himself soaring as a gull above the town, looking down at the men below. He glided to a nearby ledge and observed as the army set up camp. Their armor gleamed, adorned with intricate designs, and he noted the jewels they wore, golden rings gleaming on their arms. The gull took flight again, soaring over horses and even larger creatures, elephants, Jay believed, though he had never seen one before. It was the sight of the golden banners that solidified his certainty about who these men were. He flew closer to the golden tent, spotting the pikes topped with gilded skulls, leaving no doubt in his mind. Jay took the gull higher, examining the scene more closely. The army was too close to the city, and the danger to the people was too great to ignore. He severed the connection and let the gull fly free as he opened his eyes. "The Golden Company," he announced, and Arthur stared at him in shock. In Pike, 297 AC, Theon had raided, pillaged, and sailed the seas for over 2 years. He had been bloodied in battle, witnessing the deaths of his crewmen who were offered to the drowned god. Yet, he had never come close to achieving his goal of capturing a pinnacle ship and a Stark girl as a thrall. They had considered Bear Island multiple times, even landing there once, but the numbers were always too great for them to overcome. The trade was rich and vast, and unless they were willing to risk a large-scale attack, it simply couldn't be taken. So, he settled for easier targets, accumulating enough success to build a reputation. His father was proud of him, as was his sister, and thankfully, his uncle had been banished. Euron, however, remained the one man who frightened him the most. Now, though, the fleet was gathered, and war seemed imminent, something his father had promised for years. Theon had stopped listening when Balon spoke. He no longer believed his father's words or that the old ways were truly returning. The notion that the Ironborn would take the Greenlands for themselves had become so repetitive that it washed over him like a wave. "I received a raven from the stag who sits on the throne," Balon announced, and the hall fell silent. "Apparently, we have his permission to reave." "Who does he think he is?" Theon scoffed. "I need no Greenlander's permission," Balon replied defiantly. "I say we defy the stag and his golden-haired wife." "Maybe I'll take her as my salt wife," Theon laughed, and the room erupted with voices around him. He glanced at Asha, but she wasn't laughing. Her expression was serious as she focused on their father, who wore a cruel smile, preparing to speak again. "We're reavers, and no one tells us when to reave. But it's the rest of the note I find most interesting. The royal fleet is stood down, war is upon them, and he wishes us to fight his enemies. The North, the Reach, and the West have all risen and are marching to war. What does this mean for us?" "I will not fight a Greenlander's war," Asha declared. "I say we defy them all," Theon added, and the laughter grew even louder. Like his sister, he turned his attention to their father, ideas swirling in his mind. "The armies of the Greenlanders march, leaving lands ripe for reaving. So reave we will, not for any stag king, but for our own king, Balon Greyjoy, the king of the Iron Islands," Victarion proclaimed, stepping forward. "The Iron King! The Iron King!" By the third shout, Theon was yelling along with the others, finally grasping what this meant. He spent the rest of the night discussing plans with other captains, though he was annoyed to find only 2 willing to join him. But 2 would be enough. When he and Asha were called in to speak with their father, Theon found Balon poring over maps, waiting for them both. A hint of irritation flickered within him, realizing Asha had been summoned before him. Still, he managed to smile at his father. Theon stood beside his sister when their father noticed him. "Good, come look, both of you," Balon said. "The North, father?" Asha asked, her tone revealing her discontent. "Aye. The West has those damnable ships, and after what Victarion said one did to his men, I won't send us against them, not yet," Balon replied. "What do you wish of me, father?" Theon asked, and Balon smiled at him. "Victarion will take Moat Cailin once the Northmen have crossed into the south." "Asha, this," Balon said, pointing to Deepwood Moat. "Theon, if you want to take on the she-bears, then that's where you'll go. Wait until that ship is docked and bring it to me." "I will, father," Theon said, a smile spreading across his face as he anticipated gaining more ships. "We'll show them all. First the North, then the West, and the Reach. What is dead may never die," Balon declared. But rises again harder and stronger, Theon and Asha said in unison. Their father nodded and called for his uncle. As Balon left the room, Theon noticed Asha still looking displeased. He sat down, pouring himself a drink, and soon Asha joined him, clearly wanting to voice her concerns, though it took her a moment to find the words. This is madness, she finally said. Is it? We'll show the Greenlanders who we are, Asha, Theon replied. They know who we are, Theon. Last time we did that, I lost 2 brothers, she said, her worry evident. Are you worried about me, sister? He laughed. I'm worried about us all, Theon, she said, standing up and walking away. He shook his head as she departed, enjoying the attention from the girl carrying the ale. He pulled her close when she walked by, and after spending the night reveling with her, he left early the next morning, quickly preparing the ship for the journey ahead. 4 other captains came to him, and he felt satisfied with that. 6 ships were more than enough to take Bear Island. Looking around Lordsport, he could see the full might of the Iron Fleet ready to set sail. Theon couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as they sailed north. He imagined the look on Stark's face when he discovered that his precious North had been attacked. But even more than that, he longed to witness Ned Stark's reaction upon learning that Theon had taken his daughter, his beloved Wild Wolf. Meanwhile, in the Stormlands, in the year 297 AC, Oberyn Martell joined the majority of the Dornish army after landing in Will. Blackmont, Ironwood, Dane, Fowler, Corgoyle, Euler, over 8,000 spears and 6,000 cavalry marched alongside him. As they approached Blackhaven, they were joined by several houses from the Stormlands who had rallied to Jay's side. Oberyn was pleased to see Beric and Thuras ride up to him, and even more delighted to spot young Ned Dane. There was another lord with them whom he didn't initially recognize, but he soon learned that he was the Lord of Harvest Hall, the Bolt's great-nephew, who had risen for the king his granduncle served. My lords, Oberyn greeted them, joined by Illyria's father, Harmon, Frankly Fowler, Quentin Corgyle, and Anders Ironwood. Prince Oberyn, you rose for his grace, Beric remarked, surprise evident in his voice. I rose for my nephew, indeed, as have you. And what is your name, my lord? Oberyn asked, directing his gaze to the Bolt's kin. Lord Arstan, my prince, the young man replied. Does his grace have a plan? Thuras inquired, and Oberyn gestured for them to dismount. He pulled out a map. The Stormlords ride to Robert's side, and we must ensure they don't make it. Our task is to keep them here while the king's armies deal with the Vale and Robert himself, Oberyn explained, his tone more amiable about the stag than he would have liked. They are massing at Storm's End under Lord Stannis, my prince, though they may have already begun to march, Beric pointed out, indicating the king's road on the map that would lead them to where Robert and Jon Arryn were likely to meet. Oberyn was taken aback. He had assumed they might seek a different route. The plan to raid the Reach revealed just how desperate they were for men. Yet, they had a long march ahead, and it was best to get underway. If they could intercept the enemy before they reached the King's Road, they might at least slow them down. A victory was possible, certain, even, if the forces from the Reach arrived, and he had no doubt they would. Jay had explained this to him one night as they discussed their war plans. Oberyn, I intend to place Randyll Tarly in charge of the Reach army, Jay said. I can't afford for Lord Mace to repeat what he did during the rebellion. I need someone who will follow my orders and come when called. Tarly is a good man, Jay, Oberyn replied, but we must ensure the Stormlords are out of the equation. Will Dorne fight alongside the Reach men, uncle? They will for you, nephew. With that, he ordered the march and spoke to Beric, the lord who brought an additional 1,000 men, half of them mounted. Arstan contributed another 800, 300 of whom were also cavalry. In terms of infantry, they would have the numbers. The Dornish spears would form up and nullify any charges, while his cavalry and the 2 Stormlords would take the fight to Stannis's horse. After a week, they passed Summerhall and soon caught sight of the Kingswood in the distance. He sent scouts into the woods to ride to House Fellwood to see if they had already raised their banners. He was relieved to find they had, which lifted a burden from their shoulders. Other scouts were sent toward Storm's End, and the news they brought back filled him with satisfaction. The Stormlords had not yet managed to march. So they rode on. The sight they presented was indeed a strange one, and soon they spotted the large, imposing keep in the distance. Oberyn scanned the area and found high ground to set up camp. Outriders had surely seen them, and he smiled at that. Soon, Stannis would know of their presence, and they would be more cautious in their advance. While this might mean no battle, it still served their purpose. We'll parley on the morrow, my lords. It's time for you to enjoy some Dornish hospitality, Oberyn said to Beric and Arstan. The two lords nodded in agreement before departing to set up their own tents. Although his men preferred to fight, they took precautions, posting pickets and driving stakes into the ground. They wouldn't be caught off guard, even though he expected Stannis to uphold the code of honor in battle. If it were Robert he faced, Oberyn would be more concerned about tactics and anticipate an attack before any parley. Stannis, however, would come to see him, speak with him, and try to persuade him to stand down before doing what needed to be done. Oberyn felt that familiar thrill of anticipation coursing through his veins as it always did before a fight. He ate, took a sip of wine, and then retreated to his bed alone. He wished Ilaria was with him, yet he was grateful she wasn't there. The next morning, he woke early and broke his fast with the Dornish lords, listening to reports from his outriders as he prepared for the day. His armor felt heavier than usual, and his spear was sharper. As he mounted his horse, he instructed Beric and Arstan to stay back. He wanted them to be the surprise that Stannis wasn't expecting. Satisfied they would follow his orders, he rode out to confront the brother of the man responsible for Elia and the children's deaths. A part of him hoped for battle that day. He thought of House Massey in 297 AC and Tristan. He had reviewed the ravens, and the nerve of the man galled him. His cousin had been killed, beheaded, and they expected him to fight for the man who had carried out the sentence. Did they not realize he would have received this news? Did they not care? Did they not think the truth of what they did to Justin would matter to him? Yes, his cousin had committed a crime and deserved punishment, but wouldn't the wall have sufficed? To be beaten, tortured, humiliated, and then beheaded, what kind of man would he be if he were to fight for the king after that? What kind of man did they take him for? Tristan thought, reflecting on his refusal to answer the call, consequences be damned. Then another raven arrived, presenting him with the chance to avenge his cousin. A Targaryen king had summoned him, and his house had long supported the dragons, far more than they had ever backed the stags. He studied the map, searching for a way to join the king's men, eager to seek justice for his kin and witness a true king reclaim the throne. Initially, despair washed over him when the last raven arrived, Stannis demanding he march and threatening dire consequences if he refused. But then the letter came, the one he now held as they set off toward Storm's End. Lord Tristan, it read, His Grace offers you the chance to seek justice for Ser Justin, to bring your arms against the usurper who took your cousin's life. March, but march slowly. When you are close to Storm's End, you will see the opportunity that presents itself. Renew your fealty to House Targaryen, my lord, and in doing so, you shall have the justice you seek. It was signed by Ser Richard Lonmouth. The fact that it was signed by a man long thought dead gave him pause, but then again, wasn't the king also thought dead? House Targaryen had been presumed extinct, yet here it was, alive. As he rode under a white flag toward the Dornishmen, he felt a mix of nerves and excitement, more excitement as he spotted other Stormlords gathered there. Lord Beric, Lord Arstan, he greeted as he dismounted. Lord Tristan, what brings you here? Beric asked, his tone neutral but his expression cautious. I came to pledge to the king, Lord Beric, to fight for him against those who killed Justin. For justice and to see a true king crowned, Tristan replied. After being offered bread and salt, he was led to a tent where they were later joined by the Red Viper himself. As he mounted up later that day, he looked at the men gathered around him, ready for the path ahead. Around him, he raised his lance, ready for the order to charge. A beaming smile lit up his face, even though he knew he might not survive the day. When the command finally came, shouts rang out all around him. For Prince Oberyn. For King Jaehaerys. His voice rang out the loudest of all. For Ser Justin Massey. He shouted as the charge began. Storm's End, 297 AC, Stannis had gathered almost 15,000 men, half of them on horseback. Yet, some of the Stormlords had not yet arrived, which both angered and worried him. He had sent more ravens, but he knew he could wait no longer, they needed to march soon. He only hoped the others would join them on the way. Just as he was about to settle down for dinner, Ser Courtenay came running in, a worried expression on his face that caught Stannis by surprise. Ser Courtenay? He asked, standing up. My lord, you must come. An army? Ser Courtenay exclaimed. As the man moved toward the door, Stannis thought he must have misheard. He swore he had heard the words, Dornish spears. It didn't take long for him to discover that he had indeed heard correctly. Standing on the parapets, he looked out to see an army in the distance. His outriders began pouring in with the news that it was led by the Red Viper himself. The sight of their flag, the three-headed dragon, confused him, and he wondered why they were there at all. But instead of trying to make sense of it, he focused on what needed to be done. They seek a parley, my lord, Lord Errol reported. Aye, my lord, on the morrow, Lord Estermont added. Then we'll parley. Ready the men, my lords. Prepare them, for I fear we may have to fight on the morrow, he ordered, watching as the lords hurried away. Ser Davos, a moment. My lord, Davos replied, lingering as the others left. I brought my family here thinking they'd be safe, Ser Davos. These walls won't be breached, and my brother, though not as prepared as I was on Dragonstone. I see there's plenty of food stocked up, a year's worth, I'd wager, he said. Plenty, my lord. We should have won the war by then, Davos replied. Though he intended to be reassuring, his words had the opposite effect. I fear not, sire. I must ask another favor of you, Davos, he said. Davos looked at him and nodded. Should things go badly, if this castle is besieged, and if I should fall, I ask you to take them from here, Celis, Shireen. Take them and sail to Essos, to Celis' family, or wherever you can. If I fall, I'd see them in your care, sire. My lord, you honor me, Ser Davos said. No, sire, I burden you. You cannot fight with me, Ser Davos. Go to your ship and await news. If it comes to that, then see my wish is done, he said, turning to look at the papers on his desk. You can count on me, my lord, Davos assured him as he walked away. Thank you, Davos, for everything, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper. The next morning, he rode out with several of his lords, Estermont, Swan, Cunnington, and Buckler. Behind them, men readied themselves for battle, a confrontation he felt was inevitable. Still, he was prepared to offer terms to Oberyn Martell, though he wondered if he was truly in a position to do so. The Dornish party was colorfully dressed, with the prince riding at the front. Lord Stannis, Oberyn greeted as the horses came to a stop mere feet apart. Prince Oberyn, I hadn't expected to see you here, Stannis replied, studying the man before him. My nephew called, and Dorne answered. Did you think we'd forgiven your family for what you did to ours? Oberyn asked. Your nephew, a bastard wolf you claim as a nephew, Lord Estermont interjected, earning a glare from Stannis. 4 and 10 years ago, your brother and Jon Arryn rose upon lies that they knew the truth of, Lord Stannis. They used those lies to place. A usurper sits on a throne that rightfully belongs to my nephew. Over the bodies of our family, Elia Martell, Rhaenys Targaryen, and Aegon Targaryen, your brother declared himself king. Now, they seek to keep that throne by lying once again. Jaehaerys Targaryen is the trueborn son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Targaryen, and he offers you these terms, Oberyn said. Terms you dare to propose? Lord Errol replied, incredulous. Oberyn laughed softly. I offer you nothing but a sharpened spear, my lord. My nephew is a far better man than I. Stand down, my lord. Stand down, and House Baratheon, under your stewardship, will maintain its position. It will remain Lord Paramount of the Stormlands, and you, your wife, and your child, along with any Stormlord who does not rise, will face no punishment. Stannis glared at Oberyn, grinding his teeth. Your bastard king offers me what is ours by right, what is not in his power to give. So, I offer you these terms in return, my prince, ride back to Dorne, and we'll forget this mistake of yours, this error in judgment. Ride back, and my brother and I will seek no retribution, for we hold the fury, my prince, and you do not want to face it today. Then I've received my answer. Noon, my lords, Oberyn replied, looking up at the sky. The ravens will eat well today. I wonder what they'll think of Stag. He laughed as he rode off. Back at the keep, chaos erupted as Stannis ordered his men to prepare for battle. They were at a disadvantage, but he needed to break out. Robert was marching in the wrong direction for him, and they had to stop this army here. You have your orders, he said to the lords as he walked from the room down to Shireen's quarters. His daughter was sitting by the window, staring out at the sea. Father, she said, running to hug him. Even though he stiffened, he placed his hand on her shoulders, feeling her embrace tighten around him. I must march, Shireen. There will be a battle here today. Ser Davos awaits. Listen to him, do as he says. Promise me. He looked at her scarred face, feeling the familiar pang of failure wash over him. I will. Must you fight, father? Shireen asked, her voice filled with concern. I must. You are the future of our house, Shireen, and I could not be prouder of you, even if you were a son. He embraced her again before walking out of the room, unable to look back. He bid Celis farewell and informed her about Davos. As he walked through the corridors of his family keep, a fleeting thought crossed his mind about the offer the king had made. He now understood that Jon Snow was exactly who he claimed to be. He could choose not to fight, to save countless lives today, and watch his daughter grow old with her birthright intact. Yet deep down, he knew he wouldn't make that choice. His duty lay with his brother, with his king, with his family. As he placed the helm on his head and mounted his horse, he rode to join his men in the battle he had to fight. The Battle of Storm's End, 297 AC. Patrek felt the arrows rain down as they charged forward. He sensed his courser's pain when she was struck, and before he knew it, he was rolling across the ground. Stumbling to his feet, he surveyed the chaos around him. It had been foolish to charge uphill, and he wondered how Stannis had fallen into this trap, or was it even Stannis who had? His lord had been given command of the cavalry. As Patrek watched the Dornish spears deal with those who had managed to ascend the hill, he felt a sinking realization that it had been a grave mistake. He drew his sword and braced himself for the infantry charge. Turning back to see if their own forces had moved, dread filled him as he noticed the Stormlands colors attacking their own, alongside the Dornish cavalry. Houses that should have been on their side had clearly turned their cloaks, and what had begun as a day of confidence now seemed to spiral toward inevitable defeat. The Red Viper is no commander, a great warrior, it's true, but no commander, one soldier said. Lord Stannis beat the Ironborn at sea, he'll destroy the Dornish on land, another added confidently. We are Stormlanders. What do we fear from Dornish spears? A third boasted. The bravado had been loud around the camp the previous night, mainly from those too inexperienced to have faced battle. The veterans, those who had fought in the rebellion, remembered Ashford and the Battle of the Bells. They recalled the 3 victories in one day just as vividly as they remembered the trident. They spoke quite differently about Dornish spears, lamenting the fact that, even if they won today, they would soon have to face men they had once called allies. Patrek watched as the Dornish spears advanced toward him. He glanced around to see knights rising to their feet, lances discarded. He moved toward a group of men who seemed stunned, having been unhorsed. They stood around, weapons sheathed, as if they had no cares in the world. "Get your weapons," he shouted, but it was too late. Horses charged in from the side, and the men were soon trampled. "I need to get back to the line," Patrek thought as he began to move. To others, it might appear he was deserting, running away like a coward. But Patrek knew that out on this field, he was a dead man. His only chance to survive, to fight, was to join whatever remained of their forces. So he ran, his heavy armor slowing him down. When he finally reached what he had been running toward, despair washed over him. It hit him so hard that he stopped and welcomed the darkness that came moments later. 2 days later, he woke to find himself in a tent filled with men like him, injured but alive. Looking down at himself, he expected to see more wounds, yet he found his arms and legs still intact. The pain in his head was dull, and as he focused on the others around him, he saw how they were faring. "You're awake," a voice said. Patrek turned to see a man he believed to be a Stormland lord. "Aye," he replied. "We lost?" the man asked. "Aye," Patrek confirmed, then lay back on the makeshift bed, his mind racing with thoughts of what the Dornish might do to their prisoners. Oberyn. The name echoed in his thoughts. He had chosen his ground well, and upon returning to camp, he was pleased to find that he had gained more men while he was away. But given what they had done to the man's cousin, he understood why Massey had turned against them. As he reviewed his plans with his lords, he could feel their eagerness for battle, a feeling he shared, but also worried about. "With luck, they'll attack us and leave us free to counter, but if they don't, I want your men positioned here and here," he said, pointing to the map. "My prince, shouldn't we be part of the main cavalry force?" Beric asked. "No, it's far better that they see you and the other Stormland lords last. It will break their spirit to realize they're not just fighting Dorne today," Oberyn replied. "Anders, you take the infantry. Ready them in a spear wall and march only when the cavalry is engaged," he instructed Lord Ironwood. "My prince," Anders said. "Franklin, you're with me. We'll break their archers and then join the rest of the cavalry here," he added, indicating the map. "My prince," Lord Fowler said with a smile. After briefing his daughters on where to be if they were winning, and where to go in case of defeat, he donned his armor and kissed each of them before mounting his horse and preparing to ride. He left Harmon in charge of their cavalry's main body and moved to get ready for their own attack. As they sat on the hill looking down, Oberyn began to laugh. Riding along the line, he ordered the archers to begin firing. What fool had Stannis put in charge of his cavalry? The sky soon filled with arrows. Riding back to his men, they began their own movement, their ride far more purposeful. He had seen where Stannis's archers were in the midst of chaos, their aggressive attack leaving them vulnerable. Oberyn's men charged forward, spears held high like lances, cutting through the enemy lines with ease. The horses galloped hard, and he could feel the bones of men breaking beneath his stallion. When they finally halted to regroup, he wiped the blood from his eyes, the splatters from his spear having nearly obscured his helm. "Ride! Join our brothers!" he shouted, and they surged forward once more. His spear sliced through the enemy effortlessly, his horse moving gracefully among the throng of Stormlanders, as if they were gliding through the deserts of Dorne on a leisurely ride. He lost count of how many men he killed. There was no real competition this day, and he couldn't help but wonder why it had been so easy. Glancing up, he spotted a bird soaring above the battlefield. An eagle, surveying everything below, and he wondered if his nephew was watching over him. "Martell." A voice called out, and he turned to see a large man standing with a sword. "Martell, come face me, and I'll send you back to that whore of yours," the man taunted. Oberyn urged his horse closer. "Ser Godry wishes to feel my spear. Who am I to deny a man such a polite request?" He replied, eliciting laughter from his men. He leaped from his horse, eyeing the large man, the great sword gripped tightly in his hands, ready to strike. As they drew a crowd, Oberyn knew the day belonged to them. He smiled and spun his spear when he caught sight of his 3 girls, all unharmed. With a flourish, he began his attack on the large man. Godry was slow and cumbersome, his armor the only thing that had saved him thus far, Oberyn thought as he brought the spear down on the man's shoulder. "I'll gut you, Martell. They'll call me the Prince Slayer." Godry roared, but Oberyn feigned fatigue, waiting for the right moment. When the man closed in, he swiftly dodged, spinning away from the incoming great sword. When the strike came down, it hit the ground where he had just been standing. Oberyn's return attack found its mark, striking Godry just under the arm and sending the greatsword crashing to the ground. Moving swiftly behind the knight, he swept Godry's legs out from under him. As Godry fell, Oberyn thrust his spear down under the exposed gorget. He pushed it in deep, hearing the pain sounds as Godry began to choke on his own blood. "It's a pity you're not a worthier foe, Faring. Now that you're dead, I will still only be known as the Red Viper," Oberyn said as the man breathed his last. He looked around the battlefield, feeling a pang of sorrow at the sight of Dornish men dead or dying. Yet, they had won the day and suffered far fewer losses than they could have. Gazing up at the sky, he noticed a bird flying overhead and smiled as he walked toward his daughters, eager to hear their stories and speak to his lords about the extent of their victory. Stannis. What had that fool done? He had given strict orders, yet he charged with his entire cavalry. Stannis, like his other lords, looked on in horror as arrows rained down, watching men and horses fall. Any hope he had of winning this day slipped away. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of position, if not in numbers. Still, his plans were sound. The Dornish wouldn't lay siege, they would march. If Stannis didn't press his attack, they would. Ser Aemon was a better man than this, a wiser man, and the right choice to lead the cavalry. Yet, he had wasted them in a pointless charge. Oberyn's day was about to get worse as he heard the attack on his own archers and realized he didn't have the men or horses to protect them now. Stannis rallied his infantry as best he could, preparing them for Oberyn's cavalry to strike. But things didn't go as he hoped. The cavalry that approached first bore the colors of Stormland, and his men lowered their guard. His frantic shouts were not enough to make them realize these were not friends. By this day, the Dornish cavalry had charged, and Stannis found his lines broken, his army on the verge of being routed. He needed to rally his troops, so he rode out, gathering as many men as he could. Soon, he found himself locked in combat, matching lance against spear with the Dornishmen. "Take them down, men. For the Stormlands. Ours is the fury," he shouted, urging his men on as he rode through the chaos, turning to repeat his rallying cry. But he realized he had far fewer men than when he had started, and another charge would extinguish any hope he had left. He looked out over the battlefield and bowed his head. Summoning riders to him, he sent them off with orders to tell the men to retreat. The day was lost, and if he didn't act quickly, his army would be lost as well. Before he could ride again, the Dornish cavalry surged forward, their infantry marching in behind them. Stannis glanced at the few men left by his side. "I thank you all," he said, turning his horse. Along with the 50 or so men who remained, he charged into the sea of Dornish spears. His sword swung down, taking out yet another foe, but his horse had long since fallen, and he was now fighting alongside just 2 or 3 of his men. Though they had managed to kill thrice their number, it felt futile as the Dornish continued to press forward. For now, though, it wasn't just men he faced. 3 women moved around him, tiring him out as he tried to reach them. He could tell they were toying with him. "I thought you'd be better, Stag," one of the women called out. "Furious," said another. "Demon of the Trident, they called your brother." "What name would they give you?" the last one taunted. In a fit of rage, Stannis lashed out, but then he felt it. The whip coiled around his feet, pulling him to the ground. He felt the crash of a spear against his helm and heard the voice as his sword fell from his grasp. "Best keep him alive, Obara," one of the women said. "Father will wish to speak to him," another added. "Very well," the last one agreed, and he barely caught sight of the spear as it was raised. He was exhausted and defeated, and soon he welcomed the darkness that came with unconsciousness. In that moment, hope filled his heart, bringing the possibility that he might see his wife and daughter again. Chapter 113, The World is Full of Secrets and Truths. Bear Island, 297 AC. Kinvara watched as the Pinnacle ship pulled into the dock, her two fiery hand warriors shivering beside her, though she felt no cold. Once disembarked, she took in her surroundings, noting the new keep under construction and the bustling activity around it. A sense of pride washed over her, knowing that her chosen had played a part in this endeavor. As they stood there, two women approached, accompanied by several guards. Both women wore swords and had the look of warriors in Kinvara's eyes. "May we help you?" the taller of the two women asked. "My name is Kinvara. I've come with letters from Jon Snow," she replied, watching as the women exchanged glances. "Letters for whom?" the shorter woman inquired. "One for Arya Stark and one for Lord Jorah Mormont," Kinvara answered, and the women nodded in understanding. "I'm Lyra, and this is my sister, Jory. Arya should be back later. She, along with my mother and my other sisters, are out hunting," Lyra explained. "We'll take you to the bear den," Jory added with a chuckle. Kinvara nodded to her men, who looked a bit uneasy at the mention of a bear den. They soon relaxed when they realized it was simply the name the Mormonts had given to the new keep. Kinvara smiled at the jest. Bears lived in dens, after all, and it seemed fitting for the new keep. As they entered the keep, she was struck by its impressive sight, even though it was small and only partly made of stone. The ongoing construction was evident, with guard towers, a small barracks, and storehouses all around. In time, this would be an imposing structure, but for now, it felt welcoming. She noticed how much her guards appreciated the warmth once they were inside, almost as much as they enjoyed the warm stew that was served to them. The roaring fire filled the room with warmth as Kinvara enjoyed her meal, finding that her appetite had returned now that she was on solid ground again. "How do you know Jon?" Lyra asked as Kinvara finished her last bite. "I've only just met him, though I've known of him all my life, the White Wolf," she replied with a smile. A good lad. But I'm surprised he sent you here just to deliver letters," Jory remarked. "This is only the beginning of my journey, Jory. I have much further to go from here," Kinvara said, leaving the details unsaid. Later, as the others arrived at the keep, Kinvara noticed an older woman accompanied by a younger woman who resembled her, along with two young girls. The girls were dressed alike, both armed with a sword and knife at their hips, and each carried a bow in hand with a quiver of arrows slung across their backs. Kinvara observed them closely. Only the gray eyes of one girl revealed that they weren't actually sisters, though they could easily be mistaken for siblings. "Lyra, Jory?" the older woman asked, eyeing Kinvara and her guards with suspicion. "Kinvara here has come with letters from Jon Snow, mother, one for Jorah and one for Arya," Jory explained. "For me?" "You have a letter from Jon for me," the gray-eyed girl exclaimed, nearly rushing toward Kinvara. "Arya Stark," the older woman said reproachfully. "Sorry, Lady Meege." "I'll change first, my lady," Arya replied, nodding to her. Kinvara couldn't help but smile as the other girls snickered while they both exited the room. Lady Meege was the head of the house, as Jon had described the ladies of Bear Island, and the younger girl was obviously her daughter. They walked over and took their seats, while the other girls hurried to fetch them bowls of stew and mugs of ale. Kinvara settled in as the women ate, and then Meej turned to her, her gaze focusing intently on Kinvara, particularly on the red of her dress, before she nodded in acknowledgement. Meej asked, "You are from the same place as the other lady in red?" "Volantis, my lady. Melisandre and I serve the same god," Kinvara replied, noticing the frown on Meej's face. "We follow the old gods here, as does Jon Snow," Meej said, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. "That's true, my lady, but my god also wishes to see the White Wolf rise and to see our prince take his rightful place," Kinvara responded. Meej regarded her thoughtfully, seemingly accepting her words. "You know who he truly is?" Meej asked. "I do. I've known for some time. It was I who sent his protector, Ser Arthur, to spend time with us in Volantis, my lady. Arya doesn't know yet. I'd prefer to keep it that way. Jon will tell her when the time is right. And it's Meej, just Meej. Of course, Meej. I won't say anything to Arya. I'm here to deliver a letter and to speak to Lord Yora, then we'll be on our way. You'll stay here tonight. I'll take you to my nephew in the morning. I'll see to it that a bath and chambers are made ready for you, and we'll eat in a couple of hours." After changing and dressing, Kinvara walked to the hall, which was nearly full. Jory waved her and her guards over to join them. The high table was unlike any she had ever seen, almost entirely occupied by women. No sooner had she taken a seat than Arya asked her about the letter. Kinvara took it out of her pocket and handed it to her. She couldn't help but smile as she watched Arya read it, wiping her eye and glancing around sheepishly to see if anyone noticed before she read it again. The conversation was intriguing, to say the least, and Kinvara felt a bit out of her element. She was a warrior of a different kind than those in this room. Once the meal concluded, she didn't linger for long, relishing her sleep and waking early the next morning to break her fast. Soon after, they were on their way to the main keep, which was constructed almost entirely out of. Kinvara looked at the stone walls and wondered if this was how the bear den would eventually appear once it was finished. Their group consisted of Meej, her daughters Alysanne and Lyanna, Arya Stark, and a few guards. After dismounting, they were quickly ushered into a large hall. It wasn't long before Lord Yora and his lady wife came to greet them. "Aunt, we didn't expect you," Yora said, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Nor did I expect to arrive today, Yora. I bring a visitor who bears a letter from Jon Snow, Lady Kinvara of Volantis," Meej replied, and Kinvara could hear a few hushed whispers ripple through the hall. "My lady," Yora said as Kinvara stepped forward. "Lord Yora, Jon Snow sends his greetings and has asked me to deliver this to you." She handed him the letter and waited as he read it over. When he finally looked up, he called for a short, stocky man in a gray robe, who wore a chain around his neck. Soon after, another much larger man joined them upon request. After a few moments of quiet discussion, both men hurried from the room, and Kinvara turned her attention back to Lord Yora as he approached them. "Jon asks me to provide you with horses, warm furs, supplies, and some men for your journey, but he won't tell me where you're going. All I know is that it's beyond the wall, my lady. While I respect the White Wolf and owe him a great debt, these men he asks me to send with you are my responsibility. I must ask where you intend to go?" Yora inquired. "We travel far beyond the wall, my lord. I intend to meet with Mance Radar, the king beyond the wall," she replied, and the room erupted with voices. "Wildlings. Savages. Enough. Quiet." Yora interrupted. "Aunt, Lady Kinvara, we should talk elsewhere." He led them to a small room furnished with a desk and 2 chairs. Kinvara took a seat as Meej and Yora stared at her. "Why would I wish to send my men beyond the wall? What reason does Jon have for this, my lady?" Yora asked, concern etched on his face. Kinvara sighed, having hoped to avoid this conversation, and she braced herself for what was to come. Kinvara knew they weren't ready for the truth, so she decided to tell a white lie, hoping it would suffice for now. Beyond the wall, the wildlings have begun to unite, my lord. The white wolf has seen this in his glass candles. I am to ensure they don't rise for the wrong reasons, to make certain they don't attack the wall but instead look to different lands for their own, she explained. They'd never listen to you. If they intend to rise, they'll rise, and we'll beat them back as we always do, Meech replied. Indeed, my lady. But shouldn't we at least try to prevent their uprising? If there's a chance we can change their plans, shouldn't we take it? If they attack and you're forced to meet them head-on, you'll lose many men. Wouldn't it be better to save those lives, even at the risk of a few? Kinvara said. Though her words were somewhat deceptive, there was truth in them. Neither she nor Jon wanted to see the free folk fight for the wrong reasons, especially when the right ones were so important. These are savages, my lady. You have no idea, Yora interjected. I come from lands where the Dothraki ride freely, my lord. I've witnessed the savagery of men firsthand. Trust me, I know exactly what kind of people I'm about to meet, she replied confidently. Does he truly believe he can stop them from rising? Meej asked. He does, my lady. With what he plans for Westeros, he needs to eliminate all possible threats to the north. If he can do so before they actually threaten northern lives, all the better, don't you think? Meej agreed. Yora echoed. Kinvara breathed a sigh of relief. Over the next few days, she watched as supplies were gathered, food, warm clothing, furs for the night, and tents for shelter. Finally, they readied the horses and selected the men who would escort them. These men were older than her and her guards, making her wonder if Lord Yora had specifically chosen them, knowing their loss wouldn't deprive him of younger, more capable fighters. Meej later confirmed that these men were expendable, though the women never expressed it quite so bluntly. I wish you good fortune, Kinvara. May the White Wolf's words prove true, Meej said. I believe they will. I also think you'll see him before I do, Meej. If so, would you give him this? Kinvara replied, handing her a letter. Meej agreed, and that was it, no ceremony or overly dramatic farewell. Kinvara appreciated that simplicity. She took one last look at the island as she and the men boarded the longship bound for the wall. Her journey was just beginning. Essos, 297 AC. Melisandre felt the warmth envelop her as soon as they entered the summer sea. She gazed out at the coastline, passing by Dorne, and soon the outline of Essos appeared on the horizon. As they sailed past Tyrosh, she smiled, knowing she was drawing closer, and with each passing day, her excitement only grew. Finally, she spotted Myr, and an eager anticipation filled her as she disembarked, ready for the journey ahead. Wearing the red robes of R'hllor offered a certain freedom while walking in Essos. Whether it was the faithful or those who simply feared the consequences of attacking one of his priests, her safety was nearly assured. Melisandre headed straight to the Red Temple, where she was assigned a guard to escort her to the company's base, further reinforcing her lack of fear. Though the guards were there more for appearance than for security, she appreciated their presence. Upon arriving at the company's barracks, she immediately noticed the imposing figures at the gate. She had encountered large men in the west, but only her prince's northern guard matched the size of these two. After stating her business and agreeing to leave her guards behind, she was led into the barracks and into a small room. She lost track of time as she waited, but she knew their delay was meant as an insult to her god, and it made her bristle. However, that feeling faded quickly as she recalled that his chosen actually followed another god. My name is Torrhen Snow. This is Brandon and Artos Snow. What do you want, priestess? The large man strode into the room, flanked by the two others, his voice dripping with displeasure at her presence. I've been sent by your god is not welcome here, witch. Here, the old gods rule, not R'hllor, Brandon Snow interjected dismissively. "By my prince," she replied, and the three men exchanged glances, their anger lessening as they focused on her. "Your prince?" Torrhen asked, curiosity piqued. "The prince that was promised, the White Wolf, the Winter Dragon," she declared, prompting gasps from the men. "What do you know of the White Wolf?" Artos inquired. "I know that the prince will bring the dawn, and he needs your help." She handed Torrhen the letter, watching as he read it. He passed it to the others, who read it in turn before returning it to him. Silence filled the room for several moments before Torrhen stood up and walked to the door, speaking quietly to someone outside. He returned a moment later and took his seat again. Nodding to Brandon Snow beside him, he watched as Brandon rose and left the room, only to return shortly with a tray carrying mugs of what she assumed was ale. "We settle accords over drinks, my lady," Torrhen said, as Brandon placed the tray on the table and moved a mug in front of her and the others. "Melisandre," she introduced herself. "We settle accords over drinks, Lady Melisandre." "I hope you like ale," Torrhen added. She nodded, taking the mug in her hand. The taste wasn't to her liking, but the coolness surprised her, and she smiled when she noticed the ice in it. "Ice?" she asked, intrigued. "A gift from the White Wolf for a job well done," Brandon Snow replied with a smirk. "You have our help, Lady Melisandre. I'll organize an escort, though we won't go ourselves. Bring the princess here, and she will have our protection. But I cannot send the company out without knowing where they." "Torrhen, we cannot afford to be caught off guard with what's coming," Torrhen said. "I thank you, Torrhen, as does my prince," she replied, finishing her drink and standing up. "He's our prince too, my lady," Torrhen Snow added as she left the room. Melisandre rode back to the Red Temple, awaiting her escort as eagerly as she awaited signs from Lawler. She had no idea in which direction she was headed or where the princess might be. All she could do was hope that Lawler would reveal it to her in the flames. For 3 nights, however, the fire offered no answers. Her escort was set to arrive the next day, and still, she was uncertain of their destination. Standing before the flames, she closed her eyes and pleaded with her god for a sign, for any sign. At last, she received one. The great forest was familiar to her, as was the city that lay in its shadow. Melisandre thanked her god as she watched the flames die down. That night, she slept soundly, comforted by the knowledge that they would be traveling the next day, and now, she knew where they were going. The next morning, she found a dozen men waiting for her. Most resembled Torrhen and the other Snows she had met, though a couple of Essos were among them. A large bald man in bright clothes, his bare chest covered in scars, smiled at her as the leader approached. "I'm to escort you to the princess." "Roderick Snow, my lady," the large man said. "Very good." "We head for Qohor," she replied. He nodded at the others, who began to mount their horses. As they rode, Melisandre learned more about the men accompanying her. As she had suspected, most were of northern heritage, with only 3 Essos among them, each from vastly different backgrounds. There was a former Dothraki screamer named Larko and a Tyroshi who no longer wore his hair. Dressed like his fellow countrymen were Cariel and the large bald man, who turned out to be a former Meereen pit fighter named Strong Belwas. He seemed to gravitate toward her. The man was big and fierce yet had a childlike quality. As she listened to him recount the story of how he ended up with the company, she found herself captivated. Strong had been a slave, forced to fight in the pits. Sold to a master he never met in Pentos, he had been transported when they were attacked. He was the only survivor, wandering alone through the sands for days until the men from her company discovered him. Despite being tired, hungry, and parched, he had still been ready to fight for his life, a fact that impressed the others. "Strong will help you find this princess, Melisandre," he said with a smile as she prepared to turn in for the night. "I have no doubt you will, my friend," she replied, smiling back at him. He seemed to settle in as her guard while she slept. When they reached the great forest near Qohor, there was no sign of the princess. Moving on to the city, it was decided that they needed to split up. Since strong Belwas wouldn't leave her side, he accompanied her, along with one of the Northmen, as they navigated the bustling markets. At some point, they lost the Northman. Suddenly, she heard Strong's excited voice. "Found her," he exclaimed as he rushed into what was quickly escalating into a large fight. Melisandre cursed the absence of the other Northmen. Yet, as she watched, she felt relieved when the tide of the battle turned in their favor, and she thanked her god once more. As she moved forward, she laid eyes on the princess and saw her as everything she had imagined, a perfect vision of a daughter of Valyria. "Who the hell are you?" a scarred man nearest to her asked, glancing from Strong to her. But Melisandre's gaze was fixed solely on the princess. "My name is Melisandre of Ashai, and your nephew sends his regards, princess," she said. They arrived at the Shadow Tower and soon found themselves speaking to the commander. Dennis Mallister was an old man, yet he still possessed both strength and sharp wits. After he expressed his disbelief at the madness of venturing beyond the wall and refused to send any of his men to guide her, Kinvara surprised him with her response. "I seek no help or permission, Commander," she stated calmly. "I only want to inform you that I will be traveling beyond the wall, and there is no need for you to come looking for me or my companions." "Madness. Sheer foolhardy madness," Dennis replied. "Well, if I can't dissuade you, I won't try any longer. I've done my part, but mark my words, Lady Kinvara, only death awaits you beyond these halls." She nodded in acknowledgement. Later, as she and her companions shared a meal in the hall, Kinvara observed the men from Bear Island conversing with the Black brothers. They exchanged tales about what lay beyond the wall and the savages who inhabited that wild land. Kinvara couldn't help but smile at the men's naivety. There were far worse threats than wildlings beyond those walls. If she failed in her mission, these men would be the first to confront those dangers. The next morning, they set out toward the Bridge of Skulls, bidding farewell to the lands south of the wall. That night, they camped under the stars, feasting on rabbits and hares that the men had caught with surprising ease. Kinvara wondered if her god was providing for them. When the fire refused to ignite, she heard the men from Bear Island grumble, and she smiled as she effortlessly set it ablaze. However, her sleep was soon disturbed by an attack. Kinvara awoke to chaos surrounding her. She watched as men in furs launched arrows and wielded axes and spears, while her companions fought for their lives. Yet, she felt no fear. R'hllor had not sent her here to die this day. By dawn, all but one of the men from Bear Island lay dead. The free folk had also suffered devastating losses, with only a blonde woman remaining as the sole survivor. Kinvara knelt beside the injured man from Bear Island, but as she tended to him, it became clear there was nothing more she could do. Turning her attention to the blonde woman, who regarded her with suspicion, Kinvara spoke gently. "Why are you helping me, Kneeler?" "Your people will take my head anyway," the woman said, her voice laced with bitterness. "My people?" Kinvara replied, genuinely confused. "The crows," the woman replied curtly. "Crows?" Kinvara echoed, trying to understand. "Oh, forgive me, your Kneelership, the Night's Watch," the woman snorted. "Do I look like a member of the Night's Watch to you?" Kinvara asked, a smile creeping onto her face as she watched the woman slowly come to realize the truth. Just then, a harsh cough from the man interrupted them, and Kinvara turned back, hearing the rattle in his throat as he passed away. She called for her guards, relieved they had come through unharmed. When she turned back to the blonde woman, she began to undo the woman's binds, and surprise flickered across her face. "We need to burn the bodies." "It'll take all of us," Kinvara said, and the woman nodded, rising to approach one of the bodies. Kneeling down, she began dragging it toward the center of their makeshift space. Kinvara found it strange that the woman didn't shy away from the task. It seemed she, too, wanted to see the bodies honored before she left. Once they had gathered all the bodies together, Kinvara reached into her pack and poured a flammable liquid over them. Standing beside her men, she glanced at the woman, who stood a few feet away. "My lord, we give these bodies to your care. Keep them warm in your embrace and safe from the night," she intoned, taking one of the fiery hand spears and igniting the pyre. "For the night is dark and full of terrors," her two guards echoed, and the woman turned to them, curiosity etched on her face. "Who are you people?" she asked, stepping back as the heat from the fire washed over her. "My name is Kinvara, and my companions and I serve our god," Kinvara replied, her gaze steady. The woman's expression shifted as she processed this. "And your god sent you here?" "Here and beyond. We seek the king beyond the wall," Kinvara said, noting the intrigue in the woman's eyes. "Why?" "To help him," Kinvara replied with a smile. For a long moment, the blonde woman said nothing, as if weighing her thoughts. Finally, she seemed to reach a decision. "I'll take you to Mance. But if you play him false, I won't be able to save you," she warned. "Understood. Your name?" Kinvara asked. "Val," the woman answered. They were quickly led off the trail they had been following, with Val guiding them into denser woods. Kinvara noticed Val's surprise as her guard returned each night with fresh kills. Despite having food packed on the horses, they continued to hunt, and each evening, Rhaenix provided. After the third night, Val commented on it, scoffing when Kinvara spoke of her god. "Rhaenix provides for those who serve him, he protects them," Kinvara said. Val snorted and shot her a skeptical look. "Then how come your men are dead?" "They weren't my men," Kinvara replied, and Val's expression shifted. "I don't." "What?" "Those men weren't followers of my god, so they were not under his protection." "You talk about this god as if you know him. Do we really know anyone?" Kinvara laughed softly. "Look into the flames, Val. Look into the flames and tell me what you see." Val hesitated, then turned her gaze to the fire. Kinvara watched intently as doubt gave way to shock, followed by horror. Val stumbled back from the flames, shaking her head. "What was that? What did you do to me?" Val's voice trembled. "What did you see?" Kinvara asked, noting the woman's distress. "I saw death. Death came for my people, it took us all." Tears streamed down Val's face. "There is only one thing we say to the god of death, Val, not today," Kinvara said, observing Val nod in understanding. She felt a shift in the air as they approached what Val called the fist of the first men. The weight of the moment settled around them. A shiver ran down her spine. Although they could have pressed on that night, Kinvara chose instead to stop. In a small cave, she lit a fire. She didn't allow her men to hunt. Instead, she asked them to sit around the warmth of the flames, huddled together for comfort. As Kinvara gazed into the fire, she saw nothing. So, she reached for a small jar and a piece of cloth. When they had discovered the blood, she knew exactly what it was and where it had come from. The princess had become a woman, and she thanked her god for granting her this small piece of her. Throwing the cloth into the fire, she looked deeper into the flames and understood what she must do. After speaking to her men and waiting for Val to fall asleep, she quietly left the cave and made her way up the hill. The child approached her faster than she could have imagined. Kinvara barely had time to reach for the ruby around her neck. As she pulled it off, she dodged the short sword the child aimed at her. When the blade missed, she struck the child hard on the head, the ruby leaving an imprint from the force of her blow. Kinvara watched as the child fell. Acting quickly, she was upon the child before she could rise. "My god has something you need to see, little one," she said, cutting her hand and letting the blood flow over the ruby. The flame began small but quickly engulfed her entire hand. Kinvara observed as the child looked into the fire, witnessing whatever it was meant solely for her eyes. Finally, as the flames died down, the child moved towards her sword. Kinvara held her breath, waiting to see if this would be her end. But instead, the child stood up, and to Kinvara, it looked like she was sobbing, though no tears or sounds escaped her lips. "We must move, now," the child said. Kinvara nodded. "Horses. Do you have horses?" "We do," the child replied. "We ride hard." "We must reach it by nightfall," the child insisted. Waking Val, who stared intently at the child, she kept mouthing the word "children" over and over again. They quickly mounted their horses, and Leaf, the name of the child, prepared for their urgent journey. The child urged them to hurry. They rode swiftly, and just before nightfall, they arrived at the weirwood tree. Kinvara and the others watched as Leaf cut into its white bark. A deep red liquid flowed out, and Leaf asked for a cup to collect it. They observed as she did just that. "You must drink," Leaf said after taking a sip from the cup. She nodded at Kinvara as she handed it over. "All of you." They complied, despite the horrible taste. Yet, it warmed them from within, and Kinvara sensed a strange power in this liquid, cold and distant, unlike the warmth from her god. She wondered if it was a gift from the old ones instead. "He will only see what he wishes now." "I must leave," Leaf stated. "No, come with us," Val pleaded. "You're a child of the forest, you can help us." "I must help my own people first." "In time, we'll meet again, but she's all the help you need for now," Leaf replied, pointing at Kinvara before walking over to her. "Tell my prince, the children will wait for him," Leaf instructed, then glanced at a horse. Kinvara nodded, watching as the child mounted and swiftly disappeared into the trees. They too mounted up and set off once more, heading north. Kinvara felt a glimmer of hope, believing she was soon to meet a king. In the year 297 AC, after Ned's wedding, Aemon, along with Marwyn and Loamra, had gathered many more books and scrolls since his nephew sent them to assist him. So, when the opportunity arose to travel to Winterfell for Jaehaerys, he was more than eager to go, though he cursed the fact that he wouldn't be able to see the Great Keep for himself. The journey had been fascinating, making him feel like a young boy again. It was the first time he'd left the Wall in over 20 years, an experience he hadn't anticipated. He thanked his nephew for giving him a reason to venture out. Part of him wished he could confront Eddard Stark, to yell and scream at him. Aemon felt a mix of emotions toward the man who had raised his nephew as a bastard. Yet, a larger part of him was grateful. That man had saved a piece of his family, and it was largely thanks to him that Aemon had been able to reconnect with his kin and realize he wasn't alone in this world. Spending time in Winterfell was a new experience. The keep was warm, thanks to the pipes that ran through the walls, carrying hot water from the nearby springs. Maester Luwin had been kind enough to explain how the system worked and even took Aemon to see the springs. It was a welcome relief for his old, weary bones. When he wasn't working or sleeping, Aemon took every opportunity to soak in the hot pools. Now, waking up in his cold rooms back at the Wall felt like a distant memory. Still, there was work to be done. Luwin had allowed him to take some books back to the Wall, adding to their collection, and had even arranged for others to be transcribed for him. As he dressed, he tried not to dwell on the warmth of the springs and how they had made him feel youthful again, how lying in them had almost made him feel alive. Instead, he focused on the work he had accomplished while in Winterfell. A few moons ago, in Winterfell, Luwin had said, "Aemon, this one here speaks of a horn lost beyond the Wall, the Horn of Joramun. It is said to have the ability to wake the sleepers and make the Wall tremble." "I've read of it before, Luwin, though it was said to be used for creation, not destruction," Aemon replied, sipping on warm cider. "Could it do both?" Luwin asked, intrigued. "Perhaps. After all, creation can sometimes be a form of destruction," Aemon mused, deep in thought. They had spent hours discussing the texts, and he was almost eager to leave them behind. So, he welcomed it when a servant came to announce that it was time for their meal. As they walked to the great hall, Aemon held on to the younger man's hand, feeling a sense of connection and purpose. The place felt less familiar to Eamon than the wall. As he entered the room, he was delighted by the sounds of laughter echoing around him. The Stark brothers were engaged in lively conversation, sharing stories from days long past. "Eamon, Luwin, join us," Benjen called out. "Of course, brother Benjen," Eamon replied with a warm smile as he settled into a seat. "What were you finding most amusing?" "News from King's Landing, Eamon. It seems our nephew has triumphed once again, in both the melee and the joust," Eddard said, prompting Eamon to chuckle. "But that's not the best part," Benjen added, lowering his voice so that Eamon had to lean in to hear. "It seems Robert wished to make a spectacle of Viserys, to desecrate his body, but that chance was denied him." "Jaehaerys?" Eamon asked, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "They've taken the body from him, Eamon. It's in our nephew's hands now," Benjen confirmed. A wave of relief washed over Eamon. It had nearly broken him to hear that another member of their family had fallen. Even if the tales of Viserys being his father were true, he was still their blood and deserved a better fate than to be displayed like a trophy, something Eamon knew the Fat King would have done. Learning that Jaehaerys had prevented that from happening filled his heart with joy, more than any tournament victory ever could. "Come, let's drink to our nephew," he suggested, and a mug was handed to him, which he swiftly drained. The next morning, Eamon knew it was nearly time to return to the wall, so he requested one last trip to Wintertown before he left. Ser Jeremy quickly obliged. As he strolled through the town, he listened to the laughter and playful shouts of children. When Luwin had told him that these were poor souls from Flea Bottom seeking a better life up north, Eamon had found it strange. "Why would they travel so far, Luwin?" he asked. "Because Jon Snow arranged the ships, Eamon, he and Lady Marjorie. Go listen to them, speak to some, and you'll see how well they are doing." Luwin said, "They are." Eamon had indeed traveled here often, especially whenever he felt weary or found himself wallowing in self-pity. He would sit in the bustling town center, listening to the joyful tales of the White Wolf and the Golden Rose. Their stories sounded like a song waiting to be sung, always managing to bring a smile to his face. Ser Jeremy also cherished these visits, understanding how downtrodden the people of Flea Bottom usually were. The laughter of children playing felt different somehow, a reminder of hope. But, like all good things, his time here had to come to an end. He steeled himself for the ride back to the wall, feeling both eager and apprehensive about the journey ahead. In the courtyard, Eamon bid farewell to Luwin and some of the others he had met. Soon, he found himself face to face with Eddard Stark. "I wish to thank you, my lord, for everything," Eamon said, nodding respectfully. "It's been an honor to meet you, Eamon, truly," Eddard replied warmly. "Please give my regards to your son, Lord Stark. Young Jon, give him my best," Eamon added with a smile, careful not to use his nephew's true name in front of so many people. I will. "You can count on it, Eamon," Eddard assured him. In another life, Eamon might have looked back at the keep as they rode away, fixing the image in his mind to remember it, just as he had done with the Red Keep. But those days were long gone, and even if he wished for it, he knew he could not. Instead, he tried to recall the illustrations of Winterfell from the books he had read, hoping they had done it justice. Then he turned his thoughts to the wall. "Eamon, Eamon," Marwyn called, pulling him from his reverie. Eamon looked up, the spoonful of porridge still in his hand. "What?" "Sorry, I was miles away," he admitted, a bit embarrassed as he set the spoon down. "I was saying that these books, Eamon, the ones from Winterfell, along with those here, I don't think there are any in the Citadel that can help him more," Marwyn said earnestly. "Not in the Citadel, no. There's only one other, and I pray it's still there, and I'm the one to unlock its secrets," he said softly. Before he could say anything more, there was a commotion at the door, and they were quickly joined by Loamra. "Eamon, Marwyn, we have a visitor. Jon Snow has arrived." The former maester exclaimed, his excitement palpable, though it surely paled in comparison to Aemon's own. For true? Marwyn asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. For true, Loamara confirmed. It turned out to be true indeed. Later that day, as Aemon sat in his chambers with his nephew, he listened eagerly to Jaehaerys' words. You truly found the Conqueror's crown? Aemon asked, disbelief coloring his voice. Along with eggs, uncle, more eggs, Jaehaerys replied, holding something out. Aemon felt the pendant in his hands, rubbing his fingers over it. He could make out the shape of the jewels and the sigil of their house, but something about them felt different, and he couldn't quite place it. This is strange, Jaehaerys, it feels odd, he said, handing it back. Lady Melisandre was more excited about that than anything else I found. You don't recognize it? Is it not something that belonged to our family? It could be, but if so, it was either before or after my time, nephew, Aemon chuckled. Uncle, I'm almost ready. It's time. After what he did to Viserys, I should have. I could have moved earlier. I could have saved him, Jaehaerys said, his voice cracking with emotion. From the stag, perhaps? From fate? Even you don't have that power, Jaehaerys, Aemon replied, reaching out and smiling when his nephew took his hand. You are ready, truly? He asked, concern lacing his tone. I have the men, uncle. Dorne, the Reach, the West, and the North. I have the lords of the Narrow Sea and loyalist houses. There are others I may be able to bring on board, houses in the Riverlands and perhaps the Stormlands. And I have dragons, uncle. That you do, Aemon said, a mixture of pride and apprehension filling the air. Would you, Rhaenix, like to meet her? Aemon asked almost wistfully. More than anything in this world, nephew, Rhaenix replied happily. That night, as he drifted into sleep, Aemon found himself reflecting on the dragon. Meeting her had felt like a dream. When his nephew suggested they take flight together, Aemon had been so overwhelmed that he could barely speak. The sensation of the wind against his face as they soared through the sky was more exhilarating than he had ever imagined. He felt no fear about his nephew claiming the throne, instead, pride swelled within him. As he surrendered to slumber, Aemon wondered what adventures his dreams might hold. He felt the warmth of the desert sand beneath his bare feet, realizing he was without shoes. It struck him as odd, but an inexplicable force urged him to move forward. Above him, the sun still lingered in the sky, though its light was obscured by shapes that loomed above. He glanced up and saw them, large creatures soaring through the air. Two drifted far away, but one drew closer, revealing itself to be no bird at all. It landed nearby, regarding him with curiosity, its golden scales shimmering in the fading light. In a burst of unexpected agility, Aemon found himself standing beside the magnificent dragon. He reached out, stroking its head as it trilled with delight, its large eyes gazing deeply into his soul. Leaning against its warm body, he sensed its eagerness and desire. Nodding in understanding, he began to climb onto its back. Suvgan Sandorix, Aemon called as the dragon took to the air. Meanwhile, in the year 297 AC, Torrhen Snow and his band of Sellswords had received their payment from the Lannisters and returned to their usual routines. Contracts were signed, and life resumed its normal rhythm, at least, as normal as a Sellsword's life could be. Yet, for Torrhen, a nagging feeling persisted. It was as if they were in the wrong place, fighting the wrong battles for the wrong reasons. While that sentiment had lingered since the company's inception, lately, it felt more pressing than ever. As they continued to grow stronger, routines often distracted them from their worries. That was, until word arrived that a red priestess stood at their gates, seeking an audience. The company had its own rules and codes to live by, one of which revolved around their faith. Regardless of previous beliefs or the gods they had once prayed to, if you joined this company, you worshipped the old gods. There was no room for fire priests, the black goat, or the great stallion in their ranks, and certainly no god of many faces. Exiles from Essos had approached them, eager to join, good men at heart who worshipped the Seven but were unwilling to abandon their faith. They had been welcomed politely, only to be sent on their way. Brandon Snow had established a northern company, and that's how they intended to remain. We should send her away, Arto suggested. Brandon agreed. No, let's listen to her. What harm could it do? It's not like she'll convert any of us, Torrin chimed in, eliciting laughter from the other two men. Later that night, as he walked around the barracks, Torrin found himself smirking. It was reminiscent of her, or more precisely, the letter she carried. The meeting was set for the following day, and now he needed to select men to accompany her. He made his way to their largest hall, where the men gathered. As he entered, he scanned the faces until he finally settled on one man and decided, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, to include the former pit fighter as well. Roderick, a word, he called, motioning for the man to follow him outside. Torrin? I have a mission for you, Roderick. I want you to gather 12 men. You're to travel with the Red Priestess who came here earlier, serve as her escort, and help protect the girl she'll take you to. Travel where? Roderick asked, confusion etched on his face. I don't know, Roderick. Just listen to the woman and follow her orders, Torrin replied as he started to walk away. And take the pit fighter with you. Belwas? Roderick asked, still puzzled. Take him with you. I have a feeling you'll need him, he said, surprised by the thought. He shrugged it off and returned to his rooms, pouring himself a mug of ale. The ice was a welcome addition, and he silently thanked the old gods for it, as well as for Jon Snow. No, not Jon Snow, he corrected himself, Jaehaerys Targaryen. He pulled out the letter and read it once more. To the leader of the Company of the Rose. My name is Jon Snow, or at least that's the name I've been forced to live under. I bear this name because of the lies and plots of ambitious men who have cost me family from both sides of my bloodline. My true name is Jaehaerys Targaryen, yes, a dragon. I understand what that may mean to you and why it might tempt you to tear this letter up and discard it. But I ask you to remember, I am not just a dragon, I am a wolf too. Stark blood runs through my veins as surely as Targaryen blood does. Brandon Snow swore to leave his home and never return while a dragon sat the throne, and for almost 3 centuries, the company has upheld this oath. Soon, however, it won't be a dragon on the throne, nor a wolf. My mother called me a dragon wolf, the union of both our lines. My father named me the Son of Ice and Fire, the prince that was promised. In Winterfell, they called me the White Wolf, the Winter Dragon, telling me I had a role to play and an enemy to confront, an enemy most have forgotten or dismiss as a myth. As I write this, I find myself looking at myths brought to life. Dragons fly once more, and they will be needed for the battle to come, just as you and your men will be. It's time to come home, time to prepare for the fight that truly matters, not for me or my throne, but for the North and its people. It is there that the struggle will begin. In time, I will send for you and ask you to heed the call, to remember your blood as I remember mine. For now, I ask only that you protect my kin, for she too will be needed. In the days ahead, I pray that the old gods grant you the wisdom to do what is right. I hope you will give the lady what she asks for, and that when I call, when the North calls, you will come. If, however, you cannot, so be it. I will fight this battle without you, for the war for the dawn comes whether you choose to play a part or not. I am Jaehaerys Targaryen, son of the North. The letter was unexpected, but the White Wolf's call was not. That the wolf turned out to be a dragon had never been foretold in the prophecy, nor was it what anyone had believed, and that could cause issues with the others. When Brandon Snow knelt, he and Aegon spoke for some time, words that had been written down but were now lost to time. What exactly was said between them, neither he nor the last few commanders ever truly knew. All they understood was that an accord had been struck. Brandon left, and the company was formed, never to return unless called. They cared not for crowns, neither the Iron Throne nor the kings of winter. Contrary to what people may think, it was not the thought of a dragon on the throne that made Brandon leave, it was the vision of the company he wished to form, the purpose he intended to give them. They were not to fight in petty wars for land or title but in the one true war, the war for life itself. The words had been lost, and the truth of them confined to men long since dead, only the prophecy remained. The white wolf will howl, and we will follow, for he is the prince that was promised, and only together can we bring the dawn. Qohor, 297 AC. Dany found the woman almost as strange as her companions. The way she kept looking at her, as if searching for something, unnerved Dany. Yet, it was the large bald man who captured her attention. He called himself Strong Belwas, and he and Sandor had basically saved her life. Dany had played her part too. Seeing that cells were dead, while it didn't make up for the lives she had lost that day, at least brought her some sense of vengeance, and for that, she was grateful. Even more so that she hadn't. Missy brought her brothers with her, but the thought of having to return and tell the girl that they had lost their lives was almost too much to bear. The other men who had arrived were soon introduced as members of the Company of the Rose, a group Sandor claimed was more honorable than others in Essos. She allowed them to take the bodies and gather their supplies, riding back with them to Rhaenix and the others. In her pocket, she carried a letter that was supposedly from her nephew, a letter she desperately wanted to tear open and read. Yet, she found herself unable to do so. Her priority was ensuring her people were safe, and that took precedence over her own wishes, at least for now. When she arrived at their small camp, relief washed over her as she saw everyone unharmed. With the dragons nearby, she knew they were safe. Grey Worm, we lost. She began as she dismounted, only to have her aunt brush past the unsullied leader, hugging her tightly and checking to make sure she was unharmed. This one will see them prepared, Grey Worm said, and Dany watched as he and a few others took the bodies and readied the pyres. Dany, are you unhurt? Missy asked worriedly when Rhaenix finally let her go. Dany grabbed the girl and held her tight, reassuring her over and over again that she was fine. Who are these people? Rhaenix asked, and Dany heard Sandor explain to her aunt who they were and what had happened. After some time, Rhaenix seemed to accept their identities, engaging in a lengthy conversation with Melisandre about their nephew. Dany took a seat, her hands trembling as she nervously pulled out the letter. She smiled when she saw the three-headed dragon seal on the front. Holding it for a moment to steady herself, she finally began to read. It's not going to read itself, Sandor remarked, and despite her nerves, Dany chuckled. I know that, she replied, glancing at him. She noticed his expression was more worried than amused. Missy had anticipated this moment. As she closed her eyes for a brief second, she opened the letter and let her gaze fall upon her nephew's words. This was her first connection with family beyond Rhaenix, and she hoped he was everything Kinvara had described. Daenerys, Dany, Nerys, Aunt, I don't know which you prefer, and it pains me that I don't. Lady Kinvara mentioned that your people call you Dany, so I've tried to think of you that way. I'll wait until I hear it from your own lips before I know it to be true. As for me, I'd like you to call me Jay. I hope you will, though I'll let you name me however you wish. I find myself trembling as I write this letter. The words jumble in my head, and clarity seems to elude me, so please forgive me in advance. I have both good and bad news, and it truly pains me to share anything that might cause you hurt. Viserys has passed, and, killed by the stag who sits on the throne, handed to him by a fat magister for reasons I don't understand. I was too late, I waited too long, and because of me, another member of our family has lost their life. I ask for no forgiveness for this. Had I acted sooner, he would still be alive. I hesitated, hoping for victory, believing I had more time than I truly did. Only to learn, like my father before me, that time waits for no one. I cannot bring back my uncle, All I can do is avenge him and ensure that the man responsible pays for his actions. I swear it to you, on fire and blood, I vow to see them pay for what they've done. The time has come to reclaim what they stole from us, to take back the throne that is our family's birthright, and to make them answer for their deeds. I know, as my father did before me, the path I must travel and the dangers that lie in wait. I intend to name you my heir, Aunt, so you can carry on our name should I fall. But should that happen, please know that you won't be alone. We have more kin, Dany, more than either of us ever thought. Aemon Targaryen is the maester at castle. Black will advise you and offer counsel should the worst happen, or be there as family to speak to if it does not. We have another uncle as well. Tyrion Lannister is your father's child, not Tywin's son. I know this to be true, Aunt. I've seen it. Together, we fly our dragons and prepare for the war to come. I've made efforts to ensure your protection. I sent Sandor your way, and now Melisandre. With luck, she'll bring the company of the Rose too, if not them, then the Fiery Hand. I wish I could have done more, could have seen you, spoken to you, and shared tales of our family. There are things I long to show you, things I hope you would long to see. I pray I get that chance one day. If I don't, then know that you are my blood, my family. Though we've never met, I love you for that alone. The world has been cruel to you, Aunt. It's taken so much from you, and if it were in my power to change that, I would. Alas, I cannot, so I offer you this. In another life, we would have grown up together, surrounded by family, knowing their love and playing as children alongside my brother and sister, with Viserys. This was not the life we should have had, but it's the only life we can live. If I fall, you must live. Live for me, live for them, live for yourself, and always know that you were loved. Jaehaerys Targaryen, your nephew. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she finished reading. Dany got up and walked toward the dragons, leaning against Lygaron, allowing his warmth to comfort her. Rhaenyra took the letter from her, read it, and then made her way to her dragon, Regal, who brushed against her, seeking the same solace that Dany craved. The others left them alone for a while, and when they eventually rejoined, night was beginning to fall. Dany, Rhaenyra, Missy, and Grey Worm stood together as other Unsullied stepped forward to set the pyres alight. She found herself gazing into the flames, lost in thought. Dany felt the warmth of the flame and sensed the presence of the Red Priestess nearby, her gaze fixed intently on Dany's as she stared into the fire. Melisandre needn't have bothered. Dany found no answers in the flames, though truth be told, she wasn't searching for any. The moment she read the letter, everything became clear to her. Lady Melisandre, my nephew says the men of the Company of the Rose are on his side, that they are to protect me? Dany asked. I believe that's what the prince may have wished, Princess, Melisandre replied. These men, where are they? Dany pressed. In Myr, Princess, Melisandre answered. Do they have ships? Dany inquired. I do not know, Melisandre said. Could we get a ship in Myr? Dany asked, and the lady nodded. Dany? Rhaenyra called. We're going home. I wish to see my nephew, and I won't hesitate. I won't allow my family to die, Dany declared as she walked toward Lygaron, gazing into the dragon's eyes. She stood there for a moment, then leaned in close to the dragon's head, resting her forehead against his. We'll fly soon, my love, she whispered softly to him. We'll fly, and we will bring fire and blood to those who threaten my family. Chapter 114, The Dragon Plans. Riverrun, 298 AC. Kat woke up to find she was not alone in her bed. Turning to her side, she saw Peter asleep beside her, and a wave of shock washed over her. She couldn't remember going to bed the night before, but she distinctly recalled the overwhelming relief she felt when Peter had arrived. He had made her feel as if the world wasn't entirely against her, as if someone truly cared. Was that the reason for what had happened? Had that been enough to lead them here? She glanced at herself and realized she was naked, and looking at Peter, she noticed he was too. It was clear what they had done, and while a part of her felt shame at the thought, not so much for the act itself, but for the circumstances surrounding it. She never would have allowed this if she had been thinking clearly. Not unwed, at least. She had wished to marry him, so there was that. However, a deeper shame lingered. She couldn't remember the act itself, not a single detail. Suddenly, a new thought struck her. Peter, Peter, wake up, she said, shaking him gently. Cat? He murmured, blinking awake. Peter, you can't, we can't. People can't see us like this, she said, her voice laced with worry. Cat, my love, we are to be wed, to be man and wife. There's nothing wrong with us being together, not now, not anymore. There's nothing to stop us, he replied, leaning in to kiss her. She welcomed the kiss, feeling a rush of happiness at the thought of marrying him and facing whatever challenges lay ahead together. But then, a wave of panic hit her so suddenly that she couldn't contain it. Peter, I can't, she said, pushing him away, not noticing the hurt and fleeting anger that crossed his face. Moon tea, I can't, Peter. I can't have a bastard. I won't. Her worry was so intense that she didn't care that she was moving around the room naked. Cat, my love, we're to be married. We can do so today, he reassured her. Tomorrow, you have nothing to fear. If we have a child together, they will be trueborn, and will ensure they rise high, Peter said as he climbed out of bed and walked over to her, embracing her. Cat felt herself begin to relax. Truly, Peter? You wish to marry me today? She asked, needing to know that it was really happening. I do, more than anything in this world, Cat. I've loved you all my life, just you, my love, my sweet Cat. He kissed her once more. Cat welcomed the kiss, savoring it even more. She was to be married, and with Peter's help, she would see the bastard and all those who had wronged her dead. They dressed quickly, and when Peter left to find out what he could about events in the Riverlands, Cat walked to the September. There, she found Septa Mordane and shared the news, asking her to make the arrangements for the ceremony. Given how things were shaping up in the realm, a large wedding was out of the question, and she tried not to let her disappointment show. It seemed she was destined never to have the wedding she deserved, with war once again forcing it to be smaller and quicker than she would have wished. As a girl, she had dreamed of her wedding day, envisioning a grand feast and the great and good of the realm coming to witness her marry the man of her dreams. Tall, dark, handsome, and wild, Brandon had been everything she deserved. Now, just like before, she felt forced to settle for less. Tomorrow, my lady, are you certain? Septa Mordane asked. It must be, Septa. We don't have the luxury of planning. Soon, we could be besieged or under attack, and I'll be wed before then, Cat replied. The woman nodded and hurried off to speak to the Septon. With that settled, Cat rushed back to her rooms, searching for a suitable dress for the ceremony. Among her belongings, she found her old wedding gown. She tried it on, and despite it being a little tight, it still fit. Cat smiled at her reflection, pleased that even after 5 children, she had managed to keep her figure, unlike some women she knew. She picked up her sewing kit and began making alterations to her old wedding gown, loosening it around the waist and adding decorative symbols to give the dress a fresh look. By the time Peter returned, she had finished her work. When she told him she had arranged the wedding for the next day, the smile he gave her was blinding. His happiness fueled her own and made her think back to the sullen, almost nervous expression on Ned's face on their wedding day. She had been just as reluctant as he was then, so it was a comforting change to have a man genuinely looking forward to marrying her, and Peter certainly was. Where exactly did Edmure go, Cat? Peter asked. He took his men to deal with some of the banner men, Peter, to bring them in line before the king and Jon Arryn get here, she replied, asking Pearl to bring them some tea. When did he leave? He inquired. A few days ago. Do you think we should be worried? She asked, realizing now that it hadn't even crossed her mind until this moment. No, of course not. If he's only gone to deal with some of the bannermen, all should be well. Perhaps he's met up with Lord John or with the king's forces, and they'll be here soon. For your sake, I had hoped he would be here to see us wed, he said, and she felt her heart soar at how much he cared about her feelings. I'd like him here too, Peter, but I fear we cannot wait to wed. I wouldn't want to do so under siege or while we're being attacked. I worry that no matter what, we won't be able to stop the lions from at least reaching our door, she said, her voice tinged with fear. Peter stood up from his seat and walked over to her, sitting beside her and taking her hands in his. They won't be able to take Riverrun, Cat. All we need to do is hold out until the king's army arrives, and then we'll see them fall, he said with a reassuring smile. Will they be? Are the Vale and the Stormlands really enough? Cat asked, trying to keep the panic from her voice. They will be, Cat, Peter replied, moving closer to her. We also have something that no one knows about. The Golden Company is landing in Duskendale, 20,000 of the finest soldiers in Essos. Professional soldiers. No army comes close to them, he whispered. Truly? She asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Truly, my love. We'll see them all fall, and then together, we'll rise, Cat. You and I will rise higher than any of them, he said. Cat kissed him then, deeply and passionately, so much so that the knock on the door almost went unheard. She asked him to forego a night in her bed, wanting to save that for their true wedding night the following evening. She was relieved when he agreed. However, sleep proved elusive. Once again, her dreams tormented her. She saw Edmure being dragged to the front of the keep, held captive by men as she looked down at him. A knife pressed to his throat, they threatened her to give up the keep or watch her brother die. Peter warned her that she could not take that risk, it endangered everyone inside, including their child. Shaking her head, Cat told the men no. She watched in shock as Edmure was released, surrendering the keep. Then, Peter was dragged out, kicking and screaming, the men treating him roughly. It was her turn next. She stood horrified as Edmure lost his head, then Peter. The man with the sword didn't even need to turn to face her for her to recognize the bastard's face. Please, she begged, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry. I plead for the life of my babe. What do I care about your babe, Tully? You cared so little about my life. Why would I let you bring another into this world? As he grabbed her hair, turning her head to force her to see that Riverrun was in flames, Cat felt her heart shatter. Flames engulfed her family's home, burning it to the ground. I told you that your house would come to an end. You really think I'd allow you to bring another fish into this world? The bastard taunted. She felt herself forced down to the block, her eyes fixed on the sword raised above her. Suddenly, she woke up, drenched in sweat and trembling. As she gulped down some water, she realized she had slept without dreams the night before. With Peter beside her, the nightmares had been kept at bay. As she watched the sun rise, a sense of relief washed over her. She knew that after today, she wouldn't have to sleep alone again. She broke her fast in her room and called for her maids to prepare her for the day ahead. By the time they finished, she barely recognized herself in the mirror. Her hair was styled in a way she would have never dared in the north, her cheeks flushed, and a lightness filled her eyes, and her heart. She practically danced into the September, and when she saw him waiting there, it felt right. This was what she deserved, and happiness swelled within her. Father, smith, warrior, mother, maiden, crone, stranger. I am his, and he is mine from this day until the end of my days, she declared, a shiver running down her spine as she spoke the final words. Hearing Peter echo the same vows and witnessing the love in his eyes made this day infinitely brighter than the one she had shared with Ned. There was no hint of nervousness or doubt in his gaze, only love, and for that, she was profoundly grateful. When the ceremony concluded, they walked together to the small celebration she had organized. It was less a feast and more a fancy dinner, but even that joy was short-lived. My lady," Ser Desmond called out, rushing towards her. "Sir," she replied, concerned. "Banners, my lady." "Banners approach," he said, urgency in his voice. "Whose banners?" she asked, anxiety creeping in. "Lions, my lady." "Lions and dragons," the knight answered, his expression grave. "Close the gates." "Close the gates," she ordered, panic rising within her as she realized the threat looming just outside. Peter and the protagonist made their way to the keep. She dashed through the courtyard, her dress splattered with puddles and muck, but she didn't care. Once inside, she nearly raced up the stairs, eager to gaze out at the distant hills and the approaching army. The sight was overwhelming, an army far too large, stretching as far as the eye could see. Fear threatened to overtake her, and as tears began to fall, even Peter's comforting embrace couldn't ease her anxiety. Meanwhile, on the North Sea at Seaguard in 298 AC, Tyrion stood aboard his ship, watching as the fleet sailed, carrying his army of over 12,000 men, a quarter of whom were mounted. Lords Broom, Lefford, Westerling, Serret, and their men were part of the force he commanded. He trusted and cared for the good men below deck. The Stromboar had volunteered, seeking glory away from his father. Satin, serving as his squire, remained dutiful, despite his sadness over Loras's departure. Ser Jorah had welcomed the new brother, as Ser Richard Horp accepted the offered white cloak. Tyrion felt happier to see his niece than to gain a Kingsguard, but he knew the man was loyal and worthy. 8 pinnacle ships formed a majestic fleet, their disciplined formation a sight to behold. Yet, that spectacle was somewhat overshadowed by what soared above them. Lygaron flew over the ships, eager to face their enemies, and Tyrion couldn't shake the fear of what might happen if anything were to befall him. While the chances of danger while riding a dragon were slim, dragon riders had fallen in the past, typically to other dragon riders. There was no demon to confront him from Caraxes, and although the Martells had been fortunate with Meraxes and Rhaenys, they had known of the dragons, the crown did not. For Tyrion, the past few moons had been. It was strange. He was a Targaryen, a dragon rider, the uncle of a future king, and betrothed to a princess. It had taken time for him to adjust to this reality, and if his nephew hadn't constantly reassured him that he belonged to both lines, he might have struggled even more. This connection had pushed him to explore his Targaryen roots more deeply, examining the ancient stories of dragons and their riders, knowing now that they were his kin. Tegan Lygaron, Tyrion said as they approached Banefort, watching the dragon land a fair distance from the keep. Jikagon e Pradagon, Nikal Sagon Iga. Go eat, I'll be safe. He spoke to the dragon, grabbing his own food while Lygaron took to the sky. In all his readings about dragons and dragon riders, and the tales of his ancestors, he had never learned much about the bond between dragon and rider. It was through his nephew that he discovered far more than any book could offer, though Lygaron had his moments of assistance too. It was an odd sensation to hear a dragon in his mind, and he felt grateful that it only happened occasionally. Jay had mentioned that he had to listen to Rhaenix constantly. At times, Tyrion thought it would have been enjoyable as well, chuckling to himself as he ate his meat and bread. He was still laughing when Lygaron landed, the dragon appearing disturbed by something. Tyrion quickly left his food on the ground and rushed over. We must go. You must see, Lygaron said, his voice filled with annoyance and urgency. Where? Tyrion asked. North, the dragon replied. Grabbing his pack, Tyrion climbed back up Lygaron's wing and secured himself in the saddle. The dragon waited patiently until he was ready before taking to the air. Tyrion expected to see the ships below him once again, but instead, Lygaron flew over the water, heading north. Soon, Tyrion understood their destination and why they were going there. The Iron Islands, a place he had never expected to see. As Tyrion soared through the sky, he couldn't help but reflect on his life. If there were another reason for his journey, he might have questioned it. The thought of visiting places he had only dreamed about had lingered in his mind since his first dragon ride, inspired by the tales of legendary dragon riders. He remembered how Alysanne had flown to the wall and how Rhaenys had longed to cross the sunset sea. He smiled at the idea of being like Visenya, landing in the Vale just to see the astonished faces of its inhabitants. The prospect of flying over the high tower, viewing it from Dragonback, excited him. But now, as he looked down with anger at the scene below, he knew what he had to do. Jelmer, Lygaron, Jelmer, Tyrion commanded, urging his dragon northward. He glanced back at the ships, feeling the same urge to burn them that Lygaron did. They were just south of Moat Cailin, and the northern army was marching fiercely. At first, he hesitated about landing so close, but he quickly decided that it was better to confront the situation head-on. He flew over the front lines of the army and landed a short distance away, waiting for them to approach. It didn't take long. "Lord Tyrion," Ser Wylis called out. "Prince, actually," Tyrion replied with a smirk. Wylis glanced from him to Lygaron. "Forgive me, my prince," Ser Wylis said, and Tyrion surveyed the group accompanying him. Some he recognized, Small John, Jory, and Lady Meege, while others were unfamiliar. "I need to speak to Lord Stark." "Is he with you?" Tyrion asked. "Aye, he rides behind us." "Has something happened?" "The king?" Meege inquired, concern etched on her face. "The king is well and safe." "No, this is something that concerns the north," he explained. Jory gestured for him to join her on her horse. Tyrion felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of riding with her, but without his saddle, he knew he had no choice. He accepted the awkwardness and reassured Lygaron that he would return as quickly as possible. His dragon, unwilling to accept that for an answer, soared high above him, trailing the northern army with an unmistakable threat. "Hurt my rider, and you'll feel my wrath," Lygaron seemed to convey, and it warmed Tyrion's heart to know how much the dragon cared for him. They arrived at the point where Lord Stark and several other lords had halted their march. Tyrion spotted Greatjon, Ser Wendell, and Lord Wyman among them. After being helped down from his horse, he noticed their eyes on his attire for the first time. The black armor he wore was almost identical to Jay's, save for its material. The three-headed dragon stood proudly beside the lion, and he could see some of the lords looking at him curiously while others simply nodded in acknowledgement. "My prince, it surprises me to see you here. Is my nephew well?" Lord Stark asked, concern evident in his voice. Tyrion wondered if Stark was aware of Jay's intentions regarding him or if it was merely the armor that caused his reaction. But it didn't matter at the moment, so he pushed those thoughts aside. "Our nephew is safe and well, my lord. I had planned to meet you further along the way with my army. They should arrive in Seaguard within the week and will join forces with yours against the Vale, Lygaron as well," he replied. "Lygaron?" Greatjon asked, his brow raised. "My dragon, my lord," Tyrion said, earning a few smirks. "Why have you come, my prince?" Lord Stark inquired. "Ironborn, my lord. On our way to escort the ships to Seaguard, Lygaron flew to the Iron Islands. They have a fleet that looks ready to sail. I believe they mean to attack us, the Reach, or perhaps you. I'm not certain who their target is. Lannisport and the West are well protected, my uncle Kevin will see to that. I intend to send a raven to Lady Olenna from Seaguard, but since I was coming to meet you anyway." Tyrion noticed Lord Stark nodding in understanding. "How many men do you bring with you, my prince?" Lord Stark asked. 12,000, my lord," Tyrion replied. I will have 25,000 men by the time I reach you. The north is well protected from an attack, but a large-scale one is not something we anticipated," Lord Stark said. "Meege, Yora, Galbart, Helman, could you join me for a moment?" Tyrion waited patiently as the lords and lady conferred, nearly suggesting the use of Lygaron when they devised their own plan. "Should we need the dragons, my prince, will they come?" Lady Meage asked. "We are kin, my lady, united by marriage. If you need my dragon, he will come, and I know my nephew will feel the same," Tyrion replied, and she nodded in agreement. In the end, they decided to send some men to reinforce their keeps and promised to send ravens once they reached Moat Cailin. Lord Stark explained that they had left many men to guard the trading routes as it was. Tyrion was invited to stay and share a meal with them, but he declined, eager to check on the ships and warned Seaguard to be on alert as well. He also wished to send his own ravens. After bidding farewell, he walked to where Lygaron had landed. As he approached, a young man joined him, and soon they were laughing together as they took to the sky. It seemed Richard's lips could deliver a message far quicker than he could, even with his dragon. As the walls of Seaguard came into view, he was relieved to see the three-headed dragon soaring toward it. He landed Lygaron a distance away and walked to the keep, where the guards opened the gate and the castellan rushed to meet him. "My lord," the old gray-haired man inquired. "Prince Tyrion Targaryen." "I wish to speak to Lord Mallister," Tyrion said, his voice firm and direct. "He marches, my prince." "Lord Jason and Ser Partrek are both en route to join the king's army," the man responded. "I need access to your ravens, and some warm food and a bath would be welcome, Ser." "Ser Lymond, my prince." "I will see to it at once," the castellan assured him. Tyrion nodded, grateful for the opportunity to sleep in a bed tonight and to wait for the next developments. Jon Arryn arrived in Gulltown to a mixed reception in 298 AC. Lord Grafton welcomed him, but even Jon could sense the reluctance behind the greeting. He was grateful to be offered guest rights, knowing that the house had once risen for the dragons. However, this time, they had not risen for him either, as Grafton openly declared they would not fight for him. Despite this, Grafton did offer him an escort to Runestone, which Jon declined. It was at that moment the first piece of bad news struck him. He had missed Lord Yone, who had already left to gather the rest of the Knights of the Vale at the Bloody Gate. This meant he would have to ride hard and fast to catch up with them. Jon had considered bypassing the Vale altogether, thinking about meeting the knights at the crossroads or perhaps sailing to Wickenden or the Saltpans. But that would leave him isolated, and he needed to ensure that the men he spoke to were his own, not the dragons. Lomas had privately informed him just how dire the situation was in the Riverlands. It seemed they would need to deal with some rebellious lords there before the lions and dragons arrived. This urgency had also hindered his plans to travel through those lands to reach his army. "My lord, do you wish for another?" Lady Scylla asked. His friend's daughter had grown into a remarkable young woman. "No, thank you, my lady. I think I'll retire for the night. I have a long, hard ride ahead of me," he replied, and she smiled at him as he bid her good night. Lord Yone and Lady Yara had done an excellent job raising their children. Andar, Rabar, and Ysilla were fine examples of Vale chivalry and grace, while young Waymar had taken up the noble calling of the Wall. Jon couldn't help but think that his friend was a lucky man, a loving wife, a fine daughter to forge alliances with, and not only a true heir but also a second son, should the worst occur. He tried to suppress the feelings of jealousy and anger that bubbled up within him, remembering his own circumstances, a wife who had never cared for him and an heir that. Jon knew he needed to speak to Lady Anya urgently. Young Harry could not ride into this war, his line had to continue, and Harry was now his heir. That night, sleep came with great difficulty. His mind was filled with plans for the days ahead and the daunting prospect of facing men he had once called friends. Ned Stark had disappointed him deeply. To perpetrate such a lie against him and Robert, to put them in the position they now found themselves in, it was bad enough. But to actually take arms against them, willing to fight against him and the man he had once considered a brother? Jon felt his anger rise, lamenting that the heathen wolves threatened everything once again. "My lord, "My lord, you wish to be woken," a young girl said, pulling him from his thoughts. As he turned, he saw the day just beginning to dawn, yet he felt as if he hadn't slept at all. "I thank you, Elena. I'll ready myself now," he replied as the girl nodded and turned to leave. Jon quickly dressed and made his way to the courtyard, heading for his horses. Just then, Lady Yara stopped him, holding a raven scroll addressed to him personally. He opened it and nearly collapsed, unable to believe what he was reading. Thanking her, he declined to break his fast, knowing that they needed to set off immediately. The news he had read only made their ride that much more urgent. Dorne had risen for the dragons, Stannis had been defeated and was being held prisoner, and Robert Stormland's army was in disarray. The only comfort in this news was that they had not been completely defeated and might still be able to join forces with them. But how had this happened? Dorne? Surely not. That night, as they camped, Jon tried to make sense of it all. The best he could figure was that vengeance remained Dorne's motivation. He cursed under his breath. Tywin Lannister had put them in this situation. While he had welcomed the children's deaths, especially since they hadn't been on his hands, Elia could have been used to placate Dorne. Now it felt as though all those issues he had assumed were handled had merely been biding their time. Time, a hidden dragon, hungry lions, and Dornish snakes were all converging to take what he had built. No, he wouldn't allow it. "My lord," one of the men said, handing him a plate with warmed meat. Jon ate for strength, not out of any sense of hunger. The following week brought some of the hardest riding he'd ever endured, and by the time he spotted the gates of the moon in the distance, he felt ready for bed. However, noticing the lack of knights around, he knew he wouldn't find much rest there tonight either. He was welcomed by Nestor, who appeared surprised to see him. The offer of a warm bath was far too enticing to refuse. Jon felt somewhat refreshed as he sat down to enjoy a more sumptuous meal with Nestor that night, trying to suppress the thought that this might be the best fare he'd have for quite some time. "You look tired, my lord," Nestor remarked. I am. Was Lady Anya here, Nestor?" "She was. She came to wave young Harry off," Nestor replied, and Jon sighed. "I'll be sending him back, Nestor. He's to be my heir." "That song, have you heard it?" he asked, and Nestor nodded slightly. "It's the truth. I heard it from her own lips. If Littlefinger returns here, you must take him, Nestor. Place him in the sky cells, and I'll deal with him upon my return," Jon instructed, noticing the pity in Nestor's eyes. "I'll see it done, my lord." "This war, can we win it?" Nestor asked. "We must, lest we all burn in dragonfire," Jon replied. The next morning, he left feeling rested, refreshed, and ready to fight. It took him 2 days to catch up with his army. The Knights of the Vale had come out in force, he estimated between 20,000 to 30,000 men. Later, he learned he commanded 27,000. He was pleased to see the lords assembled as well, Lord Yone, Lords Melcalm, Hunter, Corbray, Egan, and Belmore. However, he was surprised to see some that were. "Lord Yone," Jon said, smiling as he greeted his friend. "Lord Jon, I hadn't expected to see you so soon, my lord," Yone replied, surprised. I know, Yone. I had thought about meeting you further along the way, but I felt it was best to meet you here. It was a damn hard ride, though." Yone laughed and led Jon to speak with the others. "Lord Redfort?" Jon asked. Yone shook his head. "Horton didn't rise, my lord. I can't understand it. We'll deal with him after the dragon, Yone. First, I need to let you all know something." Jon gathered them together in a hastily arranged tent and noticed Harry standing with the Waynwood men. His new heir, he thought, and although Harry was his blood, he wouldn't have been Jon's choice. "But at least he's my blood," he mused, looking at the boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, evidence enough of that. "Firstly, some of you may have heard that damnable song," Jon said, raising his hand when some began to protest. "I thank you, my lords, but it pains me to say it's true, Robert is not my son. Lisa and Littlefinger have been involved behind my back." "My lord, your heir?" Lord Hunter asked. "Is standing in this very tent." "Harold, step forward, young man. My great-nephew, Sir Harold Harding, is hereby officially named as my heir. Nestor has the paperwork, and a copy has been sent to Lady Anya." "Thank you, uncle. I shall endeavor to make you proud of me," Harry said. John had to bite his tongue to refrain from telling the boy that a good way to do that would be to stop fathering bastards. "I'm sure you will, nephew. For now, though, I need you to ride back to Nestor and take control of the Eyrie with him. You cannot ride with us. I've already lost far too much blood, I cannot risk my line ending." Harry looked like he wanted to argue. "I cannot, Harold. Go, take some of Lady Anya's men, but go, for House Arryn, you must." "As you say, uncle," Harry replied, stepping out of the tent. He lingered for a moment, ensuring the boy had truly set off, giving him time to gather his thoughts. Lomas had sent word of the Stormlord's loss, but for now, John felt it was best for his lords to remain unaware of the challenges they faced. He decided to keep that to himself and focus on the positives, and that's exactly what he did. "We ride to the Riverlands, my lords, to set things right and await the king and his reinforcements," he announced. "Reinforcements? The Stormlords ride?" Yon asked, raising an eyebrow. "Under Lord Stannis, yes. The king rides with a different, larger army, the Golden Company, my lords," John explained, watching as gasps turned into smiles around the room. "They've come from Essos, my lord." "But why?" Lionel inquired, looking to the Corbray lord. "Our dealings with Magister Illyrio have been most beneficial. Thanks to his arrangements with the Golden Company, they fight on our side," John said, noting the nods of approval that spread through the gathering. "What of the North, my lord?" Lord Belmore asked, concern etched on his face. "They may have their own troubles soon enough. I've heard the Ironborn mean to take advantage of the armies marching along the western shoreline." "Surely, they'll attack the north first," John replied. "However, we'll need outriders behind us, just in case. It may come down to us facing the northern army. Then we'll cut through them, my lord." "Savages are no match for the Knights of the Vale," Lord Egan declared confidently. John agreed with him, though he kept his silence for the moment. Some of these men considered the Northmen friends, and while he knew they would fight against them, he didn't want to appear as if he bore a grudge. "If it comes to that, yes, we will. We ride, my lords, for our king. We ride," he proclaimed, hearing the sounds of agreement fill the tent. He felt a wave of relief when the lords began to leave. As they rode past the bloody gate, John glanced back, wondering if he would have been better off staying on the other side of it. The odds they faced felt overwhelmingly against them, and he wasn't sure victory was within reach. Achieving it seemed to depend on having better luck than they had experienced so far, and lately, he couldn't shake the feeling that the gods had abandoned them. They couldn't afford any more setbacks, yet he knew they would encounter some. Staying behind those gates, however, wasn't truly an option. The letter had made that abundantly clear, the dragon was coming for him. He had only one choice, face it or die. As they rode, doubt crept into his mind. Perhaps the option wasn't truly an option at all, maybe, regardless of what he chose, he was facing death either way. If that was the case, he resolved to ensure that as many of those who had forced him into this position met the same fate. On Dragonstone, in 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen found himself torn. Rhaenys wanted him to explore the island with her, to sleep out on the cliffs by her side, and he yearned to do it more than anything. But he knew he couldn't, not yet. Instead, he turned his attention to the map, pondering his strategy regarding the Golden Company. Their proximity to the city made it impractical to use Rhaenix, and if they were to march, that would provide the best opportunity. But which direction would they take? He studied the map and noted the Trident and Harrenhal. If they marched that way, there was a chance they would join forces with the Vale, something he couldn't allow. He needed them to come to him, to march toward him, and then he could deal with them. But how could he compel them to follow his desired path instead of their own? "Arthur," he called, and the knight entered the room. "Your Grace?" Arthur replied. "I need to run some ideas by you. I want you to doubt me, to challenge anything I say if I'm wrong. Can you do that?" he asked. "If you insist, Your Grace," Arthur responded, glancing at him, while Loras stood further back. "Robert has the Golden Company. I can only assume it's something to do with the Magister, as there's no way he would have hired them himself," he said. "I agree," Arthur replied. "So he's here," he concluded. Jaehaerys pointed to Duskendale. "If he marches, he'll march here," he said, then gestured to the crossroads. "Joining up with the Knights of the Vale and then moving to the Riverlands, to Riverrun." "No, Your Grace, he'll march here," Arthur replied, pointing to the Stormlands. "Arthur? If he hears you've attacked his homeland, he'll march there. If he loses the Stormlands, it's finished for him. He needs those men," Arthur explained. "But he has the Golden Company, Arthur." "He needs those men," Arthur reiterated simply. Jay looked down at the map, imagining the devastation. Tumbleton would be sacked. Grassy Vale, Robert might even decide to push into the Reach after securing some victories there. Bitterbridge and Highgarden could fall, especially if the lords he sent with Lord Tarly were absent. A wave of horror washed over him as he pictured the Reach crumbling and Highgarden in flames. Should Robert get close to Marjorie, gods, he didn't even want to think about that. Closing his eyes, he reached out to Ghost, envisioning Marjorie and Sansa laughing and reading in the garden. A small smile crept across his face as he felt the coolness of Ghost's presence wash over him. Should the Stormlands have already fallen by then, he'd go to join with the Knights of the Vale? He asked, opening his eyes. "He would, should it have fallen," Arthur said, looking at him with a hint of curiosity. "So he marches that way," Jaehaerys said, tracing the route on the map. "How do I make him march towards me? What makes him march towards me?" He held up his hand. "Me. I'm the key for him. You are, Your Grace. Should Jaime march here, and should it be known that I march with him, Robert will come at me, won't he?" "He would," Arthur confirmed. "Good," Jaehaerys said with a smile. He stood up from his seat and began to drum his fingers on the map, his gaze drifting toward the god's eye. "Good. Loras, ask Lord Montfort to join me." He walked to the open window and looked down at the island below, feeling her presence in his mind. He planned to visit her later that night, his mind now clearer with a strategy in place for dealing with the Golden Company. As he heard footsteps approaching, he turned to see Lord Montfort and Loras enter the room. He gestured for Montfort to take a seat. "My lord, how many men does it take to garrison Dragonstone?" he asked. "I believe Lord Stannis managed it with less than 500, Your Grace," Montfort replied. "And how many men do the lords of the Narrow Sea bring, my lord?" "A little over 4,500, Your Grace." "How many of those are mounted?" "Half." "Good. I want you to take the mounted men, my lord. Leave the infantry here for now. When the Golden Company departs from Duskendale, I'd like you to sail there and follow them, slowly. I don't want you to engage, just be ready to chase down any who retreat." "Your Grace?" Montfort asked, intrigued. "I intend to draw them to me. When faced with a true dragon, men may find their courage tested, my lord. If they do, I want them to encounter an unexpected threat on their retreat," he explained, watching as Montfort smiled. "Of course, Your Grace. How will you know when they've left?" "I'll know, my lord. Sir Richard is quite accomplished, he assured, enjoying the sound of Montfort's chuckle. At dinner that evening, he joined the other lords of the Narrow Sea. Lord Celtigar gave him a critical once-over, while Lord Sunglass seemed uncertain about their chances of victory, even with their numbers. "My lords, I direct your attention to the windows," he announced, eager to see their reactions when Rhaenix soared by. "My uncle's dragon is with him as they engage the Knights of the Vale. I believe Rhaenix wishes to see what lies beneath the gold, my lords," he said, eliciting laughter from the group. After the lords had witnessed the dragon and he had spoken with several of them individually, he instructed Loras to get some rest. Arthur, however, refused, insisting he would sleep only when Jay did. He then left the castle, telling Oraine he would return the next day. Jay found her not on the cliffs but on the beach near a cave. As he walked toward her, he could already sense her emotions from a distance. After telling Arthur to gather wood for a fire, he knelt beside Rhaenix, who almost curled up around him. Before long, they both drifted off to sleep, and the island transformed into a different place altogether. He could hear laughter ahead, and as he looked, he saw her hand in his, Rhaenys almost dragging him toward the joyful sounds. His sister was nearly his height, her long dark hair blowing in the wind, and her purple eyes sparkled with excitement as they got closer. "Come on, Jay, they've been waiting for us," Rhaenys called, her voice light and cheerful. "I'm coming," he replied, trying not to laugh at the way she frowned at him. "You're too slow. I bet you can't even catch me," she teased, releasing his hand and sprinting ahead. Jay chased after her, her laughter mingling with the others as they entered a glade to find their family waiting. Jay was stunned to see it was more than he had imagined. His mother and father were there, along with Elia and Egg. But standing with them was a man slightly older than Egg, someone Jay took a moment to recognize as Viserys, though he looked different, happier. Beside him stood an older silver-haired woman who smiled warmly as she embraced Rhaenys. "Come, grandson, I've wished to meet you for some time," Rhaella said, and as she released Rhaenys to embrace him, Jay felt tears streaming down his face. When he felt her arms around him, he didn't think twice, nor did he when his uncle and brother hugged him too. Feeling his father's embrace or Elia's after that felt almost natural. But when his mother held him in her arms, Jay broke down completely. The sobs shook him, powerful and overwhelming. There, my little dragon wolf. Let it out, let it all out," his mother said softly as he cried against her. Eventually, he found himself laughing and joking with Egg, the warmth of family surrounding him. Jay listened intently as his grandmother shared her wisdom, speaking to Elia about her nieces and brother. Then, his father called him to take a walk. Soon, they were strolling along the beach where Arthur and Rhaenix had spent the night. Jay passed the spot where Rhaenix had lain and approached the cave ahead. "You'll find it in there, son. You'll need it for the fight to come," his father said, guiding him deeper into the cave. "Only you can enter, only your blood can unlock the door." "Father?" Jay asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "It's time for me to go, son. Remember, I love you and I'm proud of you. Your mother is proud of you too. I'll see you again, but not today, Jaehaerys. Not today." As his father's figure faded from view, Jay whispered, "Not today." He jolted awake to find Arthur watching him. He walked over to Rhaenix, who had her eyes open and was looking back at him. "You saw them too?" he asked. "I did. Grandmother was there too, Jay, and Viserys." "I hadn't seen them before," she replied, her voice filled with happiness. "Why now?" he wondered. "Dragonstone. It's us, Jay. It's our home. This is where dragons belong," she explained. He nodded, leaning in closer and closing his eyes as she did the same. They stayed in that moment for a while before he urged her to go eat, reminding her they would need to leave soon. Rhaenix made him promise to fly with her so she could show him the island before they departed, and Jay agreed. Once she took to the air, he approached Arthur and shared what he had seen and felt. Arthur remained silent, which Jay appreciated. "The cave, Arthur. We need to go in there," Jay said, pointing toward the entrance. "Are you certain about this, Jay?" Arthur asked. I am," Jay replied with conviction. Together, they entered the cave. Jay noticed Arthur glancing at him as they navigated the narrow passages, as if he had been there before. They soon reached a large open space, and Jay looked around, admiring the shiny rock that formed the cave walls. Leaning in closer, he felt a surge of anticipation. He touched the surface and instantly recognized it for what it was, and how crucial it could be. "Dragon glass," he said. "Jay?" "Obsidian, Arthur." "A whole mountain of it," he replied, a smile spreading across his face. Arthur simply nodded, both of them feeling the weight of the discovery. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the darkness enveloped them, and then Jay felt it, the heat. To be precise, it was Arthur who noticed it first. Grabbing a piece of wood from the cave floor, Jay followed the warmth to its source, the molten rock from Dragonmont flowing through a narrow passage. After lighting the wood, he held it up, and what he saw took his breath away. The dragonglass sparkled in a mesmerizing array of colors: black, red, green, more shades than he ever imagined possible. Arthur seemed equally awestruck. "I thought it only came in black," Arthur remarked. Me too," Jay responded. Then he noticed the drawings on the walls, images of battles from a millennium ago. Blue-eyed warriors clashed against men, children, and even giants. They resembled the figures he had seen in the cave at Winterfell, suggesting they had been created by the same hands. Just as he was about to step closer to examine them, something else caught his eye: a door. Everything else faded into insignificance. Jay nearly ran to it, asking Arthur to hold the burning wood for him. Without thinking, his hand instinctively went to his knife. He pressed it against the door before Arthur could utter a word. Not even hearing the knight's voice, Jay felt the stone begin to yield. He watched from inside the room as Arthur struggled to enter, mouthing that he was all right when he couldn't hear the words being spoken. Jay moved further into the room, his eyes widening as the torches on the walls flickered to life. The room was filled with chests. Jay opened a few, some contained jewelry, others clothing, and still more held scrolls and books. But it was the solitary chest in the center that drew him in. He tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge at first. With his still bleeding hand, he pressed against it, letting drops of blood fall down the side. Suddenly, he heard a clicking noise. As he opened the chest, he caught a glimpse of the book inside. He didn't need to read the words or see the title to know exactly what it was. "Dini's," he whispered, his fingers instinctively tracing the dreamer's name embossed on the cover. After closing the chest, he wiped away the blood, not surprised to find it locked once more when he tried to open it again. He debated taking the book with him but ultimately decided against it. Here, it was safe, and he couldn't risk it being lost or falling into someone else's hands. As he turned to leave the room, he noticed another chest adorned with a symbol he recognized: the three-headed dragon, crafted in the same style as his pendant. He felt torn, tempted to explore it, but sensed it was best left for now. He would return soon enough. Stepping out of the room, he had barely moved a few feet when the door closed behind him. Arthur looked at him with relief, later explaining that he had stepped into darkness, and all he could see was Jay assuring him he was unharmed. "Come, let's go break our fast." "I have much to do today," Jay said. Arthur nodded, seemingly relieved to be leaving the cave. After washing and bandaging his hand, they sat down to eat, and Jay sent Arthur to rest. With Loras guarding his back, he spoke further with the Lord of the Narrow Sea before making his way to the rookery to consult with the Maester Montfort had brought along. The man had served Driftmark for some time, and Montfort's trust in him earned Jay's confidence, at least for this matter. "I need a raven to send to the Reach, Maester," Jay said. "At once, Your Grace." Where in the Reach, if you don't mind me asking? Anywhere will do, it won't be going to a keep, he replied as the maester selected a raven. Is it well fed? Jay asked, and the maester nodded. Taking the raven from the man, Jay cradled it gently in his hands. Thank you, maester, he said as he walked out of the room, still holding the raven. Your grace, the maester called after him. I'll take it from here, Jay said as he left the rookery and walked into the solar of the room he'd been given. Sitting down at the table, he looked into the raven's eyes, then closed his own. He found the door, and the raven accepted him without hesitation. Soon, the raven perched on the desk, and Jay fed it small pieces of corn that he had requested. After that, he set out to find a different door and discovered an eagle feeding near Summerhall. He guided it eastward and soon spotted Oberyn's army marching. As he flew further east, he found the Stormlords. Grabbing a scroll, he wrote a message to Randyll Tarly and attached it to the raven's leg, allowing it to fly free moments later. He waited for an hour before searching for the door again. The raven soared over the water, heading south. Jay checked in on it from time to time, directing it toward the Reach army himself. He was confident that Randyll would follow his orders, so he turned his attention back to the eagle and the Stormlands. For the next 2 days, he alternated between warding into the raven and the eagle, both creatures eagerly accepting him each time. By the time Oberyn's forces reached Stannis's position, Jay felt that his plan could work. The eagle was his, as was the raven, and he could enter either at will. The raven now flew over the area where he expected Tarly's army to be. However, he had underestimated the Lord, who was actually some distance further ahead than he had anticipated. Just then, he felt a nudge on his shoulder that jolted him from the raven's perspective. Your Grace, you must eat. You look pale, Arthur said. Jay nodded and took the plate from the servant, eating and drinking almost ravenously. Thank you, Arthur, he said when he finished. Closing his eyes, he warged back into the raven and saw that it had found the army. Jay allowed the raven to rest and eat before he sent it to Tarly himself. Then, he warged back into the eagle to see that the two sides were lining up. Oberyn had the high ground. Without leaving the eagle, Jay asked, What happens if you charge uphill, Arthur? You lose your grace, Arthur replied, his voice echoing as if he were far away. Jay smiled as he observed the forces lined up below. With the keen vision of an eagle, he sought out the commanders of Stannis's army and quickly found the one he needed. Leaving the eagle, he searched for the doors and found several, 3, 4, 5, 6, all of them inviting him inside. He readied himself and gave the command. The horses, driven by their natural instincts to run free, something Jay knew well from his time in winter, needed just a gentle prod, and they were off. Switching from the horses back to the eagle, he watched the battle unfold. He saw Oberyn defeat a large man, and then Stannis was brought before him. Jay couldn't help but smile as he began searching for the raven. Later that night, he spoke to Richard about the Golden Company. His master of whispers leaned in close, and Jay cautioned him not to get too close. He outlined what he wanted done, detailing the messages he wished to send, and asked if Richard could see it through. Exhausted, Jay finally went to bed and slept for almost 2 days straight. The power required, the loss of blood, and sheer tiredness all combined to leave him utterly drained. Lord Montfort, House Ricker awaits you. The Golden Company has left, Richard said a few days later. The Lord nodded, instructing that they set sail immediately. Jay, along with Arthur and Loras, walked to the cliff and mounted Rhaenix. His sister was unhappy to leave but relieved that they would soon put an end to this fight. She was eager to return and show Lygaron this place too. We're done here, my king? Loras asked. We are. It's time to go hunt a stag, Loras, Jay replied as Rhaenix took to the sky. Casterly Rock / the Stony September, 297/298 AC, Jaime. It had taken him longer to march than his uncle, and in a way, he had been. Jaime felt a wave of relief wash over him as he watched Myrcella arrive safely at the rock. It was a comforting sight. The girl radiated happiness at being reunited with her family and seeing Tommen again. Once he knew she was secure, Jaime had wanted to march, but he understood that Tommen needed to be part of this journey. Although the boy wouldn't see any fighting, being involved in the march would mean everything to him, especially when it came to seeing Robert pay for his deeds. The argument he had with Davin had been difficult, but ultimately worthwhile. He had explained why Davin couldn't march with them, giving him the chance to spend time with his son and daughter. Then, when Davin had begged him not to let Tommen join the march, Jaime had pointed out that it was what the boy wanted and needed. Davin had refused to accept this and stormed off in frustration. In the end, it was Tommen and Myrcella who convinced Davin to agree. Davin had given in to the children's wishes, and Myrcella displayed a resilience that belied her years. It was also Myrcella who persuaded Ser Richard Horp to don his white cloak in service to Jay. The knight had offered to guard her back, but Myrcella had insisted there was no need for that. "It would be best if you guarded the king," she had said, "and no one deserves the white cloak more than you. You've proven it, Ser. You're worthy of that cloak, and anything less would be an insult to you." "I am not a princess anymore, Ser Richard, but I thank you for always making me feel like one," Myrcella said. "You are my princess. You've always been so, and you always shall be," Ser Richard replied, and Myrcella hugged him tightly, hiding her tears. As hard as all of that had been, nothing compared to saying goodbye to his wife and daughter. Joanna was old enough to understand that he was leaving, and she was not happy about it. Daisy was worried as well, though in a different way. His daughter was growing up. Each day, the little babe he had held in his arms was slipping further away. She had learned to walk and talk, and the lessons she was now taking were much more challenging, transforming her into a little girl, no longer a newborn. "Papa, don't go. Stay with me and Mama," Joanna said, her green eyes staring up at him. "I must, for Jon, for Jerian and Tyrion. But I'll be back before you know it, my little cub, I promise," he replied, kissing her on the nose in an attempt to coax a giggle from her, though she remained serious. "On the moon and stars?" she asked, looking earnestly at him. "On the moon and stars, on the sun too, I promise you, my little lioness, my baby bear. I swear it. I'll see you and Mama soon," he assured her, trying to hold back tears as she wrapped her arms around him. He smiled when he kissed her nose once more, and this time she laughed. He walked from her room to his and Daisy's, finding her sitting on the bed. His wife's belly was beginning to show, and he sat down beside her. "How did she take it?" Daisy asked. "As well as can be expected. She doesn't want me to go, but I must." "You know why," he said. "I know. I wouldn't stop you or ask you to stay. Were I not with child, I'd be marching off with you," she replied, and he laughed, relieved that she wasn't coming with him. "I know. Promise me you'll take no risks. Fight, and fight well, Jaime, but promise me you'll take no risks. Don't do anything stupid," she said, concern creeping into her voice. "No more than usual," he joked, but her expression remained serious. "Jaime," she said, her voice trembling. He looked at her and leaned forward, kissing her deeply. "I swear it. I'll take no risks and leave my foolishness at home where it belongs. I'll be back to see our babe born, my love, to see Joanna grow. Nothing, no one will stop me from returning to you and our children. I swear it on the old gods and the new," he vowed. She kissed him back. "Come back to me, my love. That's all I ask." "I love you, Daisy Lannister," he said. I love you too, Jaime Lannister," she replied, their kisses lingering as neither wanted them to end. The end was inevitable. Jaime set off, beginning the march to the Golden Tooth. His lords were eager for the fight ahead, while he himself longed for it to be over. He commanded 25,000 men, 10,000 of whom were cavalry, but the march was slow. Each passing day heightened his anxiety about the battles to come and his worry that they were not moving fast enough. This sense of urgency intensified when he reached Ashmark. There, a letter awaited him, one that altered all of his plans and his route. As Jaime opened it, he discovered that his destination had shifted from the Golden Tooth to the Stony September. Lord Hand, somehow Robert has gained the allegiance of the Golden Company. Our king orders you to change course. March to the Stony September, and he will meet you there. Make haste, my lord, for your movements will affect theirs, and our king desires it so. I've sent some friends your way. Forgive their piety and accept their loyalty, my lord, for they, too, have a score to settle with the usurper. Worry not about the lords of the storm, our Dornish allies have taken care of them. As for the Reach, Lord Tarly rides in your direction. Good fortune, my lord. Perhaps when we next meet, it will be to see our king crowned. The letter was signed, Richard. That night, in the great hall of Ashmark, Jaime informed his lords, Lord Brax, Lord Bainfort, Lord Marbrand, and Ser Barristan. Each had a different reaction. His lords looked forward to facing the Golden Company, viewing them as a more worthy foe. In contrast, Barristan urged caution, recounting the tale of the Blackfires and the cost of putting them down. After the others had departed, Barristan spoke with Jaime, who prepared to continue the march the following day. We may have won a battle, Barristan said, but I worry more about the war and the king. I wish he were with us, Jaime. I know Arthur and Loras are with him, and that he has a dragon. I know Dragonstone belongs to us once more, yet I fear being apart from him. I long to see him safe with my own two eyes. Barristan said, I share your concerns, but I believe he'll be waiting for us at the Stony September. So, I suggest we make haste, as Sir Richard recommended. That way, we can both put our minds at ease. Barristan nodded in agreement. I worry about the Golden Company, Jaime. They are seasoned fighters, men who have been battling for longer than even I have. Our men are good, and your army is as well trained as any. I would match them against any force in Westeros. But not against those from Essos? Jaime asked. It's a different world, Jaime. Let's just hope our king has a plan. He has a dragon, Barristan. That's his plan, Jaime replied, a smirk creeping onto Barristan's face as he nodded and left Jaime alone with his thoughts. Jaime wondered if he was right. If that was indeed the plan, then why hadn't the dragon already been unleashed? As he lay down to sleep, he pondered it further. A hammer needed an anvil to be effective, and Jay needed an army to break the enemy. The next morning, they began their march, moving more quickly. The anvil would soon be ready to be struck. After passing Hornvale and covering more miles than he cared to think about, his outriders brought news when they were about a day away from the Stony September. Riders, my lord. Bearing the dragon banner, one of Lord Daemon's men announced, his armor marked with the emblem of the orange burning tree. Ser Walder, Ser Barristan, form up an escort. Let's ride out and greet our new friends, Jaime commanded, and the knights along with their squires hurried to comply. Tommen stood beside him, looking for something to do. Go and ready glory for me, nephew, Jaime instructed, and the boy smiled before running off. As they rode out to meet the approaching men, Jaime noticed Barristan gasped beside him. It took him a moment to understand why. The riders were well armed and armored, and a flicker of worry crossed Jaime's mind that this could be a perfect trap. Daisy's warning echoed in his ears as he realized they were outnumbered. Ser Barristan, it's good to see you, old friend, the tall man said, stepping forward. The leader of the group spoke up. You too, Ser Bonifer. Barristan replied, and Jaime instantly relaxed. This was a man who would never spring a trap or play the fool. He watched as the knight dismounted, nodding to his men, who followed suit. The knight approached him, looking him directly in the eye. Then they heard it, the sound of dragon wings as it flew overhead. Barristan's smile widened when he saw the 3 men riding on its back. As Jay climbed down and walked toward them, Jaime noticed Ser Bonifer gasp. When they reached him, all the men who had ridden with the knight, along with Ser Bonifer, took a knee. "The 100 pledges itself to you, your grace. From now until the end of my days, I and my knights will fight for you, my king, and for her grandson," Ser Bonifer said, looking at Jay with almost reverent eyes. "I vow that you shall always have a place by my hearth, with meat at my table, and I pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you into dishonor. I swear it by the old gods and the new." "Arise, Ser Bonifer, for there is much to be done," Jay replied before turning to Jaime. "Your grace," Jaime said with a nod. "Lord Hand, we have much to discuss." "Lord Commander, can you see to Ser Bonifer and his men?" "I would very much like to speak with you later, Ser, about my grandmother." Jay nodded to the knight before looking at Jaime, signaling for him to walk alongside him. They had only taken a few steps when Jay turned to Jaime, a smile brightening his face. The serious king who had just spoken seemed like a distant memory. "Jay?" Jaime asked. "I found many things in Dragonstone, Jaime. I saw them, my family. I saw them all again. I felt my mother's embrace," Jay said, smiling as he gazed into the distance. Then his expression turned serious again. "We'll speak later, Jaime. We have work to do." Casterly Rock, 297 AC/Riverrun, 298 AC. Jaehaerys stood at the center of a small ceremony, surrounded by Joy, Cregan, and Ashera. The Septon spoke the words, and for once in his life, Jaehaerys felt a deep sense of longing fulfilled. He had never thought he would desire marriage, it had never crossed his mind. Yet now, he wanted it more than anything in the world. They would have a grand wedding upon his return, a true celebration at Castamere, but this moment was for them, for Joy, Cregan, and for him and Ashera. That night, they made love, and for Jaehaerys, it felt profoundly different. He sensed that Ashera didn't share his feelings entirely, there was a sadness in her that took time for her to articulate. When she finally spoke, he felt a rush of regret for not understanding sooner. "When Brandon and I were married, we both knew we'd never truly be man and wife. Our time was short, and it came to an end less than a day later," she said, her voice trembling. Ares. "I'm sorry, my love." "I didn't think," he replied, holding her tightly. "Promise me you'll come back to me, that you'll bring Cregan back to me," she urged. "I promise, Joy. I will return. I make you the same vow, my love. We will have a full and happy life together." "We deserve it," he said, sealing his words with a kiss. "We do," she echoed, kissing him back. He watched as Joy exchanged goodbyes with Cregan, and Ashera did the same. Then Jon approached, speaking to his cousin before coming over to Jaehaerys. "Take no chances, and listen to the damn birds," Jon said, causing Jaehaerys to chuckle. "Keep Dusk close at all times, Jaehaerys. You and Cregan, watch him. The wolves know better than we do. If his hackles are raised for any reason, pay attention." I will. You be careful, Jon. I have a dragon, wolf, and a Kingsguard. You be careful, Jaehaerys. Joy needs you." "Her father," Jon said, and Jaehaerys nodded in agreement. He had said his goodbyes to Ashera the night before, as well as to his family. Now, he approached his daughter, relieved to see Jon standing close by. "I'll be back soon, princess. Then we can travel to Castamere. You can bring your friends too, Ashera doesn't need to hide any longer," he said with a smile. "Soon? You promise?" she asked, trying to sound brave. "Soon, princess," he replied, pulling her into a hug and kissing her cheek. After that, he embraced Ashera and watched as Jon walked over to speak with Joy. Jaehaerys Targaryen he may be, but to Jaehaerys, he would always be John, the boy who made his daughter smile. He looked on, happy to see that smile now. Their march would be long, and they needed to move quickly. Once they joined forces with those in the Riverlands who had declared for John, they would have a sizable army. Jaehaerys commanded 15,000 men, and he expected nearly 10,000 more to join him in the Riverlands. The Tullus were finally going to get what they deserved. They made good time, reaching the Golden Tooth days earlier than he had anticipated. Jaehaerys found ravens and letters waiting for him: House Mutun, Mallister, Blackwood, Bracken, House Went, and House Derry, all declaring for John. Days later, as they marched down the river road, some of these houses began to join them, starting with outriders. By the time they entered Tully lands, the full forces were arriving. He had been conservative in his estimates, and it turned out to be close to 12,000 men swelling his army. Jaehaerys was pleased to see Lord Jason and Ser Patrick Mallister, along with Lord Raymond and Lord Mutton's eldest son, Miles, a boy of no more than 16, leading his father's forces. The sight of Jono's Bracken and Tito's Blackwood riding together was unexpected, and seeing them laugh even more so. But later, as they set up their siege around Riverrun and tightened the noose, he learned the reason why. On the damn privy, Jaehaerys muttered under his breath. Apparently, he'd been constipated for days, but we soon fixed that, Tito said, laughing. Gods, what I would have given to see it, Edmure running around looking for his horse while his breeches kept sliding down. The man was moving so fast that he never even had a chance to tie them back up. Jonos chimed in, who would have loved to see that too. Where is he now? Probably still chasing after his army or trying to tie up his breeches, Jonos replied, still chuckling. We sent outriders to find him. The last we heard, he was near Atranta, Titos added. What do they have inside? Jaehaerys asked, nodding toward Riverrun. Knowing Edmure, not much, less than 300 men, Lord Jason answered. It's hard to besiege, though, my lord. The sluice gates will open, and the rivers will run, Ser Patrick remarked. I know. But we will besiege it. My lords, see to the pickets and spikes. Tomorrow, I go to treat with a trout, he said, prompting laughter from the others. Once the lords had left, he called Cregan into the tent. The boy needed to stick close to him, and it would be helpful for the next day. You sure you want to do this? Jaehaerys asked. I am. I want to see her. Besides, seeing me will hurt her, and she deserves to be hurt for what she tried to do to Jay, Cregan replied firmly. She does. Come on, apparently, there are some new songs we need to hear, Jaehaerys said as they left the tent. There were indeed new songs, and he had to admire Ser Richard, the man certainly did his work well. The titles were intriguing: The Hidden Dragon, The Greedy Falcon, and The Rutting Stag, along with The Mockingbird Who Fooled the Falcon. However, it was the latest one that seemed to garner the most interest. The others had been heard many times, while this one had not. Jaehaerys listened eagerly as the bard began to sing a song called The Fall of the Trouts. A house of fish, consumed by pride. From vanity, their honor died. The old trout's son, a floppy fool. The daughters were hateful, vain, and cruel. The floppy fool sent men to slay a hidden king, who had been around for 10 named days. For a piercing boy and a murdering knight, the reaped dragon's flame and the white wolf's bite were no match. The black-scaled uncle clenched his fins, unable to forgive his nephew's sins. The old trout died, and the fool arose, keeping few friends and gaining new foes. His scheming sister, accompanied by a slimy cad, hired a knife to kill the lad. With false news of death as cunning bait, they tricked the foolish trouts into celebrating. The floppy fool, so drunk and crass, laughed at the feast and raised his glass. The king's quiet uncle faced sad truths: his trout wife was exiled and disgraced. The hidden king waged war for his throne, and the trouts, in dread, began to moan. The new king's rule had scarcely begun, yet he brought justice to Riverrun. But what of the trouts? you might ask. Their fate is a tale for another day. So listen carefully, one and all, as I sing a song of trouts and their fall. Jaehaerys found himself smiling as he listened to the song, though others around the tent didn't seem so happy. As the song finished, more than one of the riverlords approached him, asking if the tale was true. Jaehaerys confirmed it was. He spoke of the attack in the Riverlands, the assassin sent to the west, all done on the orders of Cat and Edmure, with Littlefinger playing his part too. If these men weren't already motivated to see House Tully fall, they certainly were now. After sharing more food and drink, Jaehaerys bid them good night and, along with Cregan and Dusk, walked back to his own tent. He left Lord Craighall and Ser Adam to discern what they could about the Riverlords. Both men had been dismissive of their utility, if not their numbers. As he saw Dusk move, Jaehaerys reached for his sword, only for the wolf to step back as Ser Richard Lonmouth emerged from the shadows. Lord Jaehaerys, Richard said. Ser Richard, I expected you to be in King's Landing, Jaehaerys replied. Still. Good, I'm supposed to be where you don't expect me to be, the man said with a chuckle. What brings you here, Ser? He was surprised that the knight had come to him and not to Jon. A passing visit, he replied, handing over a piece of paper. What's that? Your way in. Make sure your men don't become monsters inside Jaehaerys. I have people in the keep I'd like to see protected, Richard said, and just as quickly as he had appeared, he was gone. He walked into his tent and stared at the piece of paper, shaking his head. Surely, it couldn't be this easy, he thought. But as he read further, he realized it wasn't easy at all. It would require work and brave men to see it done. Still, that night, as he slept, he felt far more relaxed. His dreams didn't drift toward Riverrun but instead filled with visions of violet eyes and dark skin. After breaking his fast the next morning, he sent a message under a white flag, requesting a parley. It took far longer than he had anticipated for them to agree. Eventually, though, Jaehaerys, Cregan, and Ser Adam made their way to the gates of Riverrun. They watched as the trout and the mockingbird emerged to meet them. The woman wore a superior smile, as if her castle wasn't besieged and her house wasn't on the brink of falling. Lord Jaehaerys, my wife and I are most upset to see you in such circumstances, Littlefinger said, a smirk on his face. Most upset to see you go against the king's peace in such a way. My king trumps yours, Mockingbird, just as our army trumps yours, Lady Baelish, he replied, watching as Cregan and Dusk stepped forward. The lady hesitated to respond, narrowing her eyes at Cregan. As my husband says, my lord, we're most distressed that you've come here under false pretenses, serving a bastard pretending to be king, Catelyn said, glancing between Cregan and him. You should be careful what you say, my lady. My king is the one person who wishes for you to keep your head. As for me, I'm perfectly fine with seeing a woman who tried to kill a child twice lose her life, he said, relishing the gasp that escaped her lips. The bastard will lose this war and his head, Catelyn shot back angrily. I doubt that very much. But I haven't come here to insult you, Lady Baelish. You do enough damage to your name and reputation with your actions and the company you keep. There's no need for me to say more than that. I've come to offer you my king's terms. Which are? Littlefinger inquired. House Tully is to be stripped of all lands and titles. Lord Baelish and Lord Edmure will lose their heads for their roles in trying to kill the king. For the love he bears for his brothers and sisters, Lady Catelyn may choose between the Faith and the Silent Sisters, and her son Brandon will take over as Lord of Riverrun, Jaehaerys stated, catching a glimpse of Cregan smiling from the corner of his eye, a reaction echoed by Lady Catelyn. We reject these terms, my lord. We, Littlefinger began. Who is that boy? Catelyn interrupted loudly. My name is Cregan Stark, trueborn son of Brandon and Ashera Stark, Cregan said as he stepped forward. You can't, he wouldn't, you lie. Catelyn exclaimed, her eyes darting from Cregan to the wolf he was stroking. No, my lady, I do not lie. My father never wished to marry you. Even your own father knew of this. My father married another, a woman he actually loved, Cregan replied firmly. Lies. Lies. You're a bastard, just like the other one. Catelyn retorted as Littlefinger attempted to calm her down. Funny you mention bastards, my lady. Did your new husband tell you about his? Jaehaerys said, and that seemed to hit its mark. Catelyn went rigid, her gaze shifting between him and Littlefinger. Cat, let's go inside. This man is a liar. Just look at who sent him, the bastard, Littlefinger urged, trying to pull her away. Ask him who the father of your sister's child is, Lady Catelyn. Ask him why Jon Arryn seeks his head. Why are Lisa and her baby locked in a cell in the Red Keep? Then ask yourself if this is the man you're willing to risk your life for. You have until noon to decide. After that, we attack. Cat, cat. Littlefinger called, running after the woman as she screamed and fled from him. Well, that went well. What do we do now? Ser Adams said with a chuckle. We attack when they refuse to surrender, and then we take the keep, Jaehaerys replied, handing Adam the note from Richard. As he turned to walk away with Cregan and Dusk, he began to sing. And so he spoke, that Lord of Castamere. And now the rains weep o'er their halls, with no one there to hear.